Hello everyone. Welcome to this live session on digital marketing full course. But before we begin the session, make sure to subscribe to our channel and press the bell icon so that you'll never miss any update from us. When small businesses get started, their focus is often on how to get the first customers through the door. They may rely on traditional forms of advertising such as print ads, coupon mailers, or even outdoor advertising. Businesses may believe that since they offer a good product or service, it's just a matter of time until customers find their way to them. But when everything is getting digitalized, why to rely on old traditional methods? Here is why digital marketing comes into play. As you know, digital marketing is any kind of online marketing through various online mediums such as videos, social media platforms, websites, search engines, and apps. The scope of digital marketing is very vast. As per digital marketing statistics, about 60% of the population of the world uses the internet. It rose by 20% in the past 2 years due to the pandemic, with many businesses going online. In this session, you will learn digital marketing right from scratch. So let's see the agenda for the session. First, we'll be discussing about what is marketing. After that, we'll be discussing more about digital marketing. Then we'll be discussing about social media marketing platforms. Post that, we'll be talking about what is SEM and how does SEM works. Then we'll be discussing all about Google Ads, which includes Google Ads campaign and roadmap, prerequisites in Google Ads, campaign creation and bidding strategies, and Google Ads policies. Post that, we'll be discussing about remarketing and all its concepts. After that, we'll be discussing more about SEO and we'll be discussing about SEO audit. Post that, we'll be discussing about search engine commands. After that, we'll be discussing about keyword analysis. And finally, we'll be discussing about digital marketing interview questions. So that's all with the agenda. Let's start the session.
Guys, marketing basically is a promotion of a company's product to their prospect buyers, which is basically called a market. Now, what does that mean? So, let's say I have a company which builds motorcycles, right? So, I have just opened a company and I create world class motorcycles. So, how will you get to know about it? You will only get to know about it when I basically tell the world that I have a company and I create motorcycles, and these are the things which make my motorcycles different from the rest of the world or rest of the companies who create motorcycles or motorbikes as well, right? So this, in a way, when I tell to my customer that this is what my product is and this is a very exciting and new product and these are the features of this product, this is basically marketing, right? And any company which basically has been built till date, there is no sort of way that they would have not done marketing. Every company does marketing, and every day you encounter marketing, different ways of marketing of different companies, right? So if I were to give you an example, if you read newspapers, you will notice that newspapers also have advertisements. If you hear the radio, you will notice that in between the songs you do get advertisements of various products. If you have ever been walking on a footpath or you went somewhere, there would have been someone who would have handed out to you a pamphlet which would have been promoting a product, right? Or if you are going on roads or if you're going on highways, on the sides of the highways, you would have noticed that there are a lot of banners or hoardings which are put across which promote a certain product. What are these? These are all different ways of marketing a product, right? And these are all physical forms of marketing, right?
Introduction to digital marketing. Well, we already know what digital marketing can do because of all of the applications that we've been using, all of the trends we see, all the advertisement we see, but then we wouldn't know the details of how a digital marketing might work, right? So basically, here's an introduction to digital marketing. Digital marketing, the first thing we need to know about it is we need to know what digital marketing is. So digital marketing is nothing but the process which involves promoting a lot of products, or it basically promotes promotes your brand as well by making use of a variety of electronic media, guys. It is as simple as that. And coming to where digital marketing is thriving, or what's the fuel for digital marketing, well, I think I have to say it's the internet, because again, internet as the platform, it is the playground where digital marketing can go on and flourish, guys. So coming to the electronic media thing, basically what we're trying to say is that the electronic media which we're using, various forms of electronic media, basically is nothing but the mobile phones. You have digital banners, basically the digital advertisement boards you see on the streets or on top of buildings, and it can be tablets, it can be your computer, it can be on a laptop, it can be on a website, and so much more. So all of these include the digital medium through which digital marketing is pretty much making its way into our life. But then when you think about the older ways of how marketing previously used to happen, so people used to go about, business owners and enthusiasts used to go out and hire people for marketing, or they used to do it themselves as well. So what they basically used to do was they used to have print media. Print media is basically like printing an advertisement in a newspaper, or getting some announcements done on the radio or on the television as well. I mean, sure, we do see all of these even today, but then they do not have the impact that digital marketing has. There were many other physical forms of advertising as well. So it came to hoardings, business cards. Again, it is still in use today, but then people love a virtual business card. People love a website rather than just a business card, right? So when you come to think about that, all of these forms which were once very good have been replaced by something much, much better, which is digital marketing. And coming to using internets and social media, basically these were sort of non-existent back in the day. But if we have to talk about the earlier part of the 21st century, sure, we had Facebook, we had YouTube, we had all these networking sites, but then no one actually went about to do any marketing or to exploit the marketing aspect of using these online networking sites. But then we already know today we have Instagram marketing, we have Facebook marketing, LinkedIn marketing, YouTube marketing, you name it, and pretty much you can go on to market it there as well. So you need to understand how pretty much these traditional marketing strategies failed, right? Because the first thing through which it failed, in my opinion, is that it couldn't reach the customers as quickly, and basically it couldn't reach the customers in a rapid way, and it couldn't reach out to all of the people that initially was sought after. And this brings us to the next point, which is basically telling them that having a, because each having a pattern is very important, because each customer will have some sort of patterns where they go on to buy things. So let's say you're going clothes shopping, you might go on to buy a shirt first and then a pant, and then you might pick up a tie, shoes, in that order, or whatever your pattern is of pretty much buying stuff. So this is just one customer view that I gave to you, but then when you think about thousands and millions of people to whom you're catering to, then you have to take this very seriously. And traditional marketing sort of failed to assess the purchasing patterns of customers. And then pretty much we already know that even these days we can feel it. The results you get from legacy marketing methods can be extremely slow, and usually they don't even get accounted for, because at the end of the day it's become a negligible entity in many of the fields, guys. I mean, sure, traditional marketing has its own advantages, online marketing has its bigger advantages in my opinion, but then when you have to juxtapose it and compare it with what digital marketing does today, then I do have to say that digital marketing is one pitch ahead, guys.
We'll start with this super basic question. What is search engine marketing? Now, interestingly, one word that was used even more commonly in the past was PPC advertising. Okay. And I will tell you why that term PPC came, right? Because when Google introduced search engine and they started advertising on search, right? Think of this period, which was 10, 12, 14 years ago, right? Think of any company who's, probably has a very traditional business, has conventional channels like marketing channels like TV, print. Now imagine this advertiser, Google going to this advertiser and telling them that, hey man, why don't you come and advertise on my search engine, right? Or Yahoo going and telling them, hey, why don't you come in and advertise on search? And they would be like, why should I? I mean, what is the return? How do I know that, I have put an ad there, but how do I know that it's bringing me value, right? So the way a Google or a Yahoo would articulate this for that audience is by saying that, hey, you don't worry, you have to pay me only when somebody clicks on your ad. The click is intent. At that point of time, it wasn't very evolved, but ecosystem, but it's only when a click happens that you need to pay me, right? And a number of factors will decide how much you have to pay me per click. But the short and important point is that you pay when somebody clicks on it. Only when somebody has interest, you need to pay, right? And this is very different from all other forms of advertising that used to be there. Think of television, think of print, right? The cost is paid upfront. It's not like, I pay a Sony or a Sun TV based on how many people see it, right? Or how many people buy my product. It's always an upfront payment, right? Whereas search had a very different system of making that pitch to brands and designing an advertising world for itself. And that is why it is incredibly exciting, because it's one of those first things that happened in the advertising tech world, in the digital advertising tech world, and probably one of the most oldest practices. Therefore, it has evolved over the years and has become something very nuanced. Now, how do they work, right? Very, very simple concept to understand, right? So somebody goes in and there is a search engine. It could be Yahoo, Google, etc. And I have a query in my mind, right? I need answers to something. It might be, let's say I did not sleep well yesterday night. I wake up and I wonder, hey, what happened? Why am I not getting sleep, right? Or it can be sometimes, I realize that, okay, I want to buy a motorcycle or I want to buy a car. I will start researching on search to understand what are the reviews like, which are the top performing car models. Do I have dealer network nearby, right? And when somebody starts typing in brands, there are advertisers who want to reach these consumers, correct? And there are so many people who are entering keywords which are similar. So for example, if you are trying to search for top hatchback cars or top SUV cars to buy, obviously think of automotive. How many brands are there? They all want to show their ads, correct? And not only does, let's say, a Tata, Toyota want to show their ads, they also want to pitch specific models to you, correct? So then, since there are so many people who are trying to win over that bid and show that ad to the customer, Google had to put together a very algorithm-based bidding system, right? So therefore, they introduced this bidding system. And when you are actually doing search engine marketing, at a most basic level, all you are doing is bidding. You are bidding for that keyword. You are going and, Google has set out a certain algorithm. It has given people a dashboard to interact with that algorithm, call out what is the keyword that you want to bid for. You're setting certain prices. Now, how does that happen? We'll get into the details of it soon. But this is all that search engine marketing is. If somebody were to ask you, hey, what is search engine marketing? You can start by saying that, okay, it is kind of a bidding in the digital world, in a search engine for a keyword. You can kind of like articulate like that. So I made it like very super, super simple in chunks. But ultimately, when somebody says search engine marketing, it's nothing but it's kind of a bidding. So what are those search engine marketing channels or platforms? So obviously, we spoke about Google search, Yahoo search, Bing search, etc. But when you are an advertiser, you are a brand you're a brand or a business trying to reach consumers, you will need certain platforms where, let's say, if you're the digital marketing manager in your company, you have to get onto certain platforms to put your ad out there, right? So those platforms are these. Very simple, very easy to remember, right? It's just Google Ads, Bing Ads, Yahoo Ads. Google Ads used to be called something else in the past. Okay. So yeah, AdSense is also a very relatable, very similar product, but right now I'll just not discuss that too much. It used to be called Google AdWords. What you know as Google Ads today, largely, most features of it was there in something called Google AdWords in the past. Okay, so if you hear some of the old marketers who still say Google AdWords, for example, even today, sometimes it slips out of my mouth, right? Because when I started having exposure to it, it was called Google AdWords. And it was also because it was about keywords. Got it? So it's like a combination of keywords and ads, right? Obviously, Google dominates this world. Now, what is the implication of this? This means that if you have to crack search, if you have to learn search, you will have to learn Google Ads, correct? Because the other ones have only teeny tiny percentages. And even here, if you notice, some of this is, also because certain restrictions in certain countries, or somebody's computer by default comes with a certain application and people may not change it to a Google, right? So very often, if you have cracked Google, you have cracked search. Understood? This is why whenever it comes to search engine marketing, people largely start discussing Google as a platform. So this is Google Ads, and this is fundamentally what Google Ads does, right? It just helps you create ads, display those ads, and make sure that your bidding happens there properly, right? So fundamentally, what Google Ads help you do is all of these things, right? So not only do you do serve advertising, but when you're a marketer, when you're a business owner, you also want to see how the advertisement is performing. So Google Ads itself will give you suggestions. So don't worry. So when you actually start learning Google Ads, you only need some direction and guidance from a class or an expert, just like what's happening right now. A lot of those micro details, the platform itself will teach you. Got it? So now I want you guys to take a step back, because we are going to discuss something a little bit more than search. Okay, so like I said, there is Google Ads, which facilitates search, but search is not the only thing that Google Ads help you manage. Okay, therefore, instead of just discussing search, we have to take one step back and discuss what is Google Ads to give you an overall picture. Okay, so first thing we already discussed, search ads. So we already discussed that Google Ads is helping you guys put search ads to consumers, correct? And here, what are the search ads? So if you notice here, when that keyword is typed in, 4 different advertisers have bid for that keywords, and somehow they have managed to hit rank 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, this page where the search engine results come, do you know what this page is called? The first page where you get the various pages where you get search engine results. So they are called search engine result pages. That's simple. It's literally called search engine results pages. And why that is important is some people will call it SERP also, SERP, right? So they will just say SERP. So don't get confused if you hear that term from some of the folks in the industry. Google Ads also lets you do display ads. So display ads are those which comes with an image, and very often there will be some text which will be part of the image. There will be like a call to action button. For example, in this particular ad, the call to action button is a shop now button, right? So there are even elements like at one corner, there is an option to close the ad. If you go to the left hand top corner, you can see this little tag called ads by Google, right? So all of this shows that this is an ad which is served by Google. So not only are you able to show search ads, but you can also show display ads via Google Ads. Now, the most interesting thing is this display ads can also be done based on somebody's search behavior and the keywords on a particular website. Got it? So that is where that interlink is. You can do display ads without any kind of relationship to the search keywords or the keywords on a website also. But there is an option to kind of like, make display ads work based on certain keywords as well. Okay. But one more kind of ad that you will see within the search engine result page is called product listing ads. You will see some people call this shopping ads as well. So here what happens is Google figures out that you are trying to buy something. So you are typing in sports shoes, and already some advertisers know that people are going to find shoes via typing in these and these keywords. So they have placed bids, and as expected, if you notice, these brands like Adidas and Amazon that are kind of like trending, right? There are options to run pure play video ads as well. This includes placements like YouTube. There can be video that comes in content on other sites as well, right? So there are video ads also that Google Ads will let you run. Again, there is an entire 90-minute session on this later, so need not worry about this. The last kind of ads that I want to discuss are called UAC ads. Now, I purposely kept this term universal app campaigns here just to avoid confusion, because these days, Google has just renamed it as app campaigns. So it might be very difficult for you guys to remember that term. Hence, we have purposely used the old term. It is called UAC ads. This is nothing but those ads that prompt you to install. Okay. So now one more thing about UAC ads is it can be on the search network, website network, can be present on search network, on websites, on Play Store. It can be anywhere and everywhere. So you might know that Google owns a lot of properties on the web, correct? And a lot of other websites are also part of the Google network, where they sign up and partner with Google to show Google's ads, right? So universal app campaigns are nothing but these are campaigns that typically drive a lot of installs. For example, think of Ola, Swiggy, Amazon, Flipkart, Myntra. These apps, not only do they go after people for purchases, but sometimes they just run these ads just to drive some installs. So Google has built a very simple product called Universal App Campaigns, where Google will show ads across all of Google's networks, trying to get people to do installs, or in some cases engagement, which is opening of an app. So these are exclusively for mobile app. Okay, so this is not for, so suppose let's say a company which operates entirely on a website, you may not need universal app campaign ads at all. Okay, obviously Google had a killer product in search, right? So in 90s, Google came up with search, and something that really did it for them was their algorithm were amazing, right? And their and their page was very clean. Just Google, even today, Google follows that principle, right? You go to google.com and it is just one clean page, which just, prompts you to search, right? And search started doing exceptionally well. It had the best algorithm. It could crawl any page on the web. And I'll come to you, I'll explain what crawling is. But eventually they found this wonderful algorithm and it started working better than anything. So some of you guys may have done search on platforms like AOL, Yahoo, etc. in the past, 15, 20 years back. If you were to do a search on them, those were messy. It was very difficult. You go to search, instead of just giving you search result, it will show you some banner ads and display ads, everything on the same page, which was very confusing experience for the user. So what did Google do? Google made sure that they built a very good quality search platform and said that, hey, we stand for search. So even today, when people say Google, the first thing that they come to their mind is search. Obviously, they have now diversified to so many products, but they made sure that if people think search, at that point of time, Yahoo had Yahoo Finance, Yahoo Cricket, too many things they were doing, right? But Google stood for one single thing for almost 10 years, from late 1990 to early 2010. And interestingly, those days, even Yahoo was biggest. Yahoo even tried to buy Google, or there was some conversation and it fell through, but Yahoo was big. Then Google realized that, and what helped Google succeed? Customer centricity. Google did not try to sell everything to people at the same time. It tried to become good at one thing, helping people find answers. And why did I tell you this story? Because whenever you solve for search engine marketing at your work, you have to think about the consumer and the consumer persona and what do they have in their mind when they search. A lot of people think that, okay, search is about understanding those algorithm, keyword, too much technicalities. That is true. Yes, those are important. But even those algorithms, Google is trying to just mirror human behavior, correct? It is trying to learn from how people are searching. So it's self-learning. So if you want to beat that self-learning algorithm and get the best value out of advertising, you have to think like humans. So that is why when you go on Google search, the terms are like how normal people speak. It's not anything complicated because it is trying to solve in a very human-centric manner. So the entire point of the story is this, right? So that's what made Google search successful. Same way, when you do your search engine marketing campaigns, thinking in a very consumer-centric manner is how you can solve search strategically. So for example, let's say I am talking about first example of buying a car or buying an SUV. Imagine somebody is searching to find her favorite car. Obviously, there will be a certain nature of search, right? There will be certain keywords that are typed in. So if somebody is looking for the best mileage, probably that person will start searching on best mileage. What if BMW or Mercedes starts bidding on that keywords? It will burn their cash, right? Because nobody who's worried too much about mileage is probably going to buy a BMW or Mercedes, right? Or people who are searching for car EMI schemes. When somebody searches car EMI, very clearly he's trying to look for finance options. He's not trying to look for a car. Maybe he decided his car, or he's maybe thinking about his car later, but what is in his mind is EMI, right? So if you start just thinking that, acha, whenever I see car or somebody trying to buy anything related to a car, I should show my ad, you will just burn your cash. Okay. So the important thing is that you have to get to the mindset of the consumer and decide your strategy from there. All the machine learning that we speak about, Google is just trying to figure out how humans search and what is the best result to show them. Okay. Therefore, Google's algorithms are also extremely dependent on how people respond to those ads. Okay. A lot of other advertising may not necessarily be that. For example, television, right? They cannot customize every ad that is shown to you based on what you like, not like. Are you looking at the TV? Are you muting the TV? There is no way television can do that, right? But even think of YouTube. YouTube also has its, even if you think of video of ads coming on a Hotstar, for example, although it is digital, it still has some limitations. But search is extremely people centric. And of all the advertising channels in the world, search is the most human centric, people centric, consumer centric. And that is one thing that you need to understand. So when you hear of this algorithms changes, have you heard of like Google algorithm changes, you know, made in Google's algorithms for search, and have that confused you guys in the past? So you may have thought that, oh my God, now some changes happened. So do I have to learn everything bottoms up again? It's not. You don't have to. Because all Google is trying to do is come closer to humans. So if you understand the people in your category, naturally, you will start performing well in those advertisements. So it's not about understanding technicalities. It's more about understanding people, right? So if you are, let's say, in sales, you know, you can be an exceptionally successful search engine marketer, for example, or you can give amazing inputs to your digital marketing team because you are close to the consumer. You're seeing the sale process. You know what his worries are, and you can use that skill to translate into great advertising. Correct? So even if you know nothing in Google search till now, trust me, if you have worked in other functions, you are already in a good space. So you just have to use your knowledge in an effective manner and you will be successful in search. So here are the prerequisites. So if somebody has to run an ad, obviously if you look at the rightmost side of the spectrum, that is where an ad is, you know, live, right? Okay. So this is the overall strategy or roadmap that you have to follow to run Google ad campaigns, right? So you start with figuring out what are the keywords. Now, if you know the keywords, right? For example, when I speak about car loan EMI, it's very clear. Let's say if somebody starts searching something like car loan EMI at low interest rate, very clearly what that customer is trying to find is financing options, but at the lowest EMI. So when you build a landing page to be shown to that particular keyword or that set of keywords, you want to make sure that you build a landing page that answers that query. So suppose I am searching for car loan EMIs at low finance rates. And when I land on the landing page, let's say it is not talking anything about the interest rate, but just talking about, let's say, documentation required for a car loan, or not even talking about car loan. Let's say I'm talking about, you know, the best car models that are, you know, like the best, the car models which have the best sales. When we go slightly tangential like that, even if the topic is relatable, unless the answer that the customer searching is there in that page and it's right there in front of him, the advertising is not going to work. So whenever you think of creating keywords, so you're not just creating the keyword or the ad, you're also creating the relevant pages in the backend. So make sure that you go to your website developer, or if you're managing your own website, create the relevant landing pages for those keywords. Now, not only do you need those landing pages, but you need to show the advertisement to the customer, right? So the text that you see in an ad is called ad copy. So this is a word that is used by marketers, designers, copywriters, etc. So if you hear a word copy everywhere, it is nothing but the text within an ad. Okay. So when you have all of these things, you can create an ad. And obviously within Google Ads, once that ad starts going live, you can start seeing the results, you can optimize performance, you can manage those ads, etc. So obviously we will come to those steps later. So how does a Google Ads dashboard look like? How do we create ads? All of that is coming. So don't start worrying about it right now. At this point of time, let's start worrying only about the keyword strategy. So we will take it in small chunks so that you're able to understand how the whole thing works. Okay. So these are the keyword types. So, and I will tell you why we have to have different keyword types, but to have that strategy of saying that, okay, what are the keywords that I should bid for? Or what are the keywords that I should not bid for? Or what kind of ad should I show on each kind of keywords? You need to have a strategy, correct? There is this in the entire world of keywords that consumers may search for. How do I identify the right ones to bid for? That is your bidding strategy. Got it? So to define that strategy, we need to identify and understand few keyword types. Yeah. So I'm going to keep this on the screen for some time. You can just go through this. You can read each of these lines and I'm going to explain as well. So if you notice, this just seems to be like, you can see some common search categories. So some of them are related to shoes, some of them are related to computers, phones, travel, etc. Very easy, relatable category. So there are mixture of examples from various categories, but things that you can easily relate to. Okay, let's get into explaining this with the first example, which is the laptop wala situation. Now there can be largely three keyword types. So let's say I am a fan of Dell laptops. Maybe I've used 2-3 computers in the past, but I over a period realized that Dell is the best laptop. So I am very clear that I probably want Dell as my computer. I'm going to go just search Dell laptops. So very clearly, it is an indication to Dell that, hey, somebody is searching for me. So Dell can come in and put their ads there definitely, right? Or it can be even a case where, let's say Toshiba, think of Toshiba. So Toshiba, let's say, is number 2 in India market. And they have figured that I should try my best to put my ad there if Dell is showing, if somebody is searching for Dell. So maybe it could be the same brand, it could be a competition. But so the strategy is planned very specifically to the brand keyword. So if you notice, Dell is the brand present. So this keyword type, the moment there is a brand involved in that entire sentence, in that keyword group, right? It is called a brand keyword type, right? And why do you have to split your keywords into these set? Also, I will tell you. But for now, just identify that these are called brand keywords. The moment there is a brand mention, it's very clear that somebody has not only an interest in a category or a service, but they have interest from a particular brand. So these are called branded keywords. Okay. Next are called core keywords. So core represents a category. So if you notice laptop. So let's say I'm a consumer, I'm just starting out. I don't have, let's say, any brand particularly in mind. I'm just entering something like laptops, right? Or let's say if I'm traveling, I want to just check out some holiday packages. I just enter holiday packages. Those are called core keyword types. Okay. Now, I would not only mention a category, but I will also give a descriptor of the category. Best laptops or best looking smartphones or attractive smartphones, comfortable shoes. So not only is there a category mentioned, but there is something specific about that category that customer is looking for. For example, when he searches comfortable shoes, he is definitely looking for shoes that index highly on comfort. Most probably that person is not looking for a high-heeled shoe, for example, right? It's very clear that it is being searched with a particular intent within the category. Now, this is called lateral keyword. So there is an adjective or a description or an appreciation about the search result. So what happens is, when you think of now, why do we have to structure keywords into various types? So whenever you are an advertiser working for a certain category, you cannot just write down all the keywords possible in the world. And if you write down, there could be millions of keyword combinations, correct? You cannot strategize for each potential keyword. You will have to obviously come up with a framework, group them, correct? And let's say you are a marketing manager and you are building an ad strategy. Now, if you have to explain your ad strategy to your boss, or if you have to even discuss your strategy with your boss, you will have to go there and start discussing boss. Branded keywords are these and these are this. Core keywords, some of them are these and these are this. Lateral keywords, some of examples are these and this. And my strategy is going to be like this. I'm going to focus heavily on brand keywords or core keywords or lateral keywords. So there are no generalizations. One or two generalizations are here just to help you understand. But remember that they're still generalizations and not absolute truth. Okay. And I will help you understand this by giving you guys an example. Suppose Samsung Galaxy Note is getting released. And all of you guys know Note is a very high-end Samsung smartphone, right? I think it is 70,000 and above, even the cheapest smartphones, right? Or Galaxy S Plus, right? They are also very pricey, 70,000, 80,000 and above. Now imagine they are, trying to capture maximum share of India market, right? Which of these keywords will they attack the most? So this is what a keyword planner will look like. So if you notice, when you open up the keyword planner, the idea of the keyword planner is to give you all the information that you want. And that is something very specific about most advertising platforms. You don't have to buy heart anything. You just have to know, acha, I have to go to keyword planner. Everything else, the system itself will tell you. This is not a closed book examination. So that is where, like I said, in digital marketing, only understand the concepts and practice it. You don't have to buy heart anything. So here, when you start searching your keyword ideas, immediately Google showed you some relatable keywords. So all the keywords that you entered, it is shown, and if you scroll down, you'll get even more keyword ideas. It will also show you across the year, across various months of the year, what are the volumes, how many people are searching, 2 million people, 3 million people. See, if you see on the left, it says 0 million, 2 million, 4 million. It shows the volume of searches in the location that you have chosen, right? And it also shows you the trend line. What time of the month is it high? What time of the month is it low? It shows you a mobile as well as total. So total is basically mobile search plus desktop search, and mobile only search is indicated by the red button. Okay. And if you come to the lower side of the screen, lower half of the screen, you will notice that it is showing a trend line even at a monthly level, and it is showing how many people exactly typed in that keyword. So 170 people typed in the word called domestic travel. 12,100 people typed the word called holiday packages. 720 people typed international travel. It also shows, is competition low or high? So it actually shows that what is the competition. So if you remember, Google search ads is nothing but a bid. So imagine you have gone to a bidding war. Think of IPL, where they try to bid on various players. So basically, it will show you how much is the share of competition. And there is something called ad impression share. Okay. So typically, if you are running ads, it shows that what percentage of impressions did your brand feature in, right? So right now, it'll when you get into the Google Ads window, I'll show this in detail. It also shows what is the top of the page bid, low range and high range, which means that, hey, in this period, some advertiser, the cheapest an advertiser had to pay in the bid is 1 rupee, 35 paise. But there were other advertisers who had to even pay 19 rupees. Now, why did this happen? Why did it vary between 1 rupee to 19 rupee? It is because it's also a bidding war, right? Every time a search happens, it's getting, so many people are placing automated bids. So in some cases, it may go cheap. In some cases, it may go high. But this is just the range that it shows. So for every keyword, it also shows you the range. It will cost you 5 rupees to 31 rupees or 3 rupees to 107 rupees. Now, why is this important for an advertiser? Suppose you are a diamond manufacturer or in jewelry business. Think of a Bluestone or a Carrot Lane or a Tanishq. Your product has very high value. So you will happily go and bid, even if that bid is, let's say, per click is, let's say, 200 rupees or 500 rupees or whatever, right? Because you're clear that if you convert that customer, you get a lot of money back. But imagine, let's say you are a low value product. You sell a low value item. You may not want to go bid very high on a keyword, right? Because it's possible that, you bid, later the conversions are not low, conversions are low and you don't get the money back. So a number of factors can determine what is the range in which you can play. But The larger idea is that this can actually give you confidence as to should you go high, should you go low, keep low, how do you bid on it, right? Now there are different bidding strategies. We will discuss that in detail, so don't worry about how it is done. Just think of this as still the first few steps of this, right? Google also gives you an option to download keyword ideas. So whenever you are searching for any category, Google itself will give you some keyword ideas. It's not a case where you have to do all the hard working or write down all permutations, combinations of what people search. Okay, so you can get keyword ideas. Now, one more thing, to get more keyword ideas, there is not just Google, there are other tools also in the market. The most commonly used tool is called SEMrush. Okay, you can just type semrush.com. Now, what has happened? Google has already mapped in its algorithm that, hey, there is this user called Shubhankar, and Shubhankar is searching for queries which are related to advertising. So Google has now understood that Acha, Shubhankar is someone who is either a practitioner of digital or a student of digital. So trust me, wherever you go, most probably if you keep searching for a few of these keywords, you will keep getting ads. So don't worry. SEMrush, other competition, everything in the market, all those ads will follow you everywhere. So here it's technically not necessarily retargeting. SEMrush will do retargeting. If you go to the website and that website starts and SEMrush starts following you around, it can be retargeting. In some cases, there are a lot of aspects that sometimes can be through third-party cookies, sometimes it can be through a number of things, but Google already now knows your search behavior. So what Google has is Google also has some audience list that it keep. And whenever you do a certain kind of behavior, Google just adds you to that audience list so that Google advertisers can search, can basically market to that audience list. And next, I'm going to show you something very interesting. Search for answerthepublic.com. So do you notice a screen like this? So here, let's say you start typing in Bollywood and search. I'm going to search and I'm waiting for the answers. Did you go to answerthepublic.com? After a while, it starts showing all the search queries in a cluster, right? And it has clustered answers, typical search queries by people, so for example, which, are, will, all Bollywood related things you can see here. So same way, whenever you are trying to work out any keyword, any category, just go use these tools and they will itself give you so many ideas. What are people searching? What should be your keyword strategy, right? So very data-driven decisions you can make, and there is so much transparency, right? And this is the magic of digital. So let's say you are never going to do Google ads in your life, hypothetically. Let's say you're not a digital marketer. You are in sales, or you are in marketing, or you are in content writing. This can still help you with so many insights about the market. Right? Suppose you are, let's say, engineer for air condition. So you are not even a business manager. You are just an engineer for air condition. But you want to understand what are the issues that people are facing with air conditions. People would have already gone online and would have searched for that. So when you just type air condition repair, you will see all keywords related to it. So you will know, Acha, what are the technical problems that are there. So suppose you work for Samsung air conditioners and you want to understand what are the problems with Samsung air conditioners. Just go search Samsung air conditioners and see what are the common questions that people are having. Understood? It's that magical. That is how much information search can give you, even if you are not even in marketing or digital. So obviously, when you coming back to the keyword planner, so it looks like this when you open it up and start looking at all the keyword ideas, and it'll give you all these inputs like, is our competition bidding on it? How much should you pay maximum? What is the cheapest you might have to pay to get it? And these are all indicative figures. These keep changing. Next comes the next element. So this is done. Keyword is done. We have gotten into the mind of the consumer. We know what he's thinking, what is he worried about, what is he searching for. Next comes the element of creating a landing page for the customer, right? So if it's an e-commerce item that consumer is searching for, very often it might be the catalog or the listing of that product, in your website. Or if it is a specific information that the consumer is searching, what you might have to give him is information. For example, let's say going back to the problem of not having enough sleep. Let's say somebody wakes up in the morning and starts searching, hey, why am I not getting enough sleep? Or he starts searching sleep disorders. Definitely what he would want to see is an opinion from a medical expert, right? Or a researcher, on that or a researched article on that topic. You have to make sure that your landing page for that particular consumer, for that particular keyword is built in a manner where it will be useful to that customer, right? Then only he will click on that ad. Then only will he come to your website. And something that's important is also that Google also tries to read how good a landing page is. Okay. So Google will use a lot of mechanisms to figure out how good a landing page is. We will get to that. But obviously, I will first walk you through how a landing page is created.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides PG program in digital marketing offered by Belhaven University. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So, whenever you go to any website, very often that website is actually created in, based on what is the kind of website it is it or what kind of business it is. There are so many different ways in which, people create websites. For example, if it's an Amazon or a Swiggy, large companies that I work for, I don't have access to edit that website because it's so important. It's so technical, thousands, lakhs of pages, right? It's operated by a separate tech team. So there might be dozens of web developers and IT teams who work on it. Very complicated. So if you are working for a large company, don't think that you can go edit your website. So let's assume you guys work for ICICI. And if you are going to say, hey, I'm going to go create a web page on ICICI, not going to happen. Why? Because there are so many safety features in ICICI website, correct? It's so nuanced, so technical. They will not open up the permission to anybody. So even if you are a digital marketer, you will not have access to the landing page. So you will have to go speak to the web developer. So in it called IT web admins. In some companies, it might just be clubbed under IT team. In some teams, it will be different. IT team would just take care of your, IT infrastructure and stuff. Whereas there will be separate tech team, especially in technology companies, to handle all of this. Now, there are other options in the market, right? So there are some options like landing key, unbounds. Suppose you are a business owner or you're a smaller company where, there is an option to create those pages. Now, these are platforms that can help you do that. So don't worry about this. You can search and learn about them whenever there is a need. At this point of time, based on your requirement to kind of help you create this. So at this point of time, you need not worry too much about this. Yeah. One common platform that a lot of people use to create landing pages is WordPress. So, WordPress was also one of the pioneers in this field. So over a period, multiple other platforms came and took over. But even today, a lot of content writers, so especially if you are in content writing, blogging, they tend to use WordPress, when there is a lot of content, a lot of keywords. So hence, I'm just giving you WordPress as an example. So very often for your website, there will be a WordPress account, which you can get from the team. So let's say you're a content writer, naturally, you'll be given access to this. You just have to log in. There itself, all your pages you don't have to sit down and code. Yeah, it will already give you all options. How does your page look like? What are the menus, widgets, all the aspects of creating a page are already available. You can just create it just through the user interface. Very simple. And any WordPress website that you see usually is created through very simple tasks like this. Again, no need to by heart any of this. When you are on a WordPress page, you will see it. The purpose of showing these two slides is just to help you understand how simple it is. Just think of some of the content writers or copywriters, they are not very technical people. They don't understand how to run ads or they don't know how to code, right? But they still create web pages without anybody kind of helping them, right? Why do? Because it's so simplified. It's that easy, right? I know content writers who don't have any large technical skills, but they're able to do this. It's that simple. So the idea is to demonstrate how easy it is. Now let's get into the specifics of the ad. So you already discussed landing page. Now the advertisement that is shown to the customer has a particular structure. So I already discussed in an earlier slide, ad copy is nothing but the text, correct? The text that shows up in the ad, which prompts the user to click. So this is how every ad version looks like. So every ad has these sets of headlines, right? So there are headline fields. There are 30 characters that is allowed. Character is basically every alphabet, every digit, every space, right? There are expanded description field. If you notice, every ad also shows the display URL, which shows what is the domain, what is the address in which you will be taken. Yeah. All of these are part of the ad. And don't worry about this right now. We will get into specifics soon. So now, obviously, when you have to write ad copy, right, it has to be very direct and simple. First point is that it should exactly show what is the benefit or what is the unique selling proposition. So let's say, somebody is searching for BMW 1 series, right? Or somebody is searching for BMW 3 series or BMW 5 series. When somebody searches for that particular model, there is something specific that they want about that model, correct? So make sure that your ad has all those, whatever is that unique selling proposition. USP is nothing but unique selling proposition, just a marketing jargon or terminology. So whatever is unique about your product, what is the core about your product, make sure that you put it out there. Okay. And along with every ad, there will be a call to action. A call to action could be about calling a number or going to a website, right? Make sure that you are clearly putting it out there. I already discussed the keyword strategy. It's important that you create brand, core, lateral keyword strategy. And within each of those keyword strategy, making sure that your ads are also written accordingly. So for example, when somebody searches best laptops versus somebody searching Dell laptops, the kind of keywords that you want to show to the customer is also the kind of advertising text that you want to show to the customer has to be also different, correct? Someone searching for Dell laptop, make sure that your ad strongly shows that it is about Dell, and it shows the propositions of Dell so that somebody clicks on it. But let's say you forget to put Dell in your advertisement, that's a complete miss. So customer will search, but your ad has nowhere Dell written on it. Maybe on the website domain name or something Dell is there, but it's not visible very clearly. You did all of that bidding, but you are not very visible in the search engine result page. And of course, you do a lot of keyword planning, research, using the keyword planner. It'll help you understand the volume. So if there are keywords that have a lot of volume, make sure that you put a lot of effort into writing ads as well. That's why you'll have to write so many ads. And I'll show you how that gets structured within the dashboard, but you have to write hundreds of ads. Trust me, some of the big brands will actually have almost 1 lakh ad copies. One more thing to also keep in mind is remove all kind of grammatical errors, keep it short, sweet, all the basics of English. Just make sure that you have written it very carefully, because think of it, you see an ad and there is a grammar mistake in that ad, or it's written in bad English. You look at it and you will think, probably a fake website, right? Or something is wrong, because all good advertising will be done by proper professionals who will make sure that it is done in a good way, right? So whenever you see anything which has errors, bad grammar, etc., you will start doubting it. Now, this is called Google Ads policy. Okay. Now, you're an advertiser and multiple advertisers, are bidding for keywords, and they keep the audience safe, right? In terms of showing right kind of results, not showing results which are potentially risky, and maintaining that consumer experience when he searches, finds something, and the content reaches him, etc. Also, it shouldn't be a case where you start using somebody else's IP, intellectual property, right? So therefore, there are a few things that Google has set in its overall policies. Now, if you don't obey a policy, most probably you could get banned or blocked, right? Or in some cases, it can affect the price that you pay for ad. It can shoot up. So there are various ways in which there can be some very black and white consequences or some negative consequences based on how much if you violate any of the policies. So one of them is, of course, having quality content. So Google also tries to use its algorithm to figure out whether a website has quality content or not. Okay. So for example, if your website is full of images that you have copied from somewhere in the internet, not original content, not given credit, or it is written in poor code, the structure of the website is bad, it's very clear that, okay, someone who's not a strong professional made that website. Okay. So in such a case, what happens is Google will figure that out and make sure that they don't show ads which correspond to that particular landing page. Okay. So Google will figure out that, acha, if I show people this ad, it is, and they click on that ad and they come to that web page, it's giving them very bad experience. So let me not show that ad, or let me put very high price on that ad to be shown. You cannot use any brand name without permission from that brand. So for example, let's say I am Swiggy. I cannot use KFC or McDonald's or any brand without having permission from them and backlisting in the whitelisting in the background. Okay. So one common example for this, suppose let's say you are a dealer. Let's say you are a dealer for Tata Motors. You cannot put Tata in your ad. Okay. You can put Tata in your ad after you do the whitelisting in the back end, which is a process that you can get done through, just by submitting a small snippet on Google and then getting that whitelist done, then you can show your ads. Your ad should not have anything malicious. Like if you're linking people into a virus or anything that could potentially affect the health of the device from which somebody is logging in, or the security, Google can block you, right? So a lot of these things Google will try to track. And if you try to, instead of focusing on the user, if you start taking any shortcut, very soon Google will figure out. You try to cheat, you will be caught, right? So one example is that, for example, let's say I am Tata Motors and I am advertising for Tata Motors, and I want to capture Google people searching for Maruti cars. So let's say I cannot write Brezza in my ad, because then it'll be usage of a competition brand name, right? So I'm Tata Motors, but I cannot use Brezza because Brezza is actually a Maruti's brand, right? So suppose, and I want to bypass this, and I am an evil person, I might say that, hey, instead of writing BREZZA, I will just write BRESSA or BREZA. Now that looks very similar to the competition brand car name, and I might even actually get people to click on it thinking that it's a Brezza ad. But eventually, if Google gets hold of you, or your competition actually finds it and reports, it can get you penalized. Okay. So all of these are there in the ad policies, and I've added a link also into the deck, which you can read. Okay. Now this is how you can do the account creation. Now, if you guys have a fast internet and you are not someone who's detracted, you can even do this in parallel as we discuss. But I would say these are two easy things where literally everything is just like creating how a Gmail account is. You don't need to parallelly create a Gmail account to learn it, right? It's so intuitive. Same way, it's as simple as that. So all you have to do is just type in Google Ads and search, and Google itself, will help you in this landing page. And there, if you notice, once you reach that Google Ads page, it will immediately give you an option to start right away, right? There's even a phone support. If you need any help, you can even call them up and Google might be able to help you, right? Now, the moment you click on it and you sign up, your Google Ads account creation is done. So now this is the structure that you need to keep in mind. Okay, I spoke about Google Ads account. I spoke about campaigns. I spoke about ad groups. Now, how is this all structured in the Google world? So what happens is, within every ad account, there will be campaigns. And within campaigns, there will be ad groups, which involve keywords and ad copy. So when you start creating any ad, how do you start? You first open your ads account. Within ads account, you set up a campaign. Within campaign, you set up ad groups. And within ad groups, you have keywords and ad copy. So when I spoke about how the structure can have thousands of ads or 100, this is what I meant. All of this is organized in a tree-like structure. So what happens is, let's say you're Tata Motors or ICICI, you will have one ad account. So you will start with an ad account, which is mapped to Tata or ICICI. Or let's say if you are a small business, let's say you run a cake shop or a bakery, you can just create an ad account very easily. In the case of big brands, you have to do some backend mapping, etc., to claim that the website is mine or the store is mine, etc. Those are slightly more nuanced things, but don't worry about it. Those are fairly easy things to do, and very often not even done by you. You will take the help of your agency, etc., to do this, right? Okay. The reality is almost 90% of the advertising is actually managed by agencies. Got it? So if I am taking the example of Swiggy, it's not like Umesh's junior, or by that I mean not a manager or the executive that reports into manager. They don't sit down and make all the ads. Got it? Only a very thin share, only people, generally folks who are on the agency side do most of this operational work, because this takes hours and hours. So one misconception that people have is, okay, if I have to become a search engine marketer, I have to know every element of ad creation, how it is done operationally, etc. No, you just have to understand the concept. Got it? Unless and otherwise you want to get into an agency. But if you are and even within an agency, when you are at a very junior level is when you are hands-on things. You will have more senior resources, but they will typically set strategy or come and do a quality check. So you don't have to do hands-on things. You may have to do hands-on if, let's say, you are a small business owner. Okay. You run a bakery, you run a gym, you run a small apparel store, you want to advertise to people, you can set up your own ads, but usually it is very simple. So what happens is small businesses usually have very simple structure where you don't need an agency to manage it. You can go just watch there's so much information already in the course. Sometimes just follow the course, just start your ad account. You can almost do it by yourself. There itself, you will, any digital marketer, trust me, nobody just learns a course and start doing it right then and there. Whenever you're doing any activity, you will parallelly do all the research too. Just make sure that the concepts have landed when somebody teaches you this. But in reality, when you actually get into action, somebody else will do it for you. You can research and follow how somebody else have explained it on the internet, or Google, Facebook itself would have written down all of this in serious, in well documented format. And I'll tell you why. So when Google launches Google Ads as a product, or its multiple solutions in analytics, or data management or measurement or anything, what is the primary thing that determines how successful that platform is? So one is the performance of the product. Yeah, is it converting? Is it giving business value? Is it good for the end audience? Is it good for the advertiser? That is one element. So that's about the product aspect of it, correct? But the success of any platform depends on how easy is it for the people to use. And I will explain that without even taking an example of any technology product, any ad tech product, any advertising technology product. Just think of Paytm or Google Pay as an app. UPI is so simple that anybody can just use it, right? There were people who will struggle with internet banking. So you might know some of your relatives who have never done internet banking, but they can easily do payment wallet or UPI, right? The simpler the product is for somebody to use, more people will adopt it. So the very reason why Google Ads and Facebook are so successful is not just because they are large advertisers, they have a lot of properties, they have a lot of technology, etc. But they made it super simple for people to learn it. But it's not like anybody can just start it. They might need some direction. So they may come to a course like the one that you are in. Somebody's going to give them practical examples, give them the conceptual flow, give them that confidence to make that step, telling them that this is not rocket science, right? And that is the most important thing. That's why, do you know how much it costs to do a Google Ads certification? Like, let's say if it is search ad certification on Google, going through Google's materials and taking that. The most important concept is understanding, hey, what is the keyword strategy? What is my category? What is it that generally people search for? If I have to make my search engine work, it's not just I have to do correct keyword strategy. I have to build a landing page, right? That holistic understanding, that top view understanding is what is necessary for a digital marketer. For 95% of the roles, that is what is necessary. So this Google Ads product, it's ridiculously simple. But once you start using it, or just going through material, you will realize how easy it is. It takes its time. It's not like, you cannot come to a session and learn it. This is the structure, right? And this one, some people would call it a campaign tree or an ad account tree. People use various words for it, but it's just when someone mentions in a certain context, you will understand. So here there are three levels. So one is your ad account. This is just like, going into your banking account or demat account, etc. Obviously, at an account setting level, you will have your password, billing information. You have to link your credit card, billing cycles, etc. Will all the details would come there. Now, within that, to organize your marketing activations, one would typically create campaigns. So what happens is usually a campaign will have a theme or a sub theme, because it addresses one common goal, and there's a similar bidding strategy applied on it. So you break down your campaigns into multiple campaigns, right? So campaign A, B, C, D, etc. Right? So a campaign is just to unify the bidding strategy, the targeting, and the overall budget that you assign is also specific to a campaign. So, let's say you're working for Amazon and Amazon decides to launch a new phone in the market exclusively on Amazon. And let's say Amazon is doing a pre-buzz in the sense that, okay, prior to the launch of the product, let's say 5 days in advance, they want to run some pre-buzz. So here it's very clear. There is one, particular objective. There is one specific bidding strategy they can follow. It's only for a certain period of time. They may decide on a certain budget saying that, okay, I'm going to put this 5 crore into this promotion, right? A lot of things can be unified there, and all of it can be clubbed under campaign. So it's very simple. Anything that can be clubbed under similar goal, same bidding strategy, targeting, all of this we will get into also in detail. So don't worry, you club it under campaigns. Now comes the next layer, which is keywords, ad copy, ad groups which involve keywords and ad copy. That is nothing but the keywords and the corresponding ad copy. So if you notice, for every keyword that is entered by the customer, you have to show a corresponding ad copy, correct? The grouping of that is done in a structure called ad groups. So once again, I am clarifying, 99% of you, unless you want to categorically become a search engine marketing analyst or an SEM marketer, you need not understand too many details of this. All you need to understand is within an ad group, keywords and ad copies are paired. How do you operationally do it, optimize it, etc. Like very deep level, you don't have to worry about it. Only when you are working in that particular domain, you need to group these two together and think about it. Okay. And so within the ad account, this is how the page will look like. So here we are talking particularly about the search kind of campaign. How do I do a search ads creation? Now, one more thing I want you guys to understand is search ads are slightly difficult to structure and operationalize, right? We are learning it first because it's very fundamental to building that understanding of, what do consumers search? How do I show it? So the right order to learn is probably like search before you get into video marketing at a very high level. You can do some minimal amount of it, but the reality is that once you start doing much more a little bit of display, a little bit of video, etc., when you come back, then search ad structure looks easier. Got it? So you might learn it in a different order. That doesn't matter. In reality, very often when you start learning those formats and you start doing X number of things, search ad structure will also start looking easier. So here it's very simple. Within your ad account, you click on campaigns, it'll list all the campaigns that are running, and here you can start a new campaign. So all you have to do is click on a new campaign. Now what happens is when you click on a new campaign, if you remember when we started, we spoke about how there are 5 types of ad on Google, right? So this is also the reason when you saw my ad account, it actually had various ad types. Got it? I actually have different accounts for search. Interestingly, search accounts are the ones which are usually takes more time to load as well because of the nuances, right? So what happens here is You set campaigns, you're going to click new ad, new campaign, and you will see these 5 types of campaigns, whatever we saw in the beginning. Obviously, you start selecting search. So here also it's very intuitive. If you notice, the moment you came here, the dashboard has everything. It says select a campaign type, and it shows what each of this campaign type is about. So trust me, even if a customer, even if somebody doesn't come with a lot of understanding of what are the kind of ads there, it will exactly lead you there where you want to be, right? And here, if you see this little question mark button, so whenever you see any window or button and you're surprised about what you're not sure about what it is, all you have to do is just tap that question mark and it will give you all the details. It will start listing on the left. You can go into those specifics and you will get all the information you'll need. And once you select search, it will show you various goal types. So every campaign has to have a goal, correct? Goal is ultimately what you want to do for that, business with running that particular campaign. So let's think of it. Let's say your campaign is about getting people to your website. You're very clear that, okay, for example, you're selling automotive insurance. Somebody comes to the website, fills in all the, reads about the product, then only you are clear that the product concept will be clear to the customer, right? So here it is optimized for traffic. Or in some cases, you are not looking for an immediate sale. In some cases, it's just about, let's say the best example to understand website traffic is if you have a content site, there is no sales, nothing to be done there. You're just getting people to the website, giving them the information they need, and probably that is where you can optimize and get the best value out of it, right? Then you choose website traffic. You have an option for sales, leads, etc. So based on your business type, a lot of people incorrectly assume that any campaign I will just optimize for sales and it will work. That's not correct, because in some cases, there's no sales that happens online. If you are, let's say, an automotive dealer running an ad, you want to show leads, right? You will probably optimize most of your campaigns for lead generation, so that somebody gives their email ID, phone number, their preferred time for a test drive, which model are they interested in, etc. So you want to do lead generation. So when you're working with a digital marketing team, right? Let's say you are asking them to or requesting them to run an ad. Very often you just have to say that, I think I need a search campaign, and the search campaign should optimize to get me leads or sales or website traffic. That is all you have to tell, right? Or if you're working with your agency and asking them to come up with a plan and execute, very often they will ask you very basic questions like, okay, if the agency guy will ask the advertiser, hey, what kind of search campaign do you want? What is the kind of objective that you're driving? And they will be like, okay, oh, this looks like, do you want to optimize for sales or do you want to go after the goal type of leads? Where do you want to go? And they will pick a goal accordingly, right? So one more reason why you should not buy hard this is because, trust me, when you actually get into digital marketing, unless you are working only on one platform, you will have to work on Google ads. You will have to work on Facebook ads, LinkedIn ads, programmatic, native ads. There might be so many platforms that you have to do. So in such case, there's not even any value in by hearting all of this. One, if you are in a certain business and one channel is important to you, based on your business type, you will naturally remember all of this or learn all of this, because once or so you will easily deploy. So nobody has to by heart in its mind that acha Google mein search has these 3, display has these 5. Okay, in an exam also, in your test, it might be asked just to test your knowledge, but that doesn't break the deal for you. Got it? So even when tomorrow you have a use case in your career where you have to use search ads, all you have to do is either just open up your Google Ads account, which is again free, and just check what are the things that come listed, or you can even do a Google search and see what are the goal types within search ads, and it will just tell you what are the 3 goal types. Okay, so we started with saying that, hey, I want a new campaign. So you're telling the dashboard that you want to create a new campaign. Then in the next step within the Google Ads platform, you have chosen that I want to do a search campaign. Within search, 3 very simple objectives: sales, leads, website traffic. Each of them are almost self-explanatory, but if you want to know what that is, when you click there, it'll show you what exactly that is, right? Now, when you type, after you select the ad type, you will come to this particular page where you are going to create more, you give more details to that campaign, right? So you gave the name of a campaign. Typically, people name it with a date, objective, something for people to understand, because in large ad accounts, there could be thousands of campaigns. So you put everything in your campaign name so that you can understand what that your campaign is. Now, the most interesting thing is, even within search ads, there is an option to expand it to some display network. Got it? So not only will your ad show up on search partners, but it can also show ads to display network. By that, what I mean is, let's say, again, going back to the car example. So I'm going to take one of you as example. Let's say Komal. Komal started searching for her car, right? Komal would have already typed in certain keywords in Google, right, as a customer. So Google is keeping a watch on all of its customers. So Google knows that, hey, Komal is someone who is interested in automotive. Now, within that, let's say Komal started searching for certain brands, Tata, Tiago, or Maruti Baleno. Google also knows that these are keywords that Komal, as a Google search user, is interested in. So what can Google do is that even when Komal is not searching, so let's say there might be certain times when Komal is not searching but just browsing other content. So let's say she's on Car Dekho or Bike Dekho. But you may have noticed there also Google has its own display network, right? Google can show banner ads on any website which is affiliated with Google. So it's possible that Car Dekho, Bike Dekho has affiliated with Google. And Google knows that Acha Komal is visiting Car Dekho, Bike Dekho. And without, even if you have not searched recently, Google might still show you an ad on display. Only thing is, if you are selecting a display network, within that display network also, you will have to probably optimize your ad, the text a little bit. But I mean, right now, do not worry too much about it. This is actually a little nuanced. Even my explanation is not 100% correct. I kind of optimized it so that the confusion is less. Best that, like I said, there will be a well-detailed session on Google Display Network later. When we cover that, you will understand this, right? So right now, do not worry about it but it's just to let you know that there is this option also, right? And obviously you can get into determining your location. So all of this are things that you do on this particular window. One more interesting aspect of Google search is that the text ads that we spoke about not only come on Google ka search window, but YouTube also has its own search engine, right? On your YouTube, when you go up, open up the home page, you have an option to search things. So in some cases, you might put the same keywords in your Google search tab and even on your YouTube search, correct? So you might look for car reviews again on YouTube search. So Google, it's the same platform. Backend may Google knows how to link the two, right? So it can even show those ads there. That is why you might be familiar with this. When you search for something, you will start getting those ads, which are, you might see some text ads also before you see the search results. So this is also done through Google Ads only, Google search only. So in the backend, you're doing the same thing to show ads on a Google search page and on a YouTube search engine result. So when you set the campaign, Google itself will show you a timeline of what are the things that you should do. So campaign settings, you have done everything. You'll have to put a URL saying that, hey, this is the URL that I want to show. This is the page where I want to send customer to. This is what I want to show. In some cases, you can even show ads to specific audiences. Okay. So here it might be a specific list of audiences that are either defined by Google or, you've brought that audience in from somewhere. Don't worry about it right now. This is best learned. There is a specific segment on this that will come up later in another session. It will be covered there. We will spend more time on things which are very specific to search. So if you remember, when I discussed this segment, we started with saying that, hey, campaigns should have a goal type, a bidding strategy, targeting, budgets, etc. Right? Bidding strategy is what we're going to discuss next. So bidding strategy, these are the 5 basic ones, right? And again, do not try to buy hard this bidding strategy. Okay. This is just for your information. This is always available in the dashboard. So whenever you are creating a campaign, relax, take some time out, look at these bidding strategies, read them up once, and it is right there on the dashboard itself. So whenever you see each of these bidding strategy in the validation, Google will also explain when and where to use that particular bidding strategy. Got it? I'll just give you example of when to use each of these strategies. So let's say first example, assume that you are Times of India or Scoop Whoop. You do not sell anything on your site. All you have is content. And very often, your success metrics depend on how many people have read your content, right? Which might be the bidding strategy that they are most probably going to use. They can use some of the others also in certain cases, but very often it is a maximize click strategy, right? They could do a flexible strategy, an enhanced cost per click also in some cases, but we are clear that at least it's not going to be a case where it is a return on ad spend, right? Or it is not cost per acquisition. Times doesn't usually like run cost per acquisition campaign. Most often the campaign might be to just get people to read a certain content. Now let's take another example. Let's say I'm an e-commerce website. You're familiar with websites like Momsco or the Beardo or Beard Company, etc., which are direct to consumer brands where they try to get a lot of people to their website and get people to buy a product. Now, if your particular campaign's aim is to get maximum spend, and now obviously when a consumer converts, he might buy a 10 rupee product also, a 1,000 rupee product also. There can be different billing, right? Different cart value. So it will probably, let's say it figures out that, again, taking an example, let's say Anand, it figured that, okay, Anand keeps clicking on ads about, let's say ads for active gear. He's a gym enthusiast. He's a fitness enthusiast. Google knows all of this, right? And Google identifies that Anand is a very good potential customer for a particular, let's say for Nike or Puma, right? And even let's say Anand visits Nike website, convert once, brings a lot of value. It's very clear that there are a lot of indicators which are deterministic or probabilistic, which says that probably this Anand is going to do a very high value transaction, right? So Google will use X number of signals to figure out which customer will potentially give me maximum conversion value. So if that is our use case, that is how we decide on the bid strategy. And that is why, although it looks like a list of 5-7 things, in reality, it is very simple to use. Because when you have a particular product and you want to achieve a specific business objective, very often you may have to choose between just one or two strategies. It will be so apparent to you when you have a clear business case. I'm going to give you another example. Let's say ICICI launches a new credit card. It wants people to come to the website and sign up for that credit card. So they will put search ads everywhere. People will click on that ad and they want people to sign up ultimately, which becomes a customer acquisition for them. In such case, which is the strategy they may use? Now I'm coming to the bidding part. Got it? So keyword decide what to bid on. Bidding strategy decide, okay, what to optimize it on. And the most interesting bit is, suppose you select something really, really wrong. Sometimes the dashboard itself will tell you. Suppose you're selecting an ROAS against a conversion event where it is not getting the value of the product that is purchased. It will automatically show an error, correct? So if your product doesn't have a monetary value or that the value of conversion on the website is not being passed to Google, it will tell you. So this is how the setup is. And the most interesting part here to notice is that you can set up a daily budget, which means that it's not a case where your cost per click is very high and you start burning too much money. It's not like that. You can always say that daily I should maximum spend 500 rupees, 5,000 rupees, 10,000 rupees, and you can do it at a overall campaign level. So you will have control. So you can split your budget across various campaigns also for the same objective, right? And then make sure that everything it's worked. And here in the bidding strategy, this is nothing but we saw here. It will help you decide on what is the bidding strategy. It's just about selecting. And if you notice again, already on the left side, it exactly explains what it is about. So you can just go to the dashboard and decide, or your agency will tell you what is it about, and you can discuss with them and decide. So this is the overall structure of setting a bid, setting a budget, etc. And this is similar to, for example, you are actually going to bid on something. Forget the Google search world. Think of it that you are going to bid on buying a car or a house and you're entering an auction. So before you go to the auction, you might discuss saying that, okay, my budget is maximum 5 lakh rupees. I will not bid above that for the car. I will try to see how much I can bid. I will go decide, acha, if Maruti ka car mila, I will bid. Tata ka car mila, I will not bid. Depending on what comes up, I will adjust my bid. But I will not pay above a certain bid, right? Or I will bid according to the conversion value or whatever, right? So here it's just setting criteria and setting limits on how much you want to spend so that you have optimized in the best manner. Now comes to the most execution-led element, which is nothing but in a search ad, what are the different components? So what happens in a search is that along with the search, depending on the topic, depending on the keywords, you may want to give additional information. So in some cases, for example, let's say you are a travel agency, easiest example, you want people to call you to do a booking, like especially if it's a local travel, right? They are not, I may not even have like a very good website. If I'm a local travel agency, I want to put a call button there. So there is an option to call. In the case of websites, for example, Amazon here, right? Amazon obviously has multiple categories, right? There might be fashion, exclusive, electronics. So based on what is the search keyword, maybe it wants to show some specifics. In the case of certain websites, you may want to show the rating. Like for example, the bottom one, you can see Zara shoes. They have added a rating extension where it is showing what's the rating that his site has, which is most probably the Google rating only. So that kind of gives some authenticity for the product. In some cases, it might be, you might want to prompt the customer to install your app. That is the example of first post use. So you can even do an install button as the extension. So based on whatever is your kind of ad, kind of business, you can also add an extension to the ad. So it's not just about having a text, but it's also about what are the other elements that you want to add to the ad. So in some cases, there might be multiple things, right? There could be search. In some, there might be ratings and install button. All of this is possible. And type of extensions is very clear. When you set up the search ads, it will give you all the options to set up. You can add your contact details. You want to show some pictures. You want to show multiple site links. All of that is possible. And once you have added all those, all you have to do is just do a save and continue. There are various other options available. These are some specific options. So extensions we already discussed. You want to add a text message option that can be done. Adding a promotion to your ad. So for example, when you see certain ad, there might be a specific call out saying that 20% off, right? Or buy one, get one. Any specific sales promotions also you can show in the copy of the ad itself, right? They can be shown along with the copy of the ad. You can show prices. Sometimes you can give an option of ad rotation to Google. Like, so what happens is against the same keywords, you might create a number of ads and eventually Google will figure out which is the best performing ad. So it will probably show more of that, right? There is an option to keep a schedule. It can be all times of the day, all 24 hours, or you can choose hourly slots. So suppose you are, for example, a restaurant that serves breakfast only, right? So you might know that between 6 a.m. and 10 a.m. I should trigger my breakfast ad. There is no purpose showing a breakfast ad during lunch hours or in times when the restaurant is shut. So against your ad, you can decide on the schedule. So these are very logical options. Anything that is required for any information that you want to show to customers, Google has made sure that all of these are added and you can layer all of this into your campaigns. And now comes slightly complicated stuff. So keywords, if you notice, what is the most complicated aspect about keywords? Long tail keywords are very specific information. Usually when people get specific, they type in 5, 6, 7 words. So it's very clear. But sometimes it may be short also, but the main point is they're very rare. Got it? So it's a very specific information they ask for. It's not very generic. So what also happens is the search volume will be also less. Yeah, please go ahead. And there might be a lot of these long tail keywords. Some of them are very short, but very rare. So there could be so many of these combinations. Now there is something called a broad match modifier. So this one adds a little bit more specific. So it will not take any synonyms. So it will mostly like look for slightly more closer variations, right? And then there are phrase matches. So phrase matches are when those two words kind of like occur together. So it's a phrase.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides PG program in digital marketing offered by Belhaven University. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
You will have a phrase match option. In some cases, you want to show exactly what people want to say. Show the ad only if people are searching exactly for that particular one item. One example is, let's say, you have written some article about Dhoom movie, right? Now, and let's say that article is about Amir Khan in Dhoom 3. You very clearly said you want to clearly show only to that particular mention where it is clear that it is about this particular version of the movie, about this particular actors featuring in that particular movie and something related to him. You don't want to show anything which is related to other Dhoom movies, or Dhoom might also mean 10 different things. It need not be a movie, right? It need not be linked to Amir Khan. It could be so many other things. You don't want to show random, right? You want to be clear that I want to show only when it is this exact phrase. That's where you have an exact match. So these are just technique as you type in the word into that and create ads, right? You just make sure that you write in this format. Again, like I said, 99% of you will never do this hands-on, and it is not required. You will not have to think at this level, but this is just for concept, just to remind you that these are possible. Now, the last one is actually the concept that you need to remember, the concept of negative matches. So in some cases, what happens? We will notice that if people have a particular phrase, in their search, then most probably he's not your customer. He's specifically not looking for you. For example, somebody searches for cheap smartphones, right? Smartphones under 5,000 or smartphones under 10,000 or smartphones, low budget smartphone or economy smartphones. iPhone or Apple will never want to put an advertisement there because they know that, there is phone in the word. So it's possible that Google may think it is relevant for me and show that Apple ad. It is a waste of money. So Apple will categorically figure out what are the specific keywords. The moment that word is there, it is definitely not for me. Clear? So that is one thing that you want to definitely stay away from, because it is not going to bring you any value. Then there is a negative match. So this is one concept that I want all of you to remember. Okay. Other broad match, phrase match goes up, that your search engine analyst or agency, whoever will do it for you. But negative match, you should think about it. So sometimes, because you are close to the business, you might know it, but the search engine analyst may not know about all of it. So you can give all the list of negative keywords, which can save you a lot of money in search engine marketing. The next customization that you have available is that when you create this ad group, so if you notice there is ad group and there is one window down where you can add all your keywords. Google also gives suggestions here, so you can just click on this button and keep adding them. It's that simple. So everything is in that interface. But the concept here is that it gives you a standard option and a dynamic option. So the dynamic option is where Google itself kind of figures out, hey, what is the best page to kind of like show to this customer, or what is the best ad to show that to that customer based on the keyword. Google itself kind of like dynamically figures it out and does it. Again, these are usually done by very nuanced sites, like, for example, a 99acres.com or Swiggy, right? If you are a small business or so, most probably you will not use a dynamic ad because it requires a lot of backend configuration and a lot of careful thinking. So if you don't get it, it's okay, not very important. But if it's very important to your business, most probably it's a very highly evolved advertiser for very specific use cases. There will be specific teams who will handle it. But just remember that there is a way that Google itself will figure, hey, what is the best ad to show to this guy based on the keyword? So you may have like added a bunch of them, but you may not also not know which to match to which. But Google will figure out over a period of time and show what is the right one. So it is just a dynamic learning that Google does and kind of does on its own. So this is how you set it up. So this is a very good example for explaining dynamic keywords. Why it's also difficult to explain is, if you notice, it's by definition smart and learning. Got it? So it actually is your use case dependent. By definition is it's that way. So the best way to understand it is like spend some time on the page. It has so many examples within the Google Ads documentations itself. Here comes the last element of it. For each of the campaign that you run, right, after you create the ad, it'll show, this is the initial view that you saw in my dashboard as well. It'll just show like a summary and it'll have all the details that are required. You can click on this more button here, right? And you can even add other metrics. So here there might be these 10 metrics that are shown for ease of visibility, but based on your campaign type, you can add for any number of elements, and all of that will be shown here. So typically what happens is, based on what is necessary for you, you will customize, you'll remove all the metrics that are not necessary and will download, right? And Google also has a lot of visualizations. So even when you get out of your campaigns dashboard and come to the overall overview, it will show the overall health of your account. So let's say if you are ICCI, this is what you see when you log in, an overall overview showing what is the click, what is the click-through rate, what is the CPC. Now, it may not be directly actionable because it's a cocktail of so many different campaigns. When you go down, you will see more specific details, but there will be like an overview. So if you see like very high cost against a keyword, you will have to think through, okay, probably there's something wrong in the way I have set this ad, or my ad is showing up, or there are too many people bidding on this keyword, right? Or my landing page is not good, or whatever I am discussing is not relevant to what the consumer is searching. So there are so many different aspects that will be understood. I mean, that you can like read out from here. This is just like there are an option to do only call only campaign. So even if you don't have a website app also, you can do just calls. This is an easy feature that you can use if you are a small business. All you have to do is, when you create the campaign, after you pick up your, obviously website traffic is not possible because you don't have a website. Lead generation is also not your goal. Your goal is to just get that quick sales and conversion. So typically not even leads, people generally prefer sales because it's just about getting that particular click. This is one simplest campaign. Like for example, there are some ads you don't have to worry too much about. Dynamic ads. Most probably there's someone else solving for it very extensively because it is linked closely to the catalog. There's a lot of learning and there are a number of things involved. But if you think of this is at the same time the most simplest format, which is just a phone call away. So you can just select the objective, just put your phone number and you will get that particular call. See, that will come up with this particular call extension that we discussed before. And we also spoke about ad extensions in the beginning, right? So in the dashboard itself, you will see that option. One interesting feature that you have available in the Google Ads dashboard is something called the Performance Planner tool. So what it does is it will give you like, future results of your search campaign. So it's more like a forecasting tool. You pick a certain set of keywords and you have your current campaign and its performance. All of this will give you future predictions. And how you play around with it is you come to the Google Ads dashboard and there will be an option to pick Performance Planner from the planning tab. And once you are in, you have to pick the specific campaign, and some campaigns, whichever campaigns have some amount of data. So it's basic analytics, right? So for any forecasting to happen, there has to be some amount of data from the past. So you pick any of the past campaigns, and within that, what is the time period in which you have to do forecasting? Now, it's one simplest example for this is just think of some products which are very seasonal sales. Suppose you have ran the campaign in 2019, there was a particular pattern in sales in 2019. Let's say during Diwali, your product was selling a lot. In festives, your product was selling a lot. Now, 2020 has come. Now you're actually operating at a different budget in 2020 than 2019, but underlying consumer trends, interest will have similar patterns, right? Now, based on the new budget that you have or the new optimizations or stuff that you may have done, what might your sales look like? That's a kind of prediction that Performance Planner bring. And it's best when there is some underlying seasonal trend or consumer behavior that you want to tap into. So display ads. So here's, and we have actually shown this slide sometime back in the past, right? So what happens here? I mean, I instead of just telling you guys in terms of like a definition of this, I will try to explain how this happens, how this network was laid out. Suppose I on a website, let's say Umesh puts up a website, and let's say that website is about fitness. I have a lot of content around fitness. I want to now in this case, I'm a publisher. I'm the owner of a website, correct? Um, but I'm very clear that I want to make money from my website. It's not a scenario where I just put up content there for free. There is some way I have to make money. So what do I do within my website? Either on the masthead, which is like the top 1/3 or so of the screen of the first scroll, or on the sidebars, or at the bottom, etc. I will add certain spaces where someone can place an ad. Now, it's not possible for me to just run around, find people who might be willing to put ad on my website and kind of, monetize it, right? So what do I do? I just tell Google, hey, Google, I would like to partner with you. And, please make sure that somebody is able to put an ad on my website. And obviously, you will collect payment from that customer and payment from that advertiser, and you have to give me a cut of it, right? So basically, any website in the world which is a part of Google Display Network just does this, right? They have inventory on their site, and they also get a tool, just like we have Google Ads, and in the past this was called AdWords. They have something called Google AdSense, right? In the past. Now that is kind of like managed through a particular tool called Google Ad Manager. So all the website owner has to do is list specific places on his website and tell Google that, okay, Google, please take care of this banner placement. You can put whatever ad you want there, right? And since that particular placement became a part of Google's network, it is called Google Display Network. Now, although the term is Google Display Network, sometimes you will notice that, rich media ads will play there, right? Rich media in the sense that there's some amount of interaction, there's some amount of animation, etc., right? Or in some cases, there will be like, you will sometimes see video, short, simple video also play on some certain GDN placements. In some cases, you will even get surveys on GDN. There are something called brandometer. You don't have to think about what that is, and that feature is not available to all advertisers. Hence, we are not teaching you in that course. Only some top brands or top advertisers on Google get that feature. So Google is even able to survey on a placement. Okay, and some of you might have taken some of those surveys. So that is basically display network. And this concept of display network is very important. Google has its own display network. Facebook also has its own display network. It's called audience network. So what Facebook does is it wants to show ads even outside of Facebook, Instagram, etc., right? Which are on properties. So they will go collaborate with other websites, add them to their network. So this is an important concept, and you will see various kinds of networks in the world. Just like Google or Facebook has, there are Outbrain, Taboola, multiple networks in the world, right? But why do you think we try to learn Google Display Network? Why is it that, when we are teaching you about the concept, or not just us, in almost every course, you will notice that Google Display Network is stressed. What is the reason for that? Okay, I will give you an example. Let's say Anand starts a company. Anand starts a t-shirt selling business. So he sets up a website. There are various t-shirts. Let's say he lists, certain activewear or something like that as merchandise and sells them on his website. Now, when somebody starts advertising, they cannot obviously think of going and learning 20 different platforms, correct? An evolved advertiser like an Airtel or a Swiggy or the likes could have 1,000 different partners and 1,000 ways to advertise. But when someone starts, They will have to be sure that, okay, I invest minimum time, but I get maximum access in terms of advertising. And I also start advertising with a simple product. Okay. And almost every digital marketer you will find will know at least one of these two. So it becomes very easy to get the talent. Understood? And one more thing is, where does GDN sit? GDN sits in the overall Google uh, environment, and it is accessible, it is advertisable via Google Ads as a platform. So if you have that Google Ads account, you all of a sudden got access to search, you got access to display, you got access to Gmail, you got access to YouTube. So you got access to a lot of not only like various Google properties, but also different kind of ads. You can run video ads, search ads, display ads, everything. So when you are a new business, young business, when you are starting out, sometimes the best and easiest way is to start with Google and Facebook. So you can look around, you will hardly find any advertiser who don't have these. They may have other channels, but they will always have some amount of Google and Facebook at least, right? So this is something that is important for you guys to know. So suppose, let's say you are starting up. So I saw one of you guys were starting up your company. Make sure that you start with Google and Facebook, because it's the easiest to get going, right? You need some help on it. You get help very easily. You can get started without too many complicated setups. You go talk to your analytics team, tech team, etc. Not just marketers, because you need them also to support you in your advertising and marketing readiness, right? They will also have some amount of exposure in most cases, in terms of doing the technical backend setups. Is that concept clear? And why it becomes easy is, so if you notice yesterday when we discussed Google search and we saw some dashboards, you guys might have felt that, oh my God, it's a little bit too much information, or, in this 30 minutes, I have to go through 5-6 different setup pages. It actually gets easier for you, because what you will notice is that same pattern, because it's the same platform. Display ads also are created in a similar manner. There are a lot of similarities, right? Tomorrow you run, search and display together. You have already kind of like figured out that there are so many commonalities. Or you run shopping ads or video ads. There are so many things that are similar that your learning curve becomes easy, and learning one naturally makes you feel familiar with the other. So these are basically those, some on your screen, you obviously have one display ad. And obviously, if you notice it's very clear that, it's obvious to all of you guys that it's an ad by Google, because on the right top corner, you can see this little tag called ads by Google. So when do we use these display ads? And here what we will do is, for ease, when we say display ads, think of them mostly as banner ads, okay? Because 90% of the use cases might be banner ads. And there is one more reason why banner ads are very common, especially if you are a young company or an advertiser starting fresh. Why do you think banner ads or display ads are very common? Just think of this case. Again, I'm discussing Anand's website. So I've already made Anand the business owner. Anand has started selling t-shirts. Imagine if he has to shoot a video film featuring that t-shirt or explaining the features. It will have production budgets, right? The video quality, to produce a good quality video, it might take a lot of time, or to create a large social media campaign, it may take time, correct? But display ad ke liye, it is so easy. You can make it in a Canva, or you can just call a designer, and when you sit with the designer itself, and you can just change what you want to put there, right? Your text can change. So for example, he starts saying that, hey, he has some t-shirts, and all of a sudden there is Halloween, right? And he wants to quickly build a few creatives. By creative, I mean advertisement, okay? The technical word that is used is called creative, okay? So he wants to build a creative, and it's so easy, right? You can ask your graphic designer, and based on how quick the graphic designer is, you will have the display ad ready. So let's say he starts selling Halloween t-shirts, and all of a sudden he creates those ads and puts them out there and realizes that, okay, Indians are not very interested in Halloween, but let's say there is Dashera coming and he wants to put some, and he realized that, okay, I have some Ravan themed t-shirts. Let me just put that up. You know, or he can just create it almost instantly. Given even there is just a graphic designer in the house, you can make it so quickly. You don't need so many different talent. So that is the flexibility that display ads also brings. That's why even apart from all the other reasons, it's good in the mix. So any advertiser should have a good mix of banner ads and video and audio ads and rich media and everything in the mix. But one thing that always favors display advertising and banner advertising as a subset, when I say this, is because it's sometimes very easy to create those assets. Understood? So even when you guys are thinking through solving your marketing problems, sometimes just see if your marketing problem can be addressed by display network principally, and is it a case, and then it is easy to kind of like take it live, right? Okay, so obviously here now, why do you use display ads? Now I'm starting from the fact that we already learned search ads. In search, we were going to people who were specifically seeking information. So Anand will show their ad, let's say the Dashera Ravan t-shirt ad, only to people who are looking for Dashera themed t-shirts, right? So if there are 10 people searching for it, maybe he's able to reach 5 of them or 7 of them or 10 of them through Google ads search, Google search ads. But let's imagine not all people are actively thinking about buying a Ravan themed Dashera t-shirt, right? But if you just tell people that, hey guys, check this out, there is this t-shirt, maybe people will get interested and some of them will warm up to the idea of buying that t-shirt, right? So whenever you have to like build a little bit of extra awareness, it is a good, compared to search, this is something that can get you better reach, much more higher top of the funnel. And one more aspect of display ads is usually it works, and these are just generalizations. Okay, these are not truths. These are just to help you guys get some directions. A great product to promote. So for example, you will see cars, mobiles, laptops, which are aesthetically good. They typically do a lot of display ads. But, let's say a Vicro Vajradanti or Colgate may not do many display ads, right? Because the product is not impressive. Everybody knows what a toothpaste ad looks like, right? They may largely do a video or something like that, right? Where there are like characters and aapke toothpaste mein namak hai. They will do something, some jhol to kind of make it interesting. So that's one, just some generalizations. Yeah. And display ads are also good when, it might take a lot of time to convert a user. For example, think of Bluestone or Carrot Clean. Nobody decides to just buy a diamond immediately. You may have to continuously be present, keep reminding that person, show various of your ads over a period of time. Some of them may like some of your products and might convert, right? So not necessary that display is applicable only to such products, but when your products are of that kind, display is effective. And display ads are way cheaper also, relatively, right? Because you put it out there, it's easy to watch. Video, only some percentage of people are going to see through it. So eventually you end up paying a little bit more, right? But display, you just kind of like quick information right there, right? And that's where it is kind of like different from search. Yeah. And this is the Google Display Network. So when I talk about when Google started, their network over a period, what do they ideally want to do? They ideally want to reach 100% of the websites in the world, right? If you ask people working at Google and ask them, hey, what do you want GDN's reach to be? They will say 100%, right? But not necessarily like all folks sign up on Google. Like one example could be Hotstar, right? It is Disney owned. If you notice, Hotstar doesn't put much of his inventory on Google. So for example, fire up the Hotstar app, look at all the ads you come, you'll never notice a Google ticker, right? So there are some websites which are not reachable, or some apps that are not reachable, but they still have a great reach. Very often I've heard them quote figures like 60, 70%, etc. So there can be websites, there can be mobile apps. YouTube and Gmail are naturally Google-owned properties, therefore they naturally come into GDN as well. Now this is about how do we create this campaign. So how to create a display ad campaign. So we will walk through steps. You will see the similarities between search, and since the pattern repeats, now you will notice that you are able to pick it up much faster. So in the Google Ads dashboard, you might remember we just click on the new campaign button, and this is where it starts. You have seen this screen already before. So last time we started with the search tab, right? The left top most, and that's where we went, and we went ahead creating campaigns. This time we're going to click the display tab, and interestingly, in the display tab you will see 5 different objectives. Okay, so now one more way to also think through about when do I apply display is also just map it back to these 5 objectives. So when you need sales, or when you do lead generation, when you need traffic to website, consideration for your product, build some brand awareness, all of this display can work because those goals are kind of structured into the Google Ads platform already. So can anyone give an example of a sales application? Any business case where Google display ads may have to drive sales? So we will see that when we come to the creation. Here specifically placements will be shown. So why this particular ad creation exercise was difficult in search is because in search, there's very little thing for you guys to visualize. Understood? Yeah. So understanding search is slightly more difficult, but in the case of display, it's everything that we discuss are things you can like mentally visualize. So we will get into those steps, and then you can, then some of this will land for you. Yeah. So at an objective level, so it's the easiest way to think about it is think about this in blocks. Okay. I want website traffic. I go to that particular goal. Website traffic, I'll just start. Sales is, you understood, right? Very clearly, you are driving a conversion. Now, one more concept that I want all of you guys to understand is also the concept of a catalog. Okay, so every website at the back end has a catalog if it is selling something. Understood? So Amazon has a large catalog, right? Or Swiggy has a catalog of restaurants, right? Tata Click has a catalog of apparels and electronics and everything, right? So everyone has a catalog. So it's usually that catalog that websites use to kind of like drive sales. Now, second example is leads. Leads is very, the best example for leads is when a dealer runs an ad, right? Suppose when you click on some of the display ads for cars, you will notice that when you click on it, it might take you to a form where it will ask you details. It collects the lead details, and they will be like, we'll get back to you soon. So the objective there is to specifically collect leads because, you cannot sell a car online, right? As in like people don't click, and then only they will ask you to kind of like recommend that course, right? So there's a lead generation and sales happens later. Website traffic, best example is think of something like Times of India or any of those newspapers. They want to put those ads to like get people in and get maximum traffic ASAP, right? Product and brand consideration, very obvious. So you may have seen when new products launch, they kind of like run some ads, and here it's optimized for visibility. So that is the so I'll tell you what the example one example. Suppose H&M launches a new collection, okay, and they are launching the summer collection. And you might know retail has 2 different seasons, right? There is summer season and there is winter. There are basically 2 releases in countries like India. So let's say they have released a new collection, let's say summer. Let's say when they start launching it, they want maximum people to just know about it. At that point of time, they are not just trying to just drive sale all the time. In some instances, you just want to tell people ASAP because that creates that buzz in the market, correct? You might run some shopping ads also, you might run some sales ads also, that will be also happening parallelly, but there is that buzz creation that you want to do. So therefore you might do some awareness campaigns, right? And when you run an awareness campaign, it is optimized for recall, in the sense that Google will do a number of things to figure out, okay, I don't want to necessarily just sell this to this person, but I want to make that person aware that this product exists. So I will give you an example. Think of 2015 or 2017, when apps like Sirotha or Grow. You guys are aware of Sirotha and Grow, right? They just entered the market. They help you, basically do stock trading, or they have added products like mutual funds also. So when they entered the market, it's not like a lot of Indians were looking to invest in stocks. We did not have that culture 3-4 years back. They had to actually drive a lot of product awareness, brand awareness first, and get people to understand what this is, and later kind of like started becoming more salesy in nature. you know so very often, if it's a new product or you want to like create some buzz, you kind of go through and pick those specific objectives. Now obviously, after you picked your objective, you're selecting, this is just, I scrambled the page a little. Just select the display campaign, and within display campaign, there is an option to run a Gmail campaign or a standard display campaign. Gmail campaign is nothing but the ads that show up in Gmail. We'll address it later. But here, obviously, we will look at the first kind of display campaigns, the usual conventional display campaigns. After you select your campaign subtype, you are coming here and you're giving your campaign a name. And I spoke yesterday about why that name has to have a meaning, right? So you give it a name, and you figure out which is a location that you want to select. So what happens is, you can either you will see an global ad, an India ad, and then you can enter specific location. So if you start typing a location, Bangalore, it will start showing Bangalore rural, Bangalore urban, etc. Right? That way you can be very clear. Or you can say Karnataka, it will start showing up. And thus you select what is the locality to which your ad should target. And in the bid strategy, so don't worry about this right now. We will discuss bid strategy in detail later. So if you remember, we discussed some bid strategy in search. Same way, we will discuss bid strategy in detail. But right now, we will just go with the flow and try to understand what are the things that you do while setting up a campaign. Here, for example, you select one of the bid strategies, which is manual CPC. And if you notice, it's a drop down, right? Which means that you can click off this drop down, see every option, and with exactly on the right side. If you see right side, there is this little tab which says with manual CPC bidding, blah, 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 right? So it will show exactly what that bid strategy will achieve for you. So you don't have to by heart or remember. Just go to the dashboard and it will have that option. And what does that option stand for you? It will mention specifically here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So here, this is the bidding type. And one more thing, if you notice, there is an option called Get Guidance Selecting a Bid Strategy. So you just have to tap on it and Google itself will give you recommendations. Okay. Which strategy is ideal? What strategy corresponds to what product? It will have information there. Next is the budget tab. So budget tab, you put an spend that you want to do on a daily basis. And this is the bid strategy. So I already said that, we will address what are the specific bid strategies. So I will go through each of these strategies. First one, I will give you guys an example. Second, third, fourth, I will wait for you guys to think of and give me an example, right? I want to do a bit of a thought exercise. So one is target cost per acquisition. So this is where for every customer who convert, the idea is to convert maximum customers and convert them at a particular cost. So what happens is, and I'll tell you why this is important. Suppose, let's say you are some gourmet tea online or organic coffee online. So you have your brand, and each of your unit is about 500 rupees. Let's say you sell about 300 grams of coffee for 500 rupees, your premium coffee, right? So basically what happens is you run the display ads. Somebody sees that, hey, there is a gourmet coffee, great branding, looks like it's from particular estate, looks good. They come, click, they check out your product, and they check out. They come, check the product, and they purchase the product. So that's basically an acquisition of a customer, right? But in this case, it might be very clear to you that, okay, if I am selling a 500 rupee product, I should be able to get sales under 50 rupees. If I am ending up paying up 100, 250, 300, I don't have a margin. So you are very clear that from a business perspective, you should get it at 50 rupees. All you have to do is put that cost per acquisition, which is your target cost per acquisition. So you say that 50 rupees looks like a good amount I want to pay. Okay, Google, just help me set the bits such that you get me that conversion at so and so rupees, right? And in this case, since it's a product, I gave you product as an example. In some cases, it might be linked to a video view or a download, etc., etc. But in this case, it's an easy example that's shared to visualize. So what happens? Google will itself set all the bits. So you don't have to worry about it. So you gave a daily budget. So if you notice, you already gave Google a budget, right? You already told Google which is the area location in which you want to run the campaign. So the minimal information that is required is being given. And you have said that, acha, this is what, and you will give more information that comes in the next page. But you are at least telling Google that this is my primal thing. I should get that acquisition at this much rupees. Okay, do you understood the example? Does this mean that you can just put an amount and Google will always get you that, your target metrics at the exact amount that you mentioned? It could be like this. Let's say your coffee is terrible. I'm just giving you an example. Let's say your coffee, it doesn't mention which estate it is from. The branding is bad. It looks like, what you will get from a ration shop. And, you are asking a premium price. If your product is bad, people may not convert. Let's say in some cases, your advertisement doesn't look good. You may have a great product. Your advertisement doesn't look good. There could be so many reasons where that money is not possible. Or in some cases, what happens is when you run this, you will notice that a certain amount of money is getting burned every day. So you will notice, if I put 50 rupees as the limit and I give Karnataka as the location, I get about 20, 30 sales every day. If I have to get more sales, then I may have to at this cost per acquisition target, it may not happen. But you will see that equilibrium, okay? And it sometimes changes also. It will go thoda up and down, etc. But where it simplifies things for you is that you're very clear in saying that, acha, mujhe itna rupees pe conversion chahiye, right? And maybe you cannot pay anything above that amount. So you wait for that particular range of acquisition cost. And if, it doesn't scale up, you start trying another channel, or you start selling in a different, in an offline channel or something like that. But you have figured ki, acha, mujhe itna hi pay karna hai, and you're going. In the case of maximize clicks, it is to kind of get as many people to click on your ads. So here what happens is it will also start showing the ad to people which Google thinks are most probably going to click on your ad. So if you notice, a lot of this Google's intelligence comes from the fact that it knows so much about you. You guys are searching, right? You guys are watching content on YouTube. You guys have your emails, and they see everything. They see everything that you're doing, right? They have your Chrome browser and you're browsing on Chrome. So they know everything about you. Your all behavior more than you, Google knows it. What it does is, it even knows that, okay, who is most probably going to click. Let's say Komal here, let's say she's a big cricket fan. Google knows that Komal is a cricket fan. And let's say Komal hates football. that also Google knows, right? So if the advertising is about anything about a cricket content, right? Anything about IPL, Google automatically knows Acha Komal is the person to go to, right? But if it is about football, Google is very clear there's no purpose showing Komal ads, rather show that ad to somebody else. Correct? So basically it is a maximization of clicks. Viewable CPM. Okay, this one I will let you guys think of a use case where this might be required. So for example, let's say Great Indian Festival is to be announced. There's no purpose, announcing it. Obviously Great Indian Festival hasn't started. It's just pre-buzz creation, right? You just want to show to maximum people at the lowest cost, right? Therefore, you just set it there because there's no purpose optimizing this for sales in this case, because sales though it is not there only, correct? Because Great Indian Festival has not started, but you want to tell people in advance so that they prepare, they get their credit card ready, they plan up what is it that they want to purchase, right? All of that. Next is manual CPC. So manual CPC is like you put a particular cost against the click. So, yeah. So basically you say that at my CPC, every click, I'm going to pay 3 rupees or 5 rupees or something you will set as your strategy. So one more thing is for any brand, it's not like, one strategy, one type of bid works all the time, right? Or a brand uses only one type of bid. It's not like that. Every campaign could have each campaign could have a different type of bid, right? And sometimes even in the same campaign, you might actually split it into 2 sub campaigns and run with a different bid model on it. Okay, I will give you an example. Let's say, let's say you have launched a product in the, let's say there is a product launched in the electric scooter space. Now it's very clearly, there are some people who are crazy after this. They will like click, seek information actively, right? So you can probably run a manual CPC campaign for them, right? Or maximize clicks campaign so that there's like more clicks coming and more people coming on the website, etc., etc. But there can be cases where a lot of people are there who are not really aware about electric scooters. The awareness level is low. So you might also run some of your budget on viewable CPM. So thoda maximum click pe dal diya, thoda viewable CPM pe dal diya, because you actually have like both of those kind of audiences in the mix, and Google itself kind of like figures out, optimizes, and kind of picks up, right? So very often you may have to like sometimes mix match, but you don't have to think about it very technically today. When you know your category, when you know your product, when there is an actual use case, apne aap you will know, right? Do not try to map a bid type back to a use case. Start with your use case and then to the bid type, and then it is very easy. So even if it looks slightly tough for you right now, even if some of you may have, I think most of you got it, but even if it looks confusing, don't worry. When you actually have a solid business case, not a hypothetical business case, it looks difficult when we think of business cases in our mind. But when there is an actual business case, this almost looks very linear. Then even there, if you feel any confusion about how the algorithm works, I'm just scrolling back one slide and just reminding you guys that there is something called Get Guidance Selecting a Bid Strategy. Just click on it and there will be enough pop-ups there that will show you what bid strategy works for each, and it will also have some examples. When you read it, it will be clear and you can select the bid strategy. So these are some of the other settings within display ads. So previously we saw like very generic settings, and these are like more specific settings. There is an option for ad rotation. So what happens is, let's say you have different ads in the same campaign. You can kind of like rotate and show various ads to consumers so that they don't get like bored of it, right? You can schedule it for various part of the day, start day, end day, type of devices. So you can select iPhone, Apple, tablet, etc., etc. Yeah. You can put frequency capping. That is something very interesting. So in display ads, you can say that, hey, per person, I don't want to show them more than 5 ads a day, because otherwise it will get lead to fatigue, right? Or people may get irritated, right? And people may hate your brand, right? Therefore, you can put frequency capping, which is something very interesting about advertising, right? Um, and you have something called content exclusions. Okay, content exclusions are sometimes called brand safety also. So you may have you guys understood what brand safety means? Very often content exclusions most of them are brand safety related. So suppose, let's say your ad is about, imagine your ad shows up on an adult website or a website that propagates hate. Think of your product as, let's say, something to do with meditation, and your ad is showing up on.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides PG program in digital marketing offered by Belhaven University. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
um, you know, a sleazy Bollywood website, right? Bollywood gossip website. It just looks out of place, correct? So based on your brand, so you can have some generalization like content, adult content, content about alcohol, or content about that involves politics, hate, anger, sports, anything. So it depends on your brand. What is that doesn't work for you? So you can do the content exclusions. So you can sometimes exclude kids content because it's possible that the person who's using that website is the kid and not the adult, right? And your product is actually meant for adults who would actually probably buy the product. Kids actually are just using that person's device. So you can do some content exclusions, right? So that's the idea, and they are things that can actually help you, keep your brand safe, or it can save you from unnecessarily wasting impressions on particular websites, etc. Now, obviously, these are the main settings. And when you get into the ad group, so within campaign tree, there are ad groups, right? So within one campaign itself, you can create multiple ad groups. So for example, let's say your campaign is on ICICI credit card. And let's say this credit card has 5 or 6 different features. You can create specific ad groups addressing audiences who like each of those features. So let's say there is one feature of cashback. You can probably focus more on the cashback, put that in an image ad, in a display ad, in the creative, and run it more on people who may like cashbacks, who do a lot of shopping, right? Let's say your credit card also has a feature where you can, let's say, order that credit card home instead of going to a bank for a verification. So you can probably look at some audiences who actually are far away from your location. I'm just going to cancel that example. It's actually slightly confusing. You can probably focus on audiences who seek more convenience, right? Convenience seekers. You will see such audience definitions in Google. So basically within the campaign itself, you could have multiple sub-targeting. So those are basically called ad groups. So when you select ad groups within the same campaign, you can have multiple ad groups, like I said, and each ad group can have a different targeting. So here, if you notice, you have selecting audiences based on their interests and habits. So this is called affinity and custom affinity. Okay. So affinity just means a like for something. Custom affinity is a little bit more specific. So for example, if somebody says foodies or food app orderers, it's affinity. If it's custom affinity, it is it's slightly more specific, like interest in Swiggy or interest in Zomato, right? Now Google has hundreds of thousands of definitions. So how do we figure out what is the definition that we want? We just have to start typing there. Okay, so let's say you are doing let's say you are doing an ad on credit cards. You start typing credit card. Right away, it will show a lot of suggestions which are related to credit cards. Various audience buckets who are classified based on credit cards. Or you start typing banking, and it will have so many different options. There are so many. It's just hundreds and thousands. That's ever evolving, ever changing. So That is the power of digital advertising, right? It will just show you so many different options. You don't even have to sometimes think what are the audiences that are required. You just, put one or two key words in, and there are so many different suggestions. You will get ideas there itself, right? So you have to just select the audience. One more interesting aspect about display ads is you can now, if you notice here, so I'll just give you guys a little bit of time here. You can look at the second tab. Demographics is already set. You can look at the second tab. There is something called content. Just go through the various matches against that plus. So there was one question from one of the students in the beginning about how do you, where do you want your ads to show? Can you tell Google, right? This is like a larger level answer to it. So you can select it based on keywords, or topics or placements. So what you could do is, it's not necessary that it's mandatory, but you can use that. So for example, if your keyword is IPL, right? Let's say then what happens is any website that discusses IPL, your ad could get served there. This is something interesting. So I will give you specific examples with IPL as an example. Okay. Suppose you are selling IPL jerseys. So you want to show your ad to people, or let's say IPL tickets. So let's say you are Book My Show and you start selling tickets. So you want to put display ads and tell people that, hey, come buy IPL tickets. There are various ways in which you can target people, right? One is you just say that, hey, Google, show this ad in any website where the keyword IPL is there. So here you don't have to start worrying, hey, this is a sports website. Is it a news website? Is it, you don't really think about anything at all, but wherever that keyword is, by naturally in those sites where that particular text is present, your ad will start showing up. You can select particular topics. So topic, for example, it could be merchandising, or team, something that involves cricket or cricket coaching, right? You select specific topics, and or cricket reviews or cricket betting, right? You can, or match predictions. So you select a few topics, and whichever are websites that cover certain topics, Google will ensure that it shows there, right? And there is an option to select specific placements also, but we'll sort that out later. One more thing is that you can also, so earlier if you selected a strategy, you will also see what is the bid that you want to put on this particular ad group as per that strategy. So earlier we selected max CPC. That is why in this case it's showing CPC option. So the interesting point is that you can have a different cost, different metric for every ad group. So if you have like 4-5 ad groups, one ad group you can put 10 rupees, the other ad group you can put 20, another ad group you can put 30. That's also a flexibility, different audiences, right? So therefore it'll let you customize the bid that you want to place. When you create the campaign, Google will show you some predictions. It will show you, hey, it's probably going to reach 22 million people, right? That's 2.2 crore people, right? It will show you with the bid that you selected. Since you selected 30 rupees as bid, probably you will get clicks in this range. Your average CPC will be this range. Click-through rate will be this range. Impressions will be this range. So you can play around with that bid. Yeah. So you can adjust it to 10, 20 and see how does the predictions change. So it's not shooting in the dark. Google will at least give you a range. And 90% of the time, the number will be within that range. So these are all the technical setups. Now we will set to specifically designing that ad, right? So what does the ad say? So the ad is the element so whenever you start creating that ad, you will see a preview on the right side of your screen. So There's a short headline, there's a long headline, there's a character limit. So if you notice, short headline has a character limit of 25 characters, long headline has a character limit of 90 characters, and it immediately starts showing up on the right. So when you type, the preview will be then and there available for you. You can put which is the URL, which means what is the landing page, what is the business name that you want to show against the ad. All of those elements will come here. Okay. So suppose you put a URL here, and that URL may, if there are some images, it can pick up. But that's that's based on the structure of the website. That's a slightly technical thing, hence I did not get in there. Okay. Google can also pick up content from the URL that you're putting there. It can you can pick up images that you had previously uploaded, or you can create a fresh upload. All of that is there. Yeah. So what you would typically do is when you plan an ad, you will create all those images with your graphic designer. So for example, in this case, it's, let's say, about exploration and travel. You might go and ask him, hey, can you like make some either download some stock images. So in this case, there's a stock image that's uploaded. In some cases, you might have to download the image and work on it and add some elements to it. You can make him do that and then come in and upload. So these are the different display ad sizes. So GDN, which is Google's display network, can also host those video files. Understood? But when you say display ad, it actually means banner. Understood? So that's where the terminology is. Got it? When you say GDN, although it means Google Network, it can have this. So that's something I clarified in the beginning. Great that you asked again. So now you may have come full circle. Yeah. So for example, we do a lot of rich media ads. So those, they're all animated, moving stuff. It's not even like technically like simple banner, like something will be moving in that element. Yeah. So these are Google display sizes. So these are terminology. So there's something called International Advertising Bureau, IAB. They have set these standards. So, if you don't set standards, what will happen is there will be too many different placement types, and it will be very difficult for an advertiser to create for all the possible banner sizes that a publisher might come up with. So they came up with few standard formats. This is there in the deck. It will be with you. You can also just search online, just saying that standard display ad sizes, and IAB's International Advertising Bureau, their list will come up and it'll show all these sizes. So here it's also almost a representation, a scaled representation of their sizes. There will be leaderboards, skyscrapers, buttons, squares, etc. Now these are some of the do's and don'ts of creating display ads, right? So one thing, obviously have multiple copies, in the sense that, you may have noticed display ads kind of like, are cheap, right? So you can actually like show it to people a lot of number of times. You may have to sometimes, follow them around for quite a long time, right? Because sometimes you're creating awareness. So you want to be in front of their eyes. So but therefore you need to have a lot of variants of your ads. And sometimes you may also have to customize your ads for various subgroups of people, sub-audiences of people, right? Do experimentation. Scale based on the experiments, right? One more thing is also that, you may have seen certain search ads working very well, right? Take that learnings into creating better display ads, because search represents that there is people who have some interest, right? For example, if it says that, let's say, we see a lot of search volume for Pilates classes or yoga classes in a particular location. It is clear that, okay, there's a lot of interest about yoga and Pilates, and some people are searching for it. Now, there might be people who have not searched for it, but because, they're all friends with these guys, there's naturally a lot more people who might actually have an interest, right? So sometimes you can look at your search ads, see what's working, and that might be a good starting point to design a few display ads and test. And obviously, in the case of most display ads, you want people to take an action. So just make sure that you have a call to action button. So see, anyway, people click at any point in the ad, naturally it will take you to the landing page. But we are all humans. We think very intuitively. So if you see a download button in a banner, there is a higher probability that you will click on it. The truth is, you don't have to specifically click on the part where it says download. You can click at any point of the ad and it will take you there. But still, it's important to kind of like have a clear call to action, right? Um, and give as much information like prices, EMIs, things that kind of like drive interest, right? Um, and another thing is also sizes. So some people incorrectly assume that, okay, anyway, it's an ad, so let's go with the smaller sizes because sometimes smaller sizes work out cheaper. That's not always the case, right? Based on your category, based on your product, only some sizes may work. Automotive, you want to show your product, you want to show your car, so you might have to pick big placements, right? But you are in, let's say, credit card industry, so you don't have any photo or pictures of a credit card to show. It is meaningless. What you might want to show is what is a cashback, right? Or there is no annual fee. Such things might be sometimes depicted in small ad sizes, and might actually work out well for you, right? So based on your campaigns, categories, etc., you have to slowly figure out what is the sizes that work. You can't say that acha, big one works, small one doesn't. Generalizations don't really work. Got it? So these are two kinds of ads in the Google Ads environment. There is shopping ads, video ads, which we will see later. Okay. I'm going to take a pause here and going to start with a different topic. Remember, this is not a platform, it is a topic. It's a topic called remarketing. Okay, so don't think of acha, remarketing is another type of ad within Google Ads. No, it is the type of ads within Google Ads are display, search, shopping, video. Yeah, remarketing is actually more of a marketing principle. Correct? It's a kind of marketing that is possible only in digital, and you can do remarketing in various platforms. You can do remarketing in Facebook, you can do remarketing in display ads, you can do remarketing in video ads of Google, right? And I spoke about so many different other advertising platforms. There are other advertising platforms like MediaMath, Trade Desk, Criteo. Don't think about what these are. They're slightly more nuanced and sophisticated. All of them have remarketing. Okay, so remarketing principally means, so you should, rather than going with a technical definition, think of remarketing as this. You got some signal about a user, okay, in the sense that you are not actively seeking out new audience, but you have some signal to identify a user who is potentially a customer or a user whom you want to follow up with. So you specifically know who is the person you want to go after, right? Or go back to, not go after, go back to, because that person somehow came and either gave you a lead or came to your website or, or viewed an advertisement of yours, already, right? So you have some signal about this user. In that signal, it's nothing but a cookie or an ad ID, or in the case of Apple, it's an IDFA. So these are all like the technical things behind it. It's just the identifier that identifies the user. So for example, if it is Umesh, and I have, for example, I have an Android phone, I have an Apple iPad, right? And I have my Gmail ID, right? So when I am on Google, let's say I do certain activities on let's say I go to Amazon website from my, let's say I go to the Amazon app from my phone. I have installed Amazon app in my phone. Amazon app gets my ad ID. The unique ID of my phone is passed back to Amazon. If I install it on my Apple iPad, the IDFA of, which is a unique code of my device, is passed back to Amazon, right? So that's the unique ID through which it identifies the user, right? When it identifies that user, it can also go back to the user with a particular communication. So in the digital world, that is called remarketing. And when, the first when the remarketing came into picture for the first time, it came into picture for the first time in a world when there were only websites. Okay. So you might know in 90s websites started, but apps came later, right? Mobile apps came later. So anybody who came to a website, what happens is, let's say that person's unique identifier is, or some detail is captured by that particular website, and if they show, websites came, apps came, email IDs, so many different identifiers, so it has actually become much more nuanced, but principally that is the easiest, most lean way of remembering what is remarketing. Now, how do we make sure that this is the concept that I spoke about? How do we make sure that we are able to do remarketing? So let's say a web surfer comes and visits your website. You're tracking who that person is, right? You kept some amount of information, and let's say that user did not convert and left. You can follow up that user somewhere else. Not just so he's not coming back to your website, but you can go to other website, other ad placements, and show him an ad and bring him back to your site. This is at the most lean way of remarketing. Instead of website, it can be your app also, correct? But largely this is the principle. And these are the steps to create a remarketing ad. Now here the steps are same, but as what you may have. So you can do a remarketing ad in display, for example, right? But so the creation steps will look largely same, but you need to do some technical setup, additional technical setup, because you are marketing specifically to a particular audience, right? And you have to track that audience first, then go back after him, or tell the platform that, okay, this is the guy I want to go after. That adds that additional step. So here, these are the steps. So you have to first create a remarketing list in Audience Insights, which I will show you. So all of this will be shown later, which is basically nothing but creation of a list of audience to which you want to show a particular ad. So let's say I am Amazon. I have launched a new phone on Amazon, and a lot of people came to that segment where that particular, let's say, Xiaomi phone. That Xiaomi phone, people have came, they've read through the descriptions, and they just exited that web page. So let's say Amazon waits for a week. It will have, let's say, 10,000 people who did this, or 50,000 people who did the same action. They came, they did not buy, they left. But it's very clear to Amazon that, okay, this person has seen and has shown some interest in this product. And maybe if we chase him, he will come back and convert, right? Therefore, it will create that list of audience. Yeah. Now they will start creating a display ad. Everything else is same, but only thing is when they create that display ad in that audience selection tab, it will just attach this particular list of audience. Okay. And then the ad is kind of like shown to the user. So now, how do you generate these audience lists? So within Google Ads, so this is nothing but the Google Ads dashboard that you guys see. Within Google Ads dashboard, same way, there is something called Audience Manager. If you just go to Audience Manager, it has details of people who have visited your website. Now, how are those lists generated? That is technical. You don't have to do it. You just go tell your techies, web developers to put those Google tags, etc. on your website so that these things automatically get generated in your backend. So if you go to Audience Manager, you can basically see people who came to various pages of your website or various stages of your website, right? All you have to do is select the particular audience from there. So you go to Audience Managers, and if you notice, it has all these options. People who visited the website, people who used your app. It even shows people who use the YouTube channel, right? There is an option to upload a customer list as well. So here what happens is, let's say you are Maruti Suzuki, not only have people coming, there are people coming to your website or your app, there can be a lot of people who visit your showroom, right? And then they willingly give you their email ID and phone number, right? Now you can target users based on their email ID and phone number as well, because Google anyway understands email ID and phone number, not just the unique identifiers, right? Like an ad ID, but it also identifies your email ID and phone number. That's why, when you share your email in some to certain folks, you will start getting their ads. All they do is they just make that put that email in an Excel sheet, upload it into the Google dashboard. It's that simple, you know. So so here I'm just taking the website visitors option as an example. Tap, and there, you select visitors of the page, and within that you can select URL. URL is nothing but each page has an address, right? You can either select pages one by one, or you can select a set of pages that have some commonalities in its naming. Again, a very operational thing, but basically mapping people who should belong to a particular list. And not only you get to select the page, you also get to decide what is the window through which you want to keep the ad active. So for example, take the Amazon and Xiaomi example. Let's say somebody came and visited the Xiaomi page in Amazon. It makes sense for Amazon to kind of like, uh, market to people for roughly about 30 days or 20 days, because people generally research and buy a phone within 3 to 5 weeks time, right? There is no purpose going after somebody who came 6 months ago. Correct? So therefore, based on your category, you can decide this date. So in some categories where purchases happen almost immediately, this might be even just 5 days. In some categories, it might be even 6 months, but you can decide that date. And you can even go up to roughly 1.5 years. That is how far you can look back and kind of market to consumers. And you selected the audience and the window. These are the two elements. You click create audience, that audience get created and they get added to your campaign. And not only can you add that audiences, but you can also overlap. So you can basically like add this audience back into your campaigns to overlap with the overall delivery of your advertising, right? So you might already be showing a set of ads to a certain number of people, but on top of this, you add your remarketing audiences also into your campaign links. Now, the last element, I spoke about how to set up a Google site tag on your website. It's very simple. Your tech team or developers who have created that website also knows how to create the tag. All you have to go is tell them and say that, hey boss, put a tag in this particular website, right? Sorry, in this particular page of the website, and they will generate that tag, and that will naturally start reflecting it in your Google Ads account. One more thing is there is a tool called Google Tag Manager that you can use, but you use that, or sometimes the tech team itself uses that when there are too many tags to be placed. So they cannot manually go and place these tags on the code of the website. It becomes too much of a hassle. To make that easy, Google has come up with a tool called Google Tag Manager, or GTM in short. That is something that people use when there are a lot of tags to be placed. Again, take the Amazon example. Every day new products get added. So there are so many new pages getting created. A developer cannot just do it manually on the site, right? There will be a Google Tag Manager, which is a separate tool that Google has built where he can put all these tags together, delete, remove, group them together. All of them is fast. And best thing is it doesn't affect the load speed of the website. So if you code the tag into every page, it can actually reduce the speed of the website. Whereas if you put it in the Google Tag Manager, speed doesn't get affected. Slightly technical, but that's how typically this happens in the backend. Now I will give you guys an interesting little experiment to do. I want you guys to do this, okay? So you guys know plugins? There is something called, so there is something called a plugin in Chrome. So you can just search for Google Tag Assistant as a plugin and add that to your Chrome. So then what happens is on your Chrome, so if you notice the corner of my Chrome, you can see one little element called tag assistant legacy. This will start appearing next to your address bar. So I want you guys to just go and add this tag. After this ads and this little smiley face appears, did you notice the part where I added the plugin? It's very simple. Just search. The instructions are there on the page itself. This is all you have to do. Add the Chrome plugin. This little tag, this little happy happy smiling face will appear on your address bar. After this thing appears, just load any of your favorite websites on your Chrome tab. Next, just come click this button again. You will notice a tag analysis. It will call out all the site tags that are present in this website. Did you notice there is a Google Ads remarketing tag? Got it. There's Google Analytics tag. Various Google tags have been placed for various features to function. But this is a good way where you can get to know if there is a remarketing tag enabled within a website. In some cases, some websites will not have any tags at all, which means that this website is not tracking any kind of conversion or any kind of events, which means that it cannot do any kind of retargeting or it cannot optimize based on certain user actions. Not just retargeting, tags can be for multiple other actions, but there are some websites which are so carelessly done that they may not have implemented any events. Got it?
So social media is very interesting, right? This probably did not exist a few years ago, correct? People start conversing digitally. Now the speed with which you can reach a person, the number of people you can talk to at one point of time, the flow of information, the flow of conversations changed drastically after social media came, correct? And within social itself, there are a lot of different models. And I will take Facebook, which is the most, probably one of the most holistic social media platforms to explain this. So on Facebook, you might talk to your friends one-on-one, correct? There is a private conversation that you can have. Like, for example, there is Michelle here. Michelle could have a private conversation with Rahul, correct? Rahul could share something with Michelle and Manisha, just clearly saying that, Acha, these are the two people I want to share this to specifically, by making a chat group, right? Or all of us could build a Facebook group where all of us could post our content, and any of us could pitch in to share doubts. Or there could be a social media post where I make a social media post, I put up on Facebook, and it's open for the world to read. So there are so many different ways in which information can flow, right? And sometimes understanding social media is all about understanding that physics. Think of yourself as an engineer. When you try to design a solution as an engineer, you're trying to build a model as to, okay, how things work, how things move within this environment, correct? Now think of yourself as an engineer or scientist looking at a social media strategy. Now, when you strategize and try to relate your business goals to your social media strategy, you should try to understand how this system behaves, correct? And then visualize it. Sometimes just thinking like a scientist, engineer really helps in this domain, because social media's issue is that everyone thinks they are a master at it. People, if you go to your local gym also, he will have all kinds of profile. They will be doing everything. They might be using the wrong channel to reach the wrong customer. The customer might feel irritated. Everyone's doing social, but they're all potentially doing it either incorrectly or using the wrong channel for the wrong task. All of that happens because we are not able to we don't understand the fundamental product. And that is a very important aspect. And Google was a wonderfully successful company digitally prior to Google Plus, correct? It was doing wonderful at search, so many successful products. But when it tried to crack one particular dynamics, particular flow of information, they failed miserably, because people already had, let's say, Facebook to do some of those tasks or Instagram to do some of those tasks. So remember, any platform is a summation of all the things that it can do, correct? So like Facebook, you understood the example of how Facebook had about 6, 7, 8 different models.
Same way, all platforms are a mix of these things. So okay, now I'll break this down. So when Facebook shamelessly copies our reels from, let's say, a TikTok, what does Facebook try to do? Facebook figured that, within video platforms, there is this short form content, which is a one-to-many model where people are willing to just share it either to their many followers, or they are willing to share it in an open manner where anyone can see it. Correct? So what does Facebook do? Facebook look at its own system and figure out where is this one-to-many video format missing in Facebook's charter, and will slowly bring in a product that will fill that hole. So this is the overall physics that we are trying to understand. And why do we think like an engineer? Because we want to be scientific in everything we do, right? So I've already kind of like discussed what social media is, and people use words like social networks, social channels, social platforms. It's tough to kind of like define it in an exact manner, but when you see one, you know one, right? Now this is a social media landscape. I don't know how you can zoom in, but it's so difficult to really comprehend this because there are so many different platforms and each of it have a different purpose, a different vision, right? So if you see, there are pure play social network like Facebook, MySpace, Google Plus. We discussed how, they had, I'm just gonna use the annotation, right? So if you notice here, you can see there is the Facebook, MySpace, Google Plus universe. At the same time, there is the Twitter universe, correct? Then there is a Quora or Answers.com or Yahoo Answers. All of this serve different functions. They're all social in nature, but they may have a different purpose, a value, a different structure to the community. Now, whenever you're evaluating any of these platforms, try to understand the basic structure that's involved. So you can come back to this wagon wheel and you can understand where each of this platform is placed. And all of them will have one common set of behavior, correct? So why do you think Facebook succeeded, but MySpace and Google Plus did not? Why do you think that happened? We're all engineers. We're all born curious, scientific, scientists. When we are kids, we are all scientists. Then we forget to ask questions. What we will prompt you is to start asking more questions. So here, if you notice, what happened? Initially, there was MySpace. Facebook came, and in that space, Facebook was better at MySpace, and they replaced MySpace. And Facebook was already so well established that Google Plus could not make a mark, and it failed. Coming to that, the overall point to understand is, the takeaway that all of you should do is this. Whenever you are thinking of a platform, if you start thinking of it in, TikTok hai, usme shorter videos hai, I can share, I cannot share, or I can share to other platforms. Very often we are thinking too platform centric. Got it? But we should think very people centric. Who is the person who is using that app? And when I am, let's say, giving him a content in a particular placement, or even running an advertisement in a particular placement, what is the mindset that I'm speaking to? And if you are able to crack that, half your job is done. Okay, then you will, don't worry, in your work domain, you'll obviously have colleagues, you might be working with an agency, they may find out more technicals, or if you don't know a technical detail, you might actually learn it while you set up the campaign, or you might get some suggestions from the platform itself. But where we should have maximum of our intelligence is in terms of identifying each platform, because each platform might think they are successful at something, but may not be successful at that. They may say that, our platform is awesome. You put an ad here, people have captive audience, they're going to watch this ad with a lot of interest. That might be their plan.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the process of optimizing your website to rank higher in the search engine result pages? A. SEO, B. B2C, C. PPC, D. B2B? Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
But maybe that particular app is not very successful at that, right? So sometimes to have that neutral perspective, we should use these models. So I'm not gonna, so right now, if I start spending too much time on these, some of these apps that you may not be able to relate to, it might become slightly difficult. But what you should do is when we complete this course, which will take about 4 hours on social channels, you should come back and look at this wheel again. All right. Promise me that you will come back to this wheel and spend a ridiculous amount of time on this. So we'll just move on and get into the, this is an aspect. So some of you guys discussed about pages and stuff, right? So this is more of an investment aspect of looking at social media, right? So when you get on a social media as a business, what are the benefits that it brings you? And there also some patterns actually help, okay? Like for example, I'm going to discuss a very non-digital property, okay, to help you guys land this idea. Think of television, okay? I'm not talking even a digital aspect. TV you may have noticed in IPL, whenever you're viewing IPL, what's your habit? If you are a cricket enthusiast, you will go watch it every day, correct? Or most days. So if a brand wants to advertise to you, it's very easy to have a continuous conversation with you. Got it? Yeah. But let's say if the brand wants to advertise on, let's say there are some serials which come only on a Saturday evening, you know, a Dance India Dance or something. There it's not easy to have a continuous conversation because you might catch the user today, but the next time he loves you, he loves your show. But the next time you put an ad over there, it may happen only 1 week later. Got it? That's a very non-digital example. Same way, in social media also, there is this frequency, time, etc. that people spend. And all of these are important factors in terms of determining which is a social media for the right task. Next is usefulness of data. Trust me, like, you know, the more you know about your user, either you can serve him ads, monetize it, etc. Like, for example, when it's Ola app, right? And again, I'm taking a non-marketing example to help you understand. When you start taking rides on your Ola app or Uber app, they start understanding where you live, right? Or what is your price sensitivity? Or how much do you travel? Or what is your attitude towards waiting for the cab? All of this helps them in pitching better products to you. Now that is just one app understanding one behavior of you. But in social media, it probably knows more about you than you know about yourself, correct? And all of this information means that they can either share this data somewhere in a privacy protocol protected manner and make money. A lot of other things are there. I'm not getting into the details because data monetization is a very complicated topic, right? And we spoke about non-disruption. So in some cases, like for example, Swiggy have done a lot of collaborations with multiple TikTok influencers in the past. Very often we make a TikTok reel, which is also entertaining, and all of this could happen. And is it disruptive? No, people are already like following them or reading up so that they get the content they want, and organically a brand is present there. And sometimes it could be advertising, sometimes it could be content, but you can reach them in a non-disruptive manner, right? Can you do this on television always? Yeah, if it's advertising, probably not. But in content, you can do a little bit, not a lot, but thoda kar sakte, correct? Like for example, I could be present on a food show, on let's say food channel, right? Or I can come on Khana Khazana and have Sanjeev Kapoor talk about my brand. And as long as it's not very pushy, I can work with. So remember, a lot of these concepts actually exist even in the non-social media world. But when it comes to social media, it works out in a much more amplified manner or in a much more, how do I say that, monetizable manner, right? That's one more thing that I want you guys to think about, right? Like, unfortunately, in our overall word cloud that we see in TV and media and everything, a lot of conversations happen which are very argumentative. अच्छा ये अच्छा कर सकता है, वो कर सकता है, correct? But when we get to an academic or a student's mindset to decode it, correct? We should not ever ask, अच्छा ये बेहतर है या वो बेहतर है, okay? It should always be, how do we make this work together?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides PG program in digital marketing offered by Belhaven University. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Correct? Or what are the common features? What are the differences? What is better is almost irrelevant because it varies so much back to your objective. So remember where we started from? We spoke about objective. Correct? So even now, one more thing that you should always keep in mind is there's no question like, acha, even is Facebook better or YouTube better? Or even Instagram better or Facebook better? Got it? Always remember they belong to different spaces, and our aim is to see how to make it work together. Yeah. And the greatest skill of any marketer is to make sure that how do I make all these channels work together, and not even just saying advertising in all channels work together. It's about making advertising work, content work. Got it? All of those aspects, and those multi-dimensions will slowly add on, right? And this is the aspect that is listed next. The coordination, the very fact that you can kind of like do multiple things together and it can lead to greater synergies, right? So the sum of the parts is greater than just the individual parts, right? So that additional synergy benefits is something that we can come up. We get a lot of insights on what our competition is doing. That can also help us like really, adjust our overall strategy. Okay, so I'm just going to step into the more technical aspects of it. All right. So we're gonna, I'm timing a little, then hence therefore I'm just skipping in and moving on. So this is the aspect that we discussed, right? We spoke a lot about strategy and what are the strengths that can come through. All of you had an idea. And if you remember when I started the conversation, I spoke about, hey, it's not a scenario where you go to all companies and they are giving you a clean slate to start with. Very often, you may have committed some mistakes, your peers may have, or leaders may have. Therefore, there are a lot of these problems, lack of planning that will kind of jut out whenever you go into any social media role, right? And very often understanding those problems and addressing that is a very, very important factor. But right now, do not worry about, hey, how to correct. Before you learn, let's say, for example, before you want to learn choreography a song and try to understand what somebody is doing wrong, you may want to learn the right choreography, correct? The right steps first. So that's what we're going to do into this, right? And we get into some of these aspects of it, right? Yeah, read through. Take the example of ACO insurance. Are you familiar with ACO? Think of ACO, and for the ease of conversation, I'm just going to limit it into just 3 channels: Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Okay. And how do you think you can define the goals for these 3 platforms for a company like ACO? Now, if you notice, this is the overall strategy deck. Got it? It's a strategy deck. So this is a larger outline of what will you do for each platform. So if you have noticed in how some of you articulated it, always it was linked to how serious that platform is, or what kind of people use it, or what kind of usage, what kind of mindset do they use, right? Or what is the kind of creative? Some of them spoke about short videos, right? All of this, right? There are so many factors while you look at these platforms and clearly say, acha, I'm going to use this, and not anymore, right? And some of those can look inorganic also. Like, for example, let's say you are a health insurance provider, right? And you start using, let's say you are a health insurance provider and you start using Snapchat and in Snapchat, you do a lot of silly filters or silly communications. Now, for someone who handles something as important as your health insurance, do you think a silly, and I'm not saying, I'm not contradicting anything you guys said, I'm just taking, it might work for ACO is in general insurance, but I'm just taking health as a category just to drive a point home, okay? So imagine you're in health category, you go on Snapchat and you have a lot of filters that look unserious. And you are mostly pitching this to teenagers who have the least worry about health, correct? They don't even think about health insurance. Who would realistically buy a health insurance? Anyone who's employed, probably worried about their senior family members, or a senior family member buying for himself, etc. Correct? So very often we also have to see, hey, how will that service brand be perceived while executing a particular strategy on each of the social channels. Second aspect is that although social channels, eventually the purpose is to build a business goal, we should also look at it and say, is it short-term business or long-term business? Got it? Like for example, when you have a great social media campaign from Nike, and let's say Nike starts addressing racism or inequality in their social media campaign, you would absolutely love Nike for doing it, right? You would probably share it. You would agree with their views, because I think most of us would hate, the concept of racism being rampant in our society, right? And we have that love and respect for Nike. Now, will Nike put a ad right below, let's say a CTA button, a call to action button, which asks people to buy a shoe? Why? Because they are doing a long-term brand building. So that's also a very tricky part. So you could have one channel, but even within that channel, there could be various goals that are met with various campaigns. One, got it? Second aspect is also advertising versus content. By that, I will just summarize. Like for example, if I take, a channel like Facebook, right? And you might know RVCJ or Mad Over Marketing. Do you think they're on advertising on Facebook? They just put content, and that content is the hero, correct? But let's say a brand like, I'm taking an example, Uber. Uber comes and puts up a post. Do you think people specifically follow Uber for content? So an Uber ad to reach me an Uber communication to reach me, Uber may have to use it as an advertisement, correct? They may need to go with an advertising first strategy. Whereas some platforms might be in a content first strategy. And when some content is very strong, they may not need an advertising, right? But to create that strong content also may take crores of rupees, correct? It's not like it comes free, correct? So Nike, when it does their anti-racism campaign, might recruit the priciest player in NFL or NBA and use them, right? And it's because they created such an exquisite content. They're able to push without pushing marketing money into it, right? As in like advertising money into it. So all of these aspects come in. These are all slightly complicated spaces, and social media can get confusing. So if one of the students themselves said in the beginning, right? Mark Zuckerberg started this as something for connections, but later he started monetizing it, correct? And you might all have heard this thing, content doesn't even reach their followers, because every follower has subscribed, are probably following 500 different brands. So that doesn't even go into the content. You have to still advertise to reach people. So all of these complications are there. And like I said, in the end, these are profit-making corporations. So they will all try to monetize. That is a tough line to understand. And when we go through some details, you will understand and how these are different. Yeah, you will understand 25% of it from this class, 75% from what you do as a follow-up. When you, like, if you remember the strategy, I spoke about how you have to observe things around you, right? When you observe, when you learn, you will decode that slowly. And trust me, even today, even within my surround teams, there are people who get confused. What is advertising versus what is social engagement-led campaigns? Trust me, even leaders get confused, and that's okay. All right, so we'll just get into this aspect. Now, first of them is defining your target audience. Coming with a definition of, in terms of their interests, what do they want to do? What do they like to understand? Like if I were to take the Swiggy example of talking about convenience to homemakers and families, it's about identifying that family ecosystem, and trust me, it's not always possible to reach the exact person with 100% accuracy because people are also different. They change, all of that happens. But either at age, demographics, psychographics, in terms of where they are in terms of their purchase funnel, are they aware, not aware? There are so many ways to define your target audience. I'm just gonna skip over. That is one strategy. Second is having a strong editorial calendar. So whenever you are drafting a social strategy, it's not only your audience, but just remember the concept of multimedia marketing. It's not about what are you saying or to whom you are saying. It's about when you are saying that also matters. Correct? So for example, when lockdown had happened, imagine someone came with a very celebratory message when we were all afraid and people were dying. You would hate it. Correct? But in the context of a Diwali, some celebratory message comes. You love it, right? So that's why it's important to have an editorial calendar. And I'll give you a simple example. I gave very black and white example in the beginning, but think of any of your favorite brands like Tanishq. You are familiar with Tanishq? Have you noticed when do Tanishq release most of their ads? But if you notice, they're all married to Akshay Tritiya, where this specifically a purchase happens, correct? Yes. They may not even pitch a product. They may just come and talk something which is like a nice content. So in fact, I know a lot of people who worked on those campaigns because some of those guys work with us also, on Swiggy. But yeah, so that's actually very interesting, right? So that calendar matters a lot. Or you may have seen Mother's Day ads. When do they come out? During Mother's Day.
Few days before Mother's Day.
Yeah, April 1st, did you notice? On March 29th, 30th, all this April Fool ads started coming. So that's the importance of having a calendar and marrying your strategy to that particular calendar. And that will ensure that, your communications go live on time, you have a great creative, a creative that, resonates with the messaging relevant for that time. And why this is so important is imagine you have prepared a Mother's Day creative and the production doesn't finish on Mother's Day. You miss the deadline. Can you even launch a campaign?
No.
You will probably not be able to launch a campaign in such a scenario, right? That's why that planning is so important. Now, one more thing here is, I want, now this we are going slightly platform specific. Okay. I want all of you to start opening your Facebook profile, go to Facebook and try to replicate what is being shown here. Okay. A lot of this might be visual. This is just to get some perspective of these dashboards and logins. Sure. All of you are able to order food on Swiggy. Nobody, you want to order veg pulav and, you get lost, or you wanted to order veg pulav, you order in the end up order palak paneer. Do you make mistakes like that? None of you make a mistake like that. But when you started using Swiggy for the first time, maybe 2, 3, 4 years ago, did it take some time to click, or Swiggy or Zomato, whatever? Over a period, you became masters of it, right? So any tool, you are doing the same thing only. So whenever you take an ad live on AdWords or Facebook, you're actually doing a simple bits of clicks, right? And there is a reason why we Indians have this fear of things going wrong. And I will tell you where that came from, right? So you may have noticed these days profiles like user experience designer or UX researcher or product designer are very common, correct? A lot of people are working in this mobile app environment, website environment, and a lot of talented people are in it. But when all of us were just younger and just starting out with any of, whether using a smartphone or cell phone, those days, these technologies were not that evolved. People had not evolved properly. So those days, I am very sure that if you had played a game on phone 10 years ago, it was much more difficult to understand that game. It was not as intuitive as today. Is that right? So most of us, or unless you are 18 or below, most of us actually started getting exposure to these digital systems in a world where most of the sciences were very underdeveloped. So I am using the word, it wasn't intuitive. Got it? So we go to a dashboard. The dashboard, to figure out what to do on that dashboard, we may have to call somebody else who knows that dashboard and then use it. Correct? all the things are almost intuitive. You start using, you hover around, you figure out how to use it, correct? Even if you make a mistake, someone has smartly built a code to question yourself, are you sure this is right? Correct? So the same thing works with all these platforms. Okay, when you start, it might be intimidating. I have started using Facebook at the time when it had just launched in India. Today, you guys go open Facebook, you will see so many different marketing objectives. Whose time that product was not very developed. Okay, you know, it was a much more fundamental product. Even then, it was so difficult to use. But I slowly figured it out. And once it clicked, so there might be times when I have not used that platform for 12 months, but I see my juniors have messed up something. I just open up the dashboard because these guys are stuck, and almost immediately I have an answer, right? Or programmatic. In programmatic, there are multiple number of DSPs. Just like Facebook is an advertising platform, for general media buying, you use programmatic. Do not worry what that is. But if you know one programmatic ad platform, let's say Trade Desk, you can go use MediaMath, Adobe Ad Cloud, any of it quite easily. It takes only 1 or 2 days to adjust. Why? Because all these things have become more intuitive. So if you understand the audience, the science, the tech that is happening behind, do not get worried about these dashboards, okay? Unfortunately, anyone who's about 20, because we all lived in a generation when this tech was also not there, right? It's not like, you know, we started using when we were 6 or 5. Those little concerns come up, but never get worried with any of these dashboards. Today itself, go spend some time on Facebook, and Facebook itself will guide you to a Facebook Business Manager where it will teach you a lot of things. There are YouTube videos housed within Facebook or Instagram itself trying to teach you how to use various features, etc. So whenever you have a confusion, you can literally refer to a video and implement that like to like in your systems. Now, second larger thought that I want to put you guys together to is, have you tried doing a Google Ad certification? So what does Google, Facebook want to do? If you look at Facebook, Google today, it prompts even normal users to try that 2000 rupee ad credit. If you are listed as a business owner, if you have marked something on Google Maps and you're using Google for Business product, it will give you that 2000 rupees and ask you to start advertising. All these platforms want everyone, because more people understand their platform, more people will learn it. Sure. I'll give you an example. MediaMath versus Facebook. For every 100 people who finds Facebook, there are only like maybe 5 people who knows MediaMath. Yeah, but MediaMath is also a very big player in the ecosystem. Why? Because Facebook has managed to convert so many of their regular users into advertisers, which, let's say, some very advertising specific players will not be able to do. So it's very simple. There are 2 facts that I have established. One is that do not be afraid of any of these platforms. Got it? My job is not to sit together and go through and teach you guys Facebook out and out through every user interface, correct? And some of it may need live campaigns also, correct? So you will learn it only when you get there and you see through that growth phase or campaigning phase. Trust me, there are people who may have worked on Facebook for 3 years, but they may not have worked on one particular objective within Facebook campaigns. All of this happens. Got it? So that's the first thing that I want you to learn. All of these are easy and all of you can learn it. You can become all masters of it. And trust, let's say you don't even remember it. You can almost just keep the dashboard open, go find a video, figure out how to do, what to do, and you can do it. So it's intuitive. There's a lot of education. It's free. All of that comes. Yeah. Now, second aspect is the one that I spoke about, right? One, it's too easy to learn. Second is all these platforms want you to learn, and they will therefore make all resources available to you, right? And make it as less and less intimidating for you. So if you have that attitude in mind, all of you can go absolutely kill it. Now, do you guys feel much more confident than maybe 10 minutes ago about this topic? Do you guys feel a lot more confident than the beginning of the class in terms of learning some of this? You can ping in the chat window. So that's the aspect that you have to keep in mind, right? And we're going to just run through a few visuals. This is the first aspect, that of a Facebook page. These are owned by a particular business or a non-profit organization. So this is basically an entity, not a person. Now, what I want you to pay careful attention to is, if you guys have not created a business page yet, try to do some meaningful work on this front. So you might have a friend who's running a business, or your father may have a business, but it may not have a Facebook page, right? Go create that Facebook page. When you create that Facebook page, you will know what content to put, how much information do people seek in terms when they come to a Facebook page, right? All of that, try to do that for one business. This is a great assignment that you can do, and you can even take money for this, right? If you're someone who's good at picking the right stock photos, or you're someone who's a good photographer and can click some photos of your on your phone or an SLR, you can talk to some folks around and set up the Facebook page for them, a neat, clean, beautiful looking Facebook page. Trust me, some of the entrepreneurs may not even know English, to open a Facebook page. You could help them out, right? And that's a very useful activity that you can do. Very easy to learn, doesn't cost you any money. I know that all of you have a Facebook profile, therefore you have created a Facebook profile. But when you actually start this Facebook page is when you start realizing the differences between the two. Can I send a friend request from a Facebook page? Because it's a business. You can invite somebody to come and like it, or people can come and like it. Or one more thing you may have noticed is that there are social media plugins. So on your website, you could have a plugin. So you will notice that plugin. So whenever you go to any website, just search. They would have linked the Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, GitHub, etc. to the website. Now, here one more thing to notice is that pages are typically public. Why? Because I have a page because I want to tell more people about it. Correct? Whereas profiles there are so many privacy testing settings. I'm not getting to explain. You guys are clear of what this is. Now, next thing is the concept of boosting. Okay. So here's one thing to notice. Boosting is actually a subset of advertising. This is a very careful point to note. Advertising is usually very complicated, okay? Because, for example, advertising can be for about 9 to 12 different objectives based on what are the features available to your advertising account. Okay? And Facebook advertising is very nuanced. For example, even within Swiggy, there is one set of teams who are experts at driving installs or traffic. There's one set of team who's experts at driving engagement. There's another set of team who are experts at driving orders, and another set of team who are driving experts at driving brand awareness. Now think of it, it is one platform, but to use it for various skills, you need almost different kind of thinking and different kind of skills because it's such a huge environment. Okay. Now, boosting is one tiny, weeny feature within that entire advertising universe, but it is the easiest for all of us to understand. And most of us, including me and most people I know, started our career, in paid advertising by boosting a post, because boosting a post is easy. So when you have a page, whenever you put up a post, you will get an option to boost. And Facebook itself, like I said, what did I say in the beginning? All these platforms want you guys to learn. Yeah. So they will slowly give you 1 hint, 2 hint, 3 hint, and get you to spend some money and boost a post. There you can set some targeting. So you cannot do too many optimizations there, or you cannot run it like a campaign. An interesting bit is you can set a boost as a campaign also. There's another way of setting up when you start from an ads manager, but do not think about it right now. But boost is a simple tool, which is the first step from content to advertising. Why I'm calling it advertising? Because you paid the money for somebody to see it, right? But none of us can boost our post, profile post. Think of the nuisance it will happen if, let's say, you allow all our friends to boost our personal post. What will happen? Already we have so many wedding albums in our profile. I'm sure some folks somewhere will boost their wedding photos, and then that will become a new trend. Yeah. And some uncle, let's say, who has some toxic opinion on something happening to, let's say, in the society, and he decides to put a post and then boost it. Very risky, right? So that's where, Facebook doesn't enable that to profiles, but they have kept it open for pages. And very often what happens whenever you set up a Facebook page, you can navigate to something called the business manager. Now you will see that in the UI here. Don't worry, when we slide through the deck, you will notice that. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the most popular social networking site in the world? A. WhatsApp, B. LinkedIn, C. Facebook, D. Twitter. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now, before we get into this, just mentioning something that all of you guys know. Facebook pages, correct? So pages could be created by celebrities, it could be created by brands, and over a period, people come and like, and all of us, and thus they build, more and more following. Yeah. And what are the aspects of Facebook page? All of this you might be familiar with. I would request you to just go through it once and try this feature when you get into creating your Facebook page for any of those businesses. Here you would notice that Facebook already wants to be a little bit of a Google with this. Okay. So if you notice, it was Google few years back, which used to have very much detailed pieces about business, reviews, etc. Over a period, Facebook also started adopting those features, correct? So if you go to a Facebook page of a company today, it will not only tell what are the ratings, what are the opinions, what are the feedback, it might even tell you how quickly that brand or business page even replies to a customer. It says replies within 1 day or a few minutes. All of those details it has come to. So there is this tab that you can click. So there is facebook.com/pages/create to create a page. So here you would see that interesting part. There can be posts, there can be stories, pages, ads. And if you notice, Facebook has clustered this in various ways in which it's easy for you to start that activity. Correct? Some of you may have already used fundraisers, marketplace listing, etc. And it is that easy, right? So this is the create page UI. So we previously saw what are the elements that contribute a page. Same way, when you start the work, you will see a preview / like this. See, you will notice that Facebook itself is giving you guidance. Page name, it is telling you, acha, use this particular, it is already telling you to, like, giving you enough guidance so that you don't get things wrong. So just moving on. So this deck will be shared with you, and this has the specific actionables that you can go through. Okay, I'm not taking you through that right now because, for example, if I were to go to a Facebook page and create this, after every click of a button, it takes few seconds for us to even get to the next stage, correct? So it's a fairly lengthy process, so I cannot give you a live demo, but this is how you can set up. And some of the best practices, etc., are already detailed here. Some general guidelines for you to work on the page is already listed here. Sure. And now these are few best practices to follow in terms of content. So when you create for Facebook content, so I'm taking an example. For example, if it is Swiggy's Facebook content, you would always notice that it has something to do with food or delivery partners, correct? Or something that is happening in the market. Will Swiggy share something about, let's say, insurance as a category? Because it's not relevant to us, right? People like stories. If I just simply push some content out on Facebook saying that if I just keep putting content which is very salesy in nature, people would hate it, right? People like stories, people like visual storytelling. So, even in your creatives, you may have noticed there are carousels, there are posts, there are long format videos. There are videos that come in stream, as in like when you start going to Facebook Watch and start watching long format videos, some videos come there only, correct? Or some advertising may come in the middle of watching some other videos. So a lot of these aspects are there. And these are things that, one good thing you can, these are things that you can Google up and learn. But some short summary is added here for you to be clear. And why have we synthesized all of this? Because these are neutral perspectives, best practices outlined for you. To learn what is summarized in this one slide, you may have to probably read 20 different blogs, and maybe some of the blogs could also give you wrong information. So this serves as a little bit of a gospel truth for you guys to kind of like build your learnings on. Then comes the concept of Facebook groups. So there are aspects like, you can keep the groups closed, secret. All of this also have very specific. Now, this is the aspect of maximizing Facebook reach. Yeah. So in the end, these are all just tech-enabled systems. Correct? If Facebook starts pushing everybody's post everywhere, people would hate Facebook, because I would start getting a lot of random relevant content. So it has to constantly observe and increase the reach of good quality content. And how do they understand if a content is good quality? It could be through the interaction that it gets, or it could be from, if people are watching a video longer, that could reach more people, right? Because it's clear that there is a higher degree of engagement on that video. So these are basics that some of you may already be aware of. That's also summarized here. So all the details about Facebook algorithms, etc. are here for you to refer. There is also a paid reach versus organic reach difference. Organic reach is things that you get without paying any money. So for example, let's say Swiggy puts up a post on Facebook, it will organically reach some of its followers. And if the followers start interacting with it, it may reach some of the friends of those followers. Correct? That is usually the organic reach. Or if they start sharing it, it will start reaching other people. That is the organic reach. Whereas if I pay Google a money, if I pay Facebook a certain money, saying that for every impression, for every 1,000 impressions, I pay $100 or $200, either on an auction model or a fixed price model, that is called a paid reach. So this is the next aspect. So I'm just going to slowly move on. This is about advertising. So if you notice, the first half was more about putting a profile, more organic, content-led stuff, right? Now we are slowly crossing into the advertising territory. And you may have noticed, why do we do advertising? Because, it's not like, for example, Facebook has almost let's say if I take Bangalore, Facebook has about 80 lakh active users, right? I could have a marketing campaign where I want to reach as much of these guys as possible. And not all of them may have liked my page, or even if they have liked, let's say maybe 10,000 of them have liked, and in that 10,000, maybe 100 people will see my post, or 200 may see my post. Therefore, definitely to leverage reach, one has to pump in money, and that's advertising. And that's where Facebook brings money. And that's the other side of social media. Now, usually this vertical, when it goes to like, lot of hardcore budgets and marketing, you typically call it performance marketing or digital media marketing or paid advertising, various terms. All of that is, and you may have seen these ads also. So when these come into your feed, they look different from organic posts. Usually you will have a sponsored tag. Facebook will explicitly call out that it's an ad. And the central one, so this is how your typical feed will look like on desktop. So here, this is called your news feed, whatever is at your center. At the same time, there are these other placement also on the left of your screen. So even when you actually set up any ad, you can even pick which of the placements you want your ad to go to. Okay, so that is one feature that you will notice when you set up any ad. Same way, when you come to your page, Facebook will give you a lot of insights about who are your audience, what is the number of page views, how much reach did all your campaigns have, over the last period, likes. A lot of these details Facebook will organically furnish, because that gives you more insights into what is working, what is not working, and get you guys to spend more. Now I'll move into the next platform called platform of Instagram. Okay, so this is the Instagram overview. Obviously, crazy numbers. It may not mean a lot to you guys just looking at them individually, but they are an insanely big product, incredible growth over the years. And you would notice a lot of growth after Facebook acquisition, right? So a lot of the initial growth used to be organic. They figured it's a nice product. And Facebook brought them back into the ecosystem. And Facebook started pushing Instagram through Facebook's channels. And organically, Instagram grew a lot over the years. So same way, Instagram also has 3 different kinds of accounts. You could have a business account, a personal account, or a themed account. A lot of the things that we discussed with respect to Facebook falls here as well. But one distinct feature about Instagram versus Facebook, one very clear feature is that Instagram doesn't have a share option. As in, you cannot share to a general newsfeed. You can share to a person one-on-one, right? Or one-to-many via messaging, or you can share it to another platform. But you cannot, let's say, it's not like Umesh shares something in his feed, like let's say Umesh shares Sunil's post, and that post becomes visible to Michelle or Mansi, right? So that's one primary difference. And one thing that I'll request all of you is that I know some of you may not be avid social media users, right? What you can do is that when these little dynamics changes comes up, that makes a lot of changes to the platform, right? If Facebook started replicating all its features to Instagram, what made Facebook successful may not make Instagram successful. People may find it irritating, annoying. So they would have some features which are restricted. They may have some new features, etc. And how do you guys kind of try to understand this better? Just go back to the wagon wheel. Remember, I showed you a wagon wheel at the end of the class. Revisit those wagon wheel. Try to map back and understand what each platforms stand for. What are the purpose? What kind of apps are they, right? So they could visually have some similarities. Some features could be similar, but the product philosophy can be drastically different. So, and one more thing I want to tell you guys is, all of you should definitely use Instagram. As digital marketers, we all have the freedom to like say that, Acha, I'm not going to use this platform or that. But some platforms are so big that for our job, we have to do it. For example, I'll take my example. I personally have no interest in watching TV. I can watch all content on connected TV and over streaming, right? But so what do? I still pay my 300, 400, 500 bucks on Tata Sky, but I would still have that platform open. So all of us should have that willingness, and personally, I hate Facebook, but I keep Facebook so that I understand every product update. And I also see my ads, how they are like, when I want to see a demo, also I keep them like. So I request all of you to definitely have Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Snapchat, Twitter, all of this, you should become ardent users. Okay, so guys, so when it comes to brand, right? So I'll give you a very insider point of view to this. Okay, when I am, and I don't have to like explain how a person thinks when they put a post. I may just think, Acha, this picture is very Instagrammy. It is, for example, a picture of a mountain, and I am on top of the mountain throwing a random post, very Instagram worthy, and I may just keep it exclusive to Instagram, right? And if I think that, Acha, this may work on Facebook, okay, maybe I put it there. But Facebook may also have, but let's say if it's a video of me in a club, right? I may not put it on Facebook because Facebook could also have a higher older demographics over there, correct? So I may not, so that's my, I may not put it over there because it's unnecessary comments. All my relevant friends whom I want to reach or share this with meaningfully, they are already on Instagram. So for all of us, there are those personal decisions that's definitely there, right? And it works differently. Now, when I'm talking about insider, I'm talking about a brand side. Now, when, let's say I'm a brand, so like, for example, here, I've taken Coca-Cola, Adidas, etc., some of the very well-known brands and their content. So one thing, so you may notice that sometimes some content works across Instagram and Facebook, but there are certain specific formats that may work only in one of the platforms. And Instagram is always, and Instagram ka feed, one more thing is that Instagram may, I follow people whom I really, really like, right? My feed is pristine. Trust me, in your Instagram feed, if you start seeing some pics that you don't like of a relative, you would simply unfollow him, correct? Or even if somebody follows you, it's not like you will see his content, right? You actively should show interest in seeing that person's content, and then only you can see that person's content. Unlike Facebook, etc. Facebook, of course, you can unfollow, but what happens is Instagram people are very selective about what they share, right? So Instagram feed is pristine. So for example, I go to Facebook, I get any random post from anybody. I don't really mind too much. I have accepted that Facebook is that way, right? It's more generic. But Instagram, I want to see beautiful pictures. Even if I follow, let's say, a celebrity I like, but he puts pictures that doesn't really stick with the aesthetics of Instagram, I may unfollow, correct? So that is the general consumer behavior. So when brands post on Instagram, that's when they are most conscious about what do they put out. So for example, whenever I put a video on Instagram from Swiggy, I want to make sure that there's a lot of thinking that went into it. It is fitting that audience, it's a nice conversation. Or you could see certain specific execution. So for example, if you look at the second page that's listed here, right? It's again a food brand. So you would see a grid post, correct? That post actually looks like a grid. And that grid post, and if you're familiar with grid posts, that's something very unique to Instagram. And people generally, when they see even one or two pieces of a big post, they organically understand that there is a larger grid post. So they will visit the page to see that post. So it serves a lot of purpose. Or on Instagram, you generally have, much more urban, young kind of like videos, not, very peppy, young content that you would want to put up there on Instagram. Instagram is easily the most important phase for cool brands, and you can put up stories, right? Instagram stories. So one more thing is that the filters that you have easily available on your profile page may not always be available for brands. Sometimes brands have to pay money. Got it? So sometimes you may have noticed in your Instagram feed, there is a filter that is designed by OnePlus, a OnePlus ka filter, or a Swiggy ka filter, or an Oppo filter, or Amazon filter, where they generate separate engagement and release these filters. In some cases, we may have to pay these platforms to push those filters out, right? Or we may have to co-create. And very often what happens is when there are these large brands, for example, I have a dedicated Facebook service team. I have a team of 4 or 5 people who services Swiggy's brand or media team. And we work with them specifically on this strategy. So it might sound very funny to you, but some of the interesting creative executions on Instagram or Facebook on Swiggy page, idea may have come from a Facebook or an Instagram team only. It may not be a privilege that is available to smaller brands or individual posters, but doesn't that sound interesting to you? So even they work with some of the bigger brands to figure out what works, what not works, so that they can also learn together. So what when Google or Facebook makes an algorithmic change today, a lot of that is also based not only from consumer feedback, but also from advertiser feedback. So anyway, some Instagram content pillars are listed here. I'm just gonna display this for you guys. What I'm gonna do is, so here, this slide, one more thing to notice is that here it mentions usage of specific tools. Now there are certain tools to help us perform strongly on Instagram, Facebook, etc. I already discussed Chorus and Shiko, and that's one very important reason why we should do holistic courses like the one that Intellipaat is putting together for you, right? Because when you go just to a Facebook website or a Google website and learn, it will not give you holistic solutions that can help you look at these platforms from a neutral perspective. Got it? So you will learn about a lot of these solutions in our chat. So for example, now here there are a few posting tips for better engagement. If some of you understand, some of your influencers, you can use this already. I have listed a tool called Pigora, right? Which helps, in picking up the right images. You can try it out and see how that works, right? And some of the other general things that you might already know is already listed here. We already spoke about consistency, keeping right captions, hashtags, a lot of these things have been discussed. And let's come to the last point. Have you read the last point? Here, one important piece is being discussed, email subscriptions, correct? So social channels grow not only from social channels or marketing collaterals or from people visiting your websites. Your first party data is very, very important for you. First party data is direct consumer details that you have available from an interaction with a customer. So first party is basically the brand or the business owner. So whenever you have, let's say if you look at emails coming in from some of the leading brands, very often those emails will have some actionable where you have to do something on Instagram, maybe put a post on Instagram or go and play a game on Facebook with them, etc. Why do they do that? They use that to make sure that the email subscription list adds back some synergy.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides PG program in digital marketing offered by Belhaven University. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
To their social interactions. Cool. So these are some general things. Some of this you might already be aware, like contests, promotions, and best thing you can do is follow. Or I mean, you can. That's why I asked all of you to definitely have an Instagram account. You know, or if it's right now TikTok has gone offline, so therefore keep an Instagram. You know, use Instagram Reels, but also in other apps like Chingari, Roposo, Takatak, Josh. I know you cannot install all of them. One or two, you know, install so that you can, you know, keep a flavor of this. LinkedIn has its own tonality, its own look and feel. And if an article, if a profile has to do well on LinkedIn, it has to kind of like adhere to either a few set of written or unwritten rules, right? Remember, LinkedIn is a place for you to manage your professional brand and whatever it is that you are into, right? Do not think that Acha, in my role, it's not required, or you know, people who are like me or who are in my business do not have a LinkedIn page. Trust me, these days, professions like content creation or being a micro influencer, these are all legit jobs, right? You may not have a Form 16 and a traces document and an income tax filing from an employer, but these are legit jobs. These are beautiful jobs, very respectable jobs, right? You could be someone who is currently just finished your, I mean, currently you're a student and you're still learning. Trust me, there are a lot of wonderful networkers on LinkedIn who are still students and they do an amazing work. I have handed out an internship offer, you know, just a day ago to a student who pinged me, and he kind of like before his MBA had the kind of experience that I was looking for, and then we onboarded that person over the weekend to our team, right? So incredible things happen, and people, and when we get into breaking down LinkedIn a little more, you will understand this. So obviously the scale is very, very big in terms of, and obviously it has various kinds of influencers and you know, people from various levels of the organization on it, right? Now, our LinkedIn page is a professional brand. So if you are a content creator versus if you are a marketer versus you are an analyst versus you are a business leader in an org, you should build out your personal brand on LinkedIn. So when you build out your profile, right? So there's one example over here, and if you note this, he's someone who works in a very digital centric role, right? You can see that he has uploaded a picture. How many of you guys have a selfie uploaded as your picture on LinkedIn, or have your friends posting together with you on LinkedIn? I'm sure none of you have, right? Because that's not the kind of, that's not how you would want to project yourself on LinkedIn. You would want to show a certain kind of, you know, professionalism in the way it's depicted. Ideally, show something that is related to your work. So if you are someone who's more of a speaker, your display picture may actually show you speaking on a podium, right? Or if you are a model, you know, there are professional models or MCs on LinkedIn, and they very often put pictures of their work, you know, when they're actually going about their daily work. If you are a fitness instructor, you could actually have a well-dressed picture in a fitness gear, and you could put it, you know, in the ambience of your gym against a neat looking background, right? or you could be on your welcome desk of your gym and you could put that picture up. All of that is fine, given that caters to the profession and the space that you operate in. Yeah, and therefore your, all the things that are fairly apparent are also kind of like listed here as a quick checklist, right? Making sure that all your profile summary, and whenever you build this, right, LinkedIn will automatically give you directions and will also tell you how it assigns a percentage score to your profile and will tell you, so that if there's anything that you have missed out on, always add your college, degree, and add subtext in terms of what is it that you have learned under, under each course that you've undertaken before, right? One more thing, there is a banner, which is like the space just next to your display picture, similar to what you call cover page on Facebook. Make sure that that image also is something that fits your profile. Either you can make something custom for you or pick up a stock photo, a free stock photo from the internet that looks good on your profile. This is so important, this one segment. It's called, within LinkedIn, there are a premium set of offerings. So these are things for which you will have to pay LinkedIn, maybe about 1,200 to even 3,000 per month. But I would highly recommend that based on your goals, you pay for this service. And trust me, that will pay you back. There's a very high ROI on it. And for the first 1 month, it's free. You get billed only on the 30th day for some of these plans. So you can always try it out for a few days, get familiar with it, etc. And like I said, the premium plans are split into multiple of these options. So if you are in sales, which of the segment would you use? Very clear. You would go into the sales plan, where you can like generate leads, keep a track on them. How much are you reaching out to people? Your communications could be kind of like brought to one tab. Hiring. So if you would notice, there are some folks who are tagged as recruiters. So when a recruiter starts going through your profile, she or he could have a hiring plan activated, and then she even gets differential visibility into your profile. So for example, you can actually job hunt on LinkedIn without anybody knowing that you're open to work, right? There is an option to set that up so that only people who are recruiters get to see that you're looking out. And that means that, it's not a scenario where you let others know, it becomes a public information that you're looking for a job. And within that, you get a lot of information that's relevant to you, right? You could write emails. Yeah. Is there a question? So what I will do is I'll just go through a little bit of this, and then you can shoot your questions. And why we are showing the entire UI here is because, like I said, some of you guys may not be using LinkedIn features at all. Some of you may not have a profile. Therefore, just being very democratic about this, right? A few features you can see already here. And like I said, these platforms are very intuitive. You start, like, for example, you go to a company page. So let's say in your jobs listing, you find a company, you click on that company to go apply for a job. It will also naturally have a feature called add connections right next to it, so that you can add connections who are working in that company. So you can connect to somebody who works in that company, send them a request, ask them for a referral. All of it can be done in just 2 to 3 minutes. That's how smooth LinkedIn is, right? One more thing to notice is that I know some of you are small business owners. Some of you may actually be handling the company page of your firm as well. If you are in an HR or you are in admin, etc. So that's where one more thing to notice. You could have a personal profile as well as a company profile. Personal profile is just like your Facebook profile, and company profile is more like a Facebook page. Yeah, you have seen how that is different. Some of those similarities kind of carry through. Now, once you have the company page, it could help you do a lot of things. One is, you know that a lot of job seekers actually look at your LinkedIn.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the process of optimizing your website to rank higher in the search engine result pages. A. SEO. B. B2C. C. PPC. D. B2B. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Company page naturally, right? When they try to like apply for a job or check for reviews, etc. Right? It could also be a wonderful way to connect with your with the company's employees. Now, it's natural that if I'm a Swiggy employee or I'm an Ola employee, I'll follow the company page too, right? And when the company puts up a new article, let's say if it's on efficiencies of tech-enabled food deliveries, or let's say if it's about a new funding round, I would also share it, right? So naturally, it's also one way to kind of like multiply the PR, make each of your folks, each of the employees a spokesperson for the brand as well. And here in this, to make it easy for you, we have, when we share the deck with you, you will find that all the steps that you have to follow to create company page, how to set URLs, what are the best practices to follow at each segment, all of that is updated here already. So we have also like spent some time on this while working on Facebook, for example. So if you notice, it's a very similar flow. And that's why social media, like I said in the first class, is very intuitive. When you start using it, the platform, the websites, the product itself will teach you how to go about your work. And this is about company page creation, right? So here it's in the company page creation, you can see how an about us column is written down. This will help in better search, right? Better search optimization. You could list, and anyone who comes to your page can see the jobs that you have listed, more details about your company. If you've shared a recent article, that goes there, etc. One more thing is that a LinkedIn page is a great place for you to release high quality content. So suppose, let's say you're Adobe, you know which domain that Adobe operates in. LinkedIn articles we discussed about, right? So these articles are basically, and if you remember, one of us spoke about releasing blogs or articles on LinkedIn. It's the same thing, yeah? Now we're going to switch from LinkedIn to Twitter. Now I am aware that we have certain timelines to do, so I keep exactly 30 minutes for LinkedIn. Do you know how many active users are there for Twitter in India? Okay, one question. How many of you get confused whenever there are these large numbers to be quoted? Like how many millions of users, billions of users, or how many people watch a TV show? When these large numbers come, how many of you get confused? There are some numbers that you can like keep in your head, right? And use them as reference points whenever you are doing these associations, right? And trust me, when we are marketers, an understanding of the scale is the most important skill. So imagine somewhere you go and instead of saying crores, you accidentally said millions, correct? Your numbers could be so off that the person at the other end could think you're bluffing, right? And trust me, so when people are young in their careers, it's not always easy to get a grip on these numbers. But what happens with us humans is as we get older, we tend to become very good at these large numbers because we would have used them in so many different contexts, in meaningful contexts where we are the on, right? So here's the thing, India has about 140 crore people, about 100-ish crore you can take as a number of people who are 10 plus years old. Got it? So India is a country of 100 crore people. And I said 100 in terms of people who are, let's say, 10 years or 12 years and above. So now, for any of these platforms, if you have a percentage number in mind, you can map back to this population and say, hey, how many users in India might be using it? So for example, Facebook, now one more thing is that in that 100 crore, there is a subset of users who are digital users. Does all these 100 crore people use digital? Do they use social channels or digital channels? Anyone who's like above 45 years of age, some of them do not use digital channels, right? There are people above 80 or 70. I'm not generalizing, but you would see that they use internet less than the younger guys, correct? Same way, in you go to an extreme rural India, the percentage of users who use digital channels, whether it is social, video, payment apps, e-commerce, all of that comes down. Not saying that's non-existent, but it comes down a little, correct? So in India, in this 100 crore people, about 60 crore of them uses internet on a day. Just follow this platform called IRS. Sure, it will always give you numbers of digital users across various cuts. Now, even within digital, there are so many sub-universes. Sure, there could be payments, there could be social media, there could be e-commerce, internet banking, correct? So whenever you want size of any of this, you can go to this. And this is the most comprehensive, more technically sound accepted study in India. Yeah. So here numbers you can't refute. And then you can use those bases to estimate the size of various audiences. So for example, Twitter, in terms of almost daily active usage, has about close to 1 crore users in India, which means that in this 100 crore population, only 1% of use them on like a daily basis. But that's okay. It's not a bad number, correct? Because these are thought leaders or celebrities or, you know, the most digital savvy guys. You may probably don't have your parents using Twitter, correct? So that costs Twitter a little bit of reach, but the people who are on Twitter might be very high on engagement, right? So one more thing that I want you guys to remember are terms like DAU, MAU, and WAU. What are these? Break it down for you guys here. This is basically daily, weekly, and monthly active users. Okay. So whenever we are looking at any platform, right, we can't just say active users. It may not mean anything. I'll give you an example. Amazon. How many times do you think you fire up Amazon a month? But Facebook, you might be firing more often, right? So for a Facebook, a DAU might be most important, correct? But do you think an Amazon will worry too much about their DAU? No, they may need a weekly usage, correct? And within that also, you may need certain patterns. So let's say you are Times of India and Times of India is a mobile app. You want the user to read you every day, correct? Because you are fundamentally a news publishing platform. So if he is not firing you up on an everyday basis, he's probably getting his news from somewhere, correct? So not only are active usage important, but DAU, daily, weekly, and monthly active numbers are very important. And there are a lot of technology platforms who get you those numbers, so don't worry about it. Like you can just search online, and most often it will push to that source. So for example, if you want to understand Amazon's daily active numbers, just type it in somewhere on the internet, you will find it. If you ever need to use those numbers. Got it? So one, I spoke about how to get an understanding of scale, right? In terms of breaking down India's population, where can you find various numbers? Second, I spoke about various dimensions of active usage, right? Daily, weekly, and monthly. And these are very, very important because when you actually get into your line of work, when you get into a media planning or use of a platform, these numbers actually help you a lot. So coming to Twitter, how many of you use Twitter here? So if you would marry back to the numbers that Twitter has, it has only like 1 crore daily active users. But very often Twitter pe jo bhi dala hai, it's like this 100 crore Indians will get to know. How does that happen? So here's the interesting bit. What happens with Twitter is that when you release something on Twitter, although Twitter has only this 1 crore daily active users, these are mostly folks who are professionals who work in the content space, campaigning space, very active folks who are very active on other social platforms, etc. Correct? So what they will do is they could start putting this up on blogs. So you may have noticed that the Twitter may something interesting goes up, and let's say a social samosa or mad over marketing, yeah, or an RVCJ picks them up and puts it on their Facebook page. So a lot of things that start on Twitter start propagating on other channels as well, and that's something very important about social channels. So even if and very often it's not even like a direct share or a share from a plugin. People may even take a screenshot and put it, or might just re-articulate, write it like a content and share. Correct? So that's also one factor. So sometimes a social media platform's impact need not be measured by what their active users are. Facebook has about 40 crore active users. Twitter has only 1 crore. Does that mean Twitter is only 1/40th as powerful as Facebook? No. It could almost be as powerful as Facebook based on the context. So those are very interesting things that we should all remember when it comes to social marketing. Sometimes it's great to understand numbers. Like I said, you have to understand that number with respect to India's population, digital population, and if it's the case of world, you look at world population, world digital population, etc. And cut it at a DAU, MAU, VAU level, WAU level when required. I said when required because it's about when do you use those metrics. And still, we should have the oversight to remember that any of these platforms can actually be way bigger than what is the actual reach on that platform, in terms of daily active users or weekly active users. Mentions, mentions, retweets, direct messaging, all of that are things that you have already familiar with, right? And again, it's just a bit like Instagram in the sense that you follow somebody, that doesn't mean they will follow you back immediately, right? Next is the concept of hashtags. We discussed this a little bit while discussing Facebook. Someone had a question on hashtag and we discussed this. So hashtags are actually ways to index. So what does the word index mean in digital? Indexing in digital basically means where you use some identifier to tag one activity to another, right? So a hashtag works as an index, and the first person to use, this is an interesting point, is Chris Messina. You know this actor. You've seen this in across movies, but he may not be very, he's not an A-list actor, but he's the guy who kind of started using this hashtag. I mean, he's known to be like the first person to use hashtag. Cool. So hashtags, I think you guys know it, right? Very often, and I'll give you a bit of an insider point of view again, as in terms of how brands use hashtag. Like for example, if Swiggy were to do a social media campaign, right? We would want that to one, trend. Two, we should have some common thread to measure, right? I have put some money into a campaign and there are people talking about it on social, and I should get some amount of volumetrics about it in terms of how big it is. For all of that to happen, I would require a method, and that method is hashtagging. And I will also try to come up with a hashtag that's unique. For example, let's say Swiggy decides to have a Mother's Day campaign. Okay. Will Swiggy use a hashtag like #Mother's Day?
Yes.
So if I have a particular campaign, will I use #Mother's Day? I would find out some way where it can be related to my campaign, right? For example, it could be about something that is known to Swiggy, right? I mean, that is closely associated with Swiggy. So one could say that Asha, mother's food is the best, tastes the best, or that's the best form of food anyone can have, right? It could be something related to that. I could build a hashtag around it so that hashtag is something unique and that only Swiggy has used. Then only I will be able to segregate the various other noise and help and actually get an understanding of how much my talkability the campaign has created. But it doesn't stop me from using other hashtags. It will slightly act as a dilution, slightly act as an amplification also. But I could use a generic hashtag also along with it, right? But again, it could, based on context, it could dilute or amplify. So one has to be very wise about using it, right? So when you make those hashtags, a lot of people make a lot of hashtags which do not mean for anything, right? If it's too generic, it doesn't mean anything. So if your hashtag is something like Monday Blues, doesn't mean anything because any people in any category could be using that and it may not mean anything, correct? So one more thing is that, Instagram mein hame pata hai, when we start using a hashtag, we'll put 40-30, correct? There was even a time when you could actually copy paste hashtags. Uske baad kya hua? Swiggy, and now Instagram doesn't let you copy paste hashtags. I mean, since a few years, and you have to like individually type it in, right? So So all these things are there, and each platforms have specific behavior. In Twitter, it is important that you only have limited hashtags. It's also a function of how short the content space is for you to post something, right? One more thing is to latch on to the trends. Like for example, if today there is an IPL match between SRH and between Sunrisers Hyderabad and Kolkata. If you talk about this match and you share a point of view on your cricket, there is a greater chance that your tweet may reach more people than, let's say, you're talking about a match that happened on Friday, right? So all of this relevance factors, trend lines about what people are going to talk about will really help you kind of get more mileage. And trends is a terminology that is common on Twitter. So if you fire up your Twitter app, and I request all of you to install Twitter on your phone, and when you scroll, you would see something called trends. And one more thing to notice in trends here is that is trends dependent entirely on volume of people talking about it? Now, one more aspect here is that now imagine a world where trending is entirely dependent on volume. What could happen is that the topics of from more populous countries like the United States, India, could just always trend. And is that a good thing? Or or what could happen is very international topics could trend, right? And things which are regional, local, will get suppressed. So what has Twitter done is also that Twitter has also mapped out various regions, right? So it tries to give you a regional flavor as well. So in your trends, you would also kind of see things that are trending more in your local digital population or regional or national digital population and not just international. So that's how you would see. That's why, like, for example, if Amazon Prime Video launches a regional show, right, let's say for Karnataka or Kerala, they would really work hard to make sure that it trends regionally also. Sure. So that's another aspect. And we discussed this while discussing other platforms as well. Localization is important. So it's not like, what is locally a hit in Mizoram, India will be shared with Kabul, Pakistan. No, but they have figured out where it is relevant, and all of that comes into the mix. And this is also very important from a marketing point of view or from even organic social growth point of view, right? Because otherwise it would sideline a lot of these regional local brands or conversations. Something that I always look forward to is how updated this person is, how close to pop culture. Pop culture means popular culture is this person. Now, this doesn't mean that this person has to be a social media bee and has to be super active on all platforms and be an opinion leader. No, but it always helps to be updated. When you are a marketing manager, when you are in business, if you're updated. So I spoke, for example, Simran yesterday spoke about how she observed something very specific to Instagram and how it was important to her business. Now, this is very important. It shows that she is competitive and she's someone whom you can bang on to do the right decision, make the right decision based on trend lines in her line of work. So this is very important that you are active on all of these platforms because it's just part of our profession and a part of our growth, right? You will see what's updated, what's popular trending, right? Let's say you latch onto a trend that already is outdated. You might actually look like a little bit of a jock also. If you are someone of position of power. So I'm not saying as an individual person, let's say you might remember, there was the ALS bucket challenge, a very noble initiative. You take the ice bucket challenge and you donate money to ALS. Trending, literally everybody is doing it. And that trend dies down. 6 months later, Hrithik Roshan decides to do the ALS bucket challenge. Now, is that a noble act, what he did? It definitely is, because he's donated money. He's done something really, really nice. There's no negative aspect of it. But people trolled him so much that he was actually a Twitter trending topic for that day. Because, you did something after it's out, it was really outdated. Now, brands also make this mistake. You could be working in the social media team or marketing team, and you picked up something which is outdated. And that can happen if you are not active on social platforms. So we discussed a bit about profile. Now, some best practices to improve the engagement of your tweets, right? And Twitter is a very important part of content marketing strategy. So for example, when I spoke about even companies like Oracle, Salesforce, Adobe, they also not only like launch stuff on LinkedIn, but the same time you would see the same content released on Twitter as well, because from there also a lot of people pick up this content that they share. One more thing that has also happened across social media over the years is that nobody likes just text. Everyone wants more imagery, interactive imagery if possible, be interactive videos, and all of those general truths apply for Twitter as well. Having pictures, videos, all of that, gets you get much more and much higher engagement. We have also listed something called power words. These are things that helps you, compose better tweets and get more mileage behind it. And you can click and see when the deck is shared with you. And one more interesting part is tagging relevant brands. So you may have seen social media banter on Twitter, where let's say Netflix puts out a tweet and tags and all hours, and then all hours they give response to it, right? So when these brand conversation happen, whether they are from different categories or they are competitors in the same category, that also helps increase mileage, right? So, I mean, Netflix may put out a funny tweet. Yeah, okay. I would just look at it and say, oh, wow, nice, funny. Swiggy may put out a funny tweet and I may say, okay, good. Swiggy's put out a funny tweet. But imagine these two brands becoming more like people and start having a chatter with each other, right? It is much more interesting for you to follow that conversation, correct? Think of IPL. So you may have noticed Rajasthan Royals tweet out a lot. How many of you have noticed Rajasthan Royals tweets? Yeah, so I'll just go with the IPL example. So IPL, you may have noticed each of these teams taking dig at each other, making fun of another team member getting injury, things like that. And that really adds a lot of spice to the conversation, right? And a lot of those social media marketing is also about smart copywriting, so smart content writing, good design, and then making that content work for you. Now, the second one that Simran took, for example, is BMW versus Mercedes. Trust me, it's a marketing war that has been on for decades. You will see a lot of this advertising where there is Audi going against Jaguar, Jaguar going against BMW. Even in the social world, some of these fights that used to happen offline in traditional world would happen on Twitter these days. One more useful feature is polls. You will see polls in LinkedIn also. Facebook also has this feature, right? Now we discussed the content-led part, more organic part. Now the next comes advertising. So just like if you look at any brand, they have also picked and chosen the battles.
They have.
So marry back to your goals, what you stand for, and you put finite number of effort. And each of them could do a different role also, right? So that's my short answer. I'll just skip over to, because we are slightly running late. Obviously the discussion quality was very high and a lot of you guys pitched in. Thanks for that. So, but we'll just make a time check and make a move. So one is, now we're getting into Twitter ads, which is basically advertising on Twitter. Okay. So I'm not going to spend too much time on this. There are a few case studies which you can go through, right? And here you can just go to their particular Twitter page to also see how they have done these executions. And there are some executions, for example, what Coca-Cola does is they kind of like come back with certain campaigns year on year, right? And you would also see that it also goes in sync with what they do on traditional channels, for example, what they do on TV. So it's a pure case of an IMC, integrated marketing. There is a Hootsuite case study as well that are linked, right? So this is more of a business case study, right? Because we will come to what Hootsuite is later in the presentation. So you will get to know what they stand for. So you can revisit the deck after getting to know what Hootsuite is. Now, coming to Twitter. So Twitter also gives you a lot of ways to promote. Not all of them are pure play advertisements as such. Okay? Not all of them will look like advertisements. There are promoted tweets, trends, etc. that you can use. So when you actually go to the your Twitter feed on your app, you would notice this little tickers. Notice it says promoted, right? And here I have already called, here we have already called out what each of these are. I would request you to open your account or start your account and following this and try to understand each of this. Sure, each of this is called out. Same way, you can also run pure play advertising on Twitter. So these are more like semi advertisements, you could say tweets or trends, but there are pure play advertisement setups also. So here, if you would see, you can, if you remember, I spoke about various objectives on digital. Like for example, this page may have 9 or 12 different objectives on Facebook based on the kind of account that you have, right? A different number of objectives on YouTube. So each platform defines these objectives slightly differently, but you can start with your objective. So go to that ads.twitter.com account of yours, click what is the specific objective that you want. So this is how people create various campaigns. Got it? It's so easy. You start with your objective. Why? Because it's always your business objective that translates to advertising. It starts with your business objective. Then you get into the details of giving your campaigner name, setting certain budget. You could have a daily budget. You could have a total budget. So these are all things to, you could do a scheduling, right? And you can also tell them what to optimize the conversions for. Like, do you want to show it to people who may click more, convert more? All of those optimizations are possible. You can create certain bidding strategies also. You want to say that, Acha, for this particular task, I'm going to give 5 rupees per. Or you could say that, Acha, I would let the Twitter tool itself decide what is the bid. So all those typical features of advertising campaigns are possible. And trust me, if you have familiarity with a Google ads or a Facebook ads, familiarizing Twitter ad is very simple. Now, one more little, and all your demographics you can pick. The audience itself, it will show you certain recommendations while you set up your audience. So it's not like you will be completely lost in the dark. And you can always correlate the audience sizing that Twitter shows you. Like for example, I spoke about how much active users are there on Twitter, correct? So naturally, this audience size that it will show will be lesser than what a Facebook or YouTube could show. But you can correlate with the overall size of audience that you want to reach, etc., and start working on. Now, a bit of insider information that I want to give is typically Twitter is pricier than Facebook, okay, or Google Ads. So Facebook, Google Ads are more massive platforms, whereas when you come to Twitter, LinkedIn, they're usually much pricey because you usually kind of have a guarantee that any impression is served to a more quality audience or people who are in more serious modes of consuming content, right? Or are analyzing things which much more attention to detail while some content is pushed to them, right? So that's the reason why they are pricier. And you can always upload lists. So if you have like an audience list, yesterday we spoke about, building your first party list. You can upload that first party list, which is your consumers, etc., and run advertisements on them. But it has to be a minimum size. Most small businesses cannot run this because if you want to run this, that audiences have to be at least 2,000, 3,000 members in size. So usually it's these bigger brands who do these advertisements where they upload lists. Same way, another option that you also have is to target people who come to your website or come to your app. And that's usually made possible by certain integrations that you do with Twitter on your website or app. So this is remarketing. So the remarketing is basically following up a user who have already visited your website, etc., to kind of like either close that sale or ensure that conversion happens. And in retargeting also, there are certain best practices that you can do. Like for example, someone who has visited your website and they have landed to a specific landing page within your website. So there might be some people who came and looked at one particular category within your website. Like think of yourself as Amazon. Somebody comes and test out, let's say check into automotive category, right? And let's say they go to riding gear or protective gear. So you want to show them ads which are relevant to where the page that they visited, correct? So that relevancy is very important. Second is exclude past conversion. So you may have also run, these are general principles that apply across platforms. Like for example, and it's even more important on Twitter because even here people are even more
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the most popular social networking site in the world? A. WhatsApp, B. LinkedIn, C. Facebook, D. Twitter. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Selective about what they see, right? And if the user has already made the purchase, there's no purpose marketing him to him again, right? So all these general principles kind of apply on Twitter as well. And Twitter also has an analytics dashboard. When you go in, you will find all the inputs coming in from Twitter in terms of, working, helping you figure out your advertising in a much better manner. So we come to this platform called Quora, and Quora is the new Yahoo Answers. Can you guys tell me why Yahoo Answers was in the news recently? Yahoo Answers was in the news recently. So Yahoo Answers has been, obviously Yahoo used to be a technology giant, and over a period it has kind of died out, and they are shutting down Yahoo Answers. And Quora is kind of like taken the place. And why we have put Quora here is just to give you a slight overview about some of these niche platforms. Quora is more of a place for you to get answer to a question. You have a very specific question. For example, let's say you are thinking about migrating to Middle East. Let's say you want to go to Dubai. You want to understand something specific about Dubai, right? So if you just go to a YouTube video or Google search, you may not get a very specific answer. But here you can ask very specific questions with its nuances, and you can see who is answering your query, right? And there would be someone who would come in and give you a very specific answer. And Quora used to be a very high quality community in the past, guys. Like there used to be like engineering, academics, people would discuss theory of relativity there. But over a period, it has become slightly more massy, and now people put all kinds of shady questions over there. Unfortunate, but that has happened to Quora. And why Quora is slightly more niche. So it's not trying to do anything and everything that other platforms are trying to do, right? It is working in one little space, and it's quite big in that space. And there are even options to advertise on Quora as well. You can have a good personal profile, or if you're a small business, you could have your business come in and talk about, you could come and talk about your business on Quora. Like for example, here there's a question: Snap Engage and Olag, which is better? Now that's a very specific question in the case of SaaS software, and you can see this person called Joel has come in and answered over here. Now he has a personal profile, and he's the CEO of another tech company. Now this brings in more validity to his profile, right? So again, Quora can be used for marketing. It has some analytics tools which will help you understand how your content and ads are performing. Now, closing on a few bits. So one of them is the need for social media management. So when we discuss, you may have realized it's a nuanced space. Making all of this work is a very daunting task. So very often, big brands have dedicated social media teams, who would work on figuring out how to navigate this maze. So few platforms that you can always use to manage all of these platforms together. Like, one of the questions was, hey, I have only finite energy, finite time. How can I manage so many number of platforms? So one of the suites that can help you use is called HotSuite. So HotSuite lets you build content and handle multiple accounts at the same time. Right? So it can help you post on various platforms at the same time. It could be same content or variations of content, but it lets you handle all of that from one dashboard. And also it will have multiple access. So I don't know how many of you are familiar, but in companies, when you work for organizations, there will be various degrees of access, like admin, editor. In some cases, there would be some people who can view campaign analytics, but cannot edit posts, right? So various degrees of permissions, all of that is set. So That's where it is important. So for example, here it shows how Facebook, Twitter, feeds are all coming into the same spot. You can, I would recommend you to go try Hootsuite for some time. There is a free plan available. You can link various pages and try. All of this is self-explanatory. And this is also one good way you can get yourself familiar to these dashboards. Start going to all of these platforms, take free trials, get yourself accustomed to it. Especially, I remember when we started, we spoke about how some of us could actually feel intimidated, when we see so many of these dashboards, etc. But this is one very good way you can kind of like work out various things together. Very simple. It will help you manage hashtags, a lot of various pages, etc. There are certain tools that can help you understand what's going on in generally across platforms. Like for example, Twitter. What you see in your feed could have some amount of customization to you as a person, right? So if you want to understand, hey, what is the general noise that's going around, you may need a tool, and Nexology is something that can help you with this. Now, one more aspect here is that if you notice,
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides PG program in digital marketing offered by Belhaven University. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
when I, let's say, explain a Hootsuite to you today, I'm not trying to discuss 3, 4, 5 different competitors of Hootsuite. You know why? Can you take a guess why? Now, what happens is that the moment you start putting one of these website names and start searching, start going to their website, your activity is tracked on the net by Google and Facebooks of the world. Correct? They will automatically start feeding you these advertisements. Trust me, when you try these apps today, spend some time on their websites, show that natural interest, internet itself will teach you the rest. So what I'm trying to do is also that make your LinkedIn, Google search feeds work in a particular manner by getting you to work on certain tools and topics. Naturally, all the competing tools, advanced tools will start coming in your feed. Got it? Very easy things these are. And within that also, what happens is various of these platforms will have sub-platforms under them, like audience. So audience with a different spelling under Hootsuite is an example. It will help you with certain campaign management, monitoring, etc. So like again, I said, you need not be a master of anything these days, as in the sense that it's not like, you don't know how to use Twitter and you will not be able to do Twitter advertising unless you spend like a month on it. No, sometimes you can just go start with step 1, step 2, step 3. There are so many platforms across the world that could help you, help give you inputs, give you optimizations, and that need not come from the parent platform. It could be these third-party platforms, and that can help you sort out every single problem that you have, whether it's picking the right image, finding the right topics. There are so many different solutions. A lot of them are free. A lot of them have trial periods. You can use all of that to maximize the value. One more aspect that I want to teach is, you may have noticed that when you go complain about, let's say your cab came late and you go complain about Ola on their Facebook platform, it seems like one customer service executive is replying to you. Correct? They seem to track it. Some of them might call you and give you a resolution. So there are some platforms that helps do this. One example is Zendesk. So what Zendesk does is, let's say you have a business page and you integrate Zendesk with your business page. Any comment that a customer makes, the system will automatically classify it as a ticket. Got it? So just like any message, any email, any SMS that consumer send, or any phone call that they make is converted to a ticket, same way, even your social media complaints get converted to a ticket and they are handled at the Zendesk. So basically it gets dispersed across various customer support executives and they work on your problems. They also see an overview of the customer. So it's sometimes some of these, sometimes they may be even able to tell, Acha, if you have communicated something on your email versus something you have communicated over Facebook Messenger, it might also give a combined point of view to the executive to understand your problem and solve. There are solutions like Buffer. This can help you in scheduling. So for example, let's say you want to take a social media campaign live as soon as New Year kicks in. It's not necessary that you wait till 11:55, log into Facebook and activate, log into Twitter and activate. It's not going to happen, right? It's going to be risky. It's going to be difficult. You can do scheduling, and you can do scheduling across various apps. Sometimes there might be, it's not about just going live simultaneously. It might be about going live one after the other. So for example, you might want to put a Twitter tweet out first with a concise description. Then after it starts getting some mileage, one day later, you may want to release something on LinkedIn with much more detailed write-up on something that, on that topic. You can do all of that with Buffer. Again, like I said, these are cross-platform applications. Once you start using it, all kinds of other tools will start coming your way. And just wrapping up this with online reputation management. So what is ORM fundamentally? Can you guys take a guess? We have already discussed that kind of in our discussion. So online reputation management is basically PR in a digital world. One could say that. It's public relations and it's customer complaint resolution. And very often, ORM team is a subset of the customer care team in most companies. In some companies, what happens is there are members of both the customer care team and social media team in the online reputation management team. So it is a combined actionable of multiple teams like customer care, social media team, public relations team, etc. And this is a great entry point for your career. Some of you guys may not be like, if you feel like, okay, you're not the best at, campaign management, or you feel like you're not the best at content writing, and let's say your English or your regional language isn't super strong for you to specifically work on those domains. ORM is a combination of this a little bit, right? It's an easy entry point for young professionals to get into digital. Slowly, once you are in ORM, you can understand social media. You will start getting a sense of how various platforms behave. And then slowly you can extend into social media marketing or content creation. It's a great starting point for career. And this is something, and thanks to Abhinaya, I don't think I have to explain this a lot again, but reflecting your trust, credibility, the speed of your response, correct? If let's say a customer is complaining that his refund did not happen, and if you respond after 1 week, in that 1 week delay that you have in terms of reaching back to the customer, he would have really lost his cool, correct? But if you sometimes just even reach out to someone immediately, it could really help in terms of your reputation. And there are a lot of tools. These are called social media listening tools. You can look for applications. I'll give you certain examples. There are tools like Sprinkler. You can just search for it. I'm sorry, I'm just finding some difficulties in the UI. You can use them to get an understanding of what are people talking about, how much is negative, positive, what is general sentiment, etc. And that process is called social listening. When a brand keeps an ear open as to what people are talking about them in social, it's called social listening. So social listening is a subset of ORM effectively, and there are these tools, like I said, Sprinkler is one example, which can help you track this on the internet. So this is what social listening entails. And one example I've given is Sprout Social. And when you go through this deck, the details will be here in terms of you will see how these are visualized in these platforms. So I may not have to tell you what video marketing is, right? We all see video either as content or as an advertisement. But the interesting part about video is that it can be used for so many different objectives. And we will get to all of those objectives one by one as well in the slide. And that is something very exciting. Like, for example, if it's a display banner or a blog post, you cannot use a blog post or a display banner to do anything and everything that you want to do. Correct? It has its limitations. But video is just so in such incredible a creative type that it can accomplish X number of things with. And video has its nature where either it can be pure play video streaming, there could be social elements to it, and it also gives you a lot of metrics as a marketer. So when you are, let's say, showing a display ad to a consumer, he may click or not click, he may view or not view, but you may not get a lot of metrics. But video shows you so many metrics that there are so many things for you to learn and implement. And these are some of the more researched out topics to substantiate my points in terms of like why video kind of like works best across various objectives that we have. A few terms that are important to video are listed here, right? And I will just go through this one by one for you to understand this quickly. So rich media is anything that is slightly more having a few more advanced features. So it's not just a video that just plays, but you could probably interact with that video, or it might just be a static routing changing into a video, right? So rich media ads also come to you very frequently, like while you are like playing a game, in between you get an advertisement, or you get a lot of rich media ads these days where these are interactive. And technically, one more thing is some of them may not even look like a video. They may just look like multiple static elements combined together. So some of those elements may look like just statics to us, but it might be an MP4 file that or any form of video format file that actually plays. So it may look like a static in some cases, but it can be a video also. Then we have advertainment. So basically you have a short film. So it may look more like a short film, an entertaining short film, but there is some amount of advertising packed into it. Most of us would actually see that content because it's an entertaining short film, but actually it is a brand talking about its offers and features, right? Then we know streaming, right? Streaming is very often a word used for live broadcast. In some cases, and we are also familiar with OTTs, etc., which give us video on demand as well. But streaming very often is used in a live streaming sense of the word. Autoplay videos are videos that play automatically. So here, a user need not click on the ad to play. Very simple. Why do you need autoplay videos? For example, if it's YouTube, when an ad comes on YouTube, we know that it's naturally going to play. You don't have to go click and initiate a video. But when an ad is put on, let's say, a Cricinfo or a ClickBus, you're probably there on Cricinfo, ClickBus to watch, read through content, right? Read text content, read the blog that they have pasted there. So on a video, you may need a little bit of a user prompt to start. So there are autoplay videos and videos that need a click to play. Reach of any video is basically the number of people that video has reached. Now, in terms of advertising, we have two terminologies called bumper ads and in-stream ads. And I'll give you the best examples of this. Think of you firing up Hotstar to watch cricket. Before the cricket ka stream lands, very often they will show you a short ad, a 10-seconder or a 6-seconder. That's a bumper. So a bumper is usually something that comes before the stream begins. Whereas in-stream, it happens in between streams. So between overs, you could have an advertisement. That's called an in-stream ad. Or in the case of Facebook, or Facebook Watch or YouTube video, while you're watching at specific points during your content, they may interrupt you with an ad, and these are called in-stream ads. And these terminologies, various platforms use to differentiate between various placements that they have. They could call it pre-roll, mid-roll, post-roll, etc. And sometimes what happens, along with video, people may have to also give other links or quotations or citations. So they may make that possible through, let's say, overlays, right? And all of that you may have seen as a user. And I request all of you to, observe the advertising that comes to you. So whenever you get an ad, ask yourself, hey, was this the best way this particular product owner could have shown an ad to me? And I'll give you an example. Just let's think of Cricinfo QuickBus itself. Imagine you are just launching QuickBus. You are keen to just see the score. You're probably going there to quickly check out the score of the match. Imagine they just throw a video in front of you and that video doesn't have a skip option. You will get irritated. Correct? So skippability, unskippability, audio on, audio off, click to play versus autoplay. All of these are specific approaches that the product owner or the advertiser has to take to ensure that the advertising or the content is giving a good user experience, or at least not disrupting the user experience. And there are some advertisements which are called opt-in videos. So for example, the user explicitly states, hey, I want to watch a video. And one subset of this are called rewarded videos. So for example, while you're playing a game, it may say that Achha, to go from level 1 to 2, or to get some coins, or to get additional points, watch this 30-second video. Now these are rewarded videos, opt-in videos, various names they are called under, but these are all formats that the important thing is, it's okay for you to get confused when you hear a format. But the important thing is, whenever there is an application of these formats in your work, you have to think through from a customer point of view, from a viewer point of view, and an advertiser point of view, and figure out what is the solution that works best for you. Yeah. Same way, when you even create a film that works really well on autoplay might work poorly on click to play. Yeah. A video that may work successfully on skippable can work poorly on unskippable. So you have to be willing to either ideate differently, create differently, or even adapt your creatives differently for your platform and the placement type. Right? So the entire screen gets taken over. Usually in an interstitial, the entire screen gets taken over and it shows a video. And generally what happens is interstitials are premium inventory. Got it? So think of me as an advertiser buying, let's say, advertising on Cricinfo, and again giving you the same example. The videos that might play within the stream of Cricinfo, QuickBus, etc., may have limited amount of reach, because it reaches only people who starts watching that Harsha Bogle video on QuickBus, right? Because you have to, only people who initiate a video will get that ad. But interstitials I can use to reach any people, to maximize reach. Also, it takes over the entire screen. So usually they are premium inventory, limited inventory. Trust me, no app will use, let's say you are making one session on QuickBus, and let's say that average session is 5 minutes in duration. You will not get more than one interstitial video, right? Because it's poor user experience if there are too many of them. One more thing is that typically more interesting videos are put on interstitials, or short videos are put on interstitials, because they usually disrupt the audience experience a little bit before buffering and play.
Yes, that's why.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. So demo videos, I think, are clear to you. They usually explains a product with very specific details into functionality. So you don't have to work too hard for the user to listen in, because he's watching that video because he already has interest and he wants specific information. So if the user feels that you are giving the relevant information with the right pace, right timing, and not, gassing around, by that I mean not just saying random things, but giving you important information, then they would listen to you. Think of those films, like, for example, like this, for example, in the case of these vacuum cleaners itself, you have not all of us have necessarily used a robotic vacuum cleaner. It's a new product. When we want to hear about that product, you would want to hear someone giving a very, very honest opinion of that product. Correct? In terms of saying what kind of dirt will it remove, what will it not remove. Correct? You may want to show him even a video of how that product removes dirt. And trust me, none of us otherwise would care about a video of cleaning or dirt removal or vacuuming, right? Those are absolutely uninteresting things. But it might be absolutely relevant for this one particular objective of the video, right? And the content. So that is what is unique about product videos. Very often you will see brands making product videos whenever they have new releases, etc. Now, this is the most important set, and one that takes the most amount of skill. These are brand videos. And the easiest way to understand what these are usually those longer films part of advertising campaigns. So they may have a specific goal of telling you about a product, like for example, ICICI Prudential ad. It could talk about one particular mutual fund that ICICI Prudential has, right? So there, it could be very salesy, or it could be explaining a product a little, but it's still talking from a very brand perspective. It's trying to tell you very quickly as to why ICICI is a better brand, directly or indirectly, right? Some of it could have larger themes, in terms of like driving a social action and connecting that to your brand, etc. So these are the most diverse one, and I will obviously get into you'll get a little bit more understanding of this when we discuss various legs. More slides are coming, so do not worry too much about this at this point of time. Okay. Event videos. Now, whenever you may have noticed, what are the most famous event videos in the world? What is the most watched event video in the world?
Apple, definitely.
Apple launches. So I don't have to tell you anything about it, right? And these are not necessarily like, a cricket match or something, right? These are specific events. But you make a video of it, wherever you leave it, given it gives the right amount of information, people will watch it, right? So when you create your video for YouTube or advertising, it's very important that you follow some of these rules. Expert interviews, these are also clear, right? You go into your YouTube, you search about a certain topic, and someone starts discussing about breaking out that content, and someone's either moderating or hosting that session, and you would listen into that expert and see how he has the right profile to speak about that particular domain. Is he knowledgeable? Is he explaining in a manner that you understand, etc. How-to videos or education videos are very common, right? These are simple formats. And one more thing about videos like how-to is somewhere our mind wants it to be told in a particular format, correct? You get into a how-to video somewhere, sometimes you want information quickly and to be broken down in smaller bits and pieces and serve to it, right? Might need a demonstration. It might have various transitions from one screen to another. And these are simpler videos to create, right? Explainer videos. Now, there are so many tools available in the market that helps you create explainer videos using stock imagery, putting various texts, etc. And very often, this will either walk you through a website. So sometimes explainer videos come not only in advertising or content, it could even come in your generic apps. Let's say you are installing a Meesho or a Swiggy on your phone, and it could play a short video trying to tell you how to use a particular feature, correct? And might walk you through what is the user interface, what is the flow of the website, etc. Animation videos. Now, one more thing to notice is that an animated video can be a brand video, can be a how-to video, all of that. But generally, if it is made using a design software and not necessarily have like real shoots and real people, these are called animated videos. It's more of a format than what is the objective that the brand is after. So there are a few case studies that are linked in the slide when it will be shared with you, right? So it has details of these, some of these videos. We have shared some example of customer testimonials also. So if you look at the recent Shell campaign, you have actual customers coming and talking about the product. But these days they have had mixed responses. Maybe if I remember 3-4 years back, these used to like do really well, but these days consumers trust this a little less. So you have to work hard to bring more authenticity into your testimonial videos in terms of showing and asserting that it's a real customer and not someone who just acted for you, posing to be a customer. Live videos. So these are basically streaming, and you may have noticed Facebook has a live feature, right? YouTube has a live feature, and it takes a lot of technology sometimes to host live videos at scale. So it might be okay if you are just streaming a local function or a wedding ceremony, no doubts. But there was a time when Facebook was trying to broadcast IPL in a live stream, and they realized they did not have the tech for it. And in the bidding, it went to Hotstar, and Hotstar now has made an entire property out of it. But there are various scales in which live video streams happen.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the process of optimizing your website to rank higher in the search engine result pages? A. SEO, B. B2C, C. PPC, D. B2B. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
There are 360-degree videos, virtual VR reality, VR videos, AR videos, etc. So the difference between virtual reality and augmented reality is this. Virtual reality very often comes with a VR headset or a tool like that as well, right? And you have to wear them. They place you in a completely different universe from where you are actually in, and you can navigate through that space, take a specific action, etc. And this can either be content or can be advertising. Yeah. Then there are augmented reality videos. Now these can work as videos. These can even take the shape of games. I discussed yesterday in terms of how I had partnered with Facebook to do some AR videos, right, with specific actionables. So here the difference is, so if you notice, this is an IKEA app, and it actually shows the real world setting. The real world setting is in front of you. Augmented reality, virtual reality is also shrinking. There are a lot of formats that work, in these spaces, and that also has led to a lot of design jobs. For example, augmented reality design or virtual reality design is a separate job altogether. So, a graphic designer might have to learn a different set of tools, for example, to learn augmented reality design, for example. Or he may have to think from a very different set of design principles to design augmented reality. So the same thing applies for marketers as well. And it's very tricky. So I have worked on Google Lens. You are familiar with Google Lens, right? So Google Lens actually had a paid product at one point of time which they have not given a lot of push, but you may have seen those in some advertisements like Poco, where you can actually take a target image. Like for example, in a print advertisement, you put a target image, you put your Google Lens over it. That target image can be augmented. Like for example, you're showing a car and in your print ad, and you put your phone against it, and when you open the Google Lens app, the car doors will open or the bonnets will open and it will show the engine. So a lot of these formats actually are there, very exciting. You can search for Google Lens advertisements. You can, and actually there was a Maruti ad in Times of India about a year back, which actually did that. Some of you may have experiences. Video can be even a personalized message. Now there are a lot of apps which partner with celebrities, etc., to give you a personalized message, either where he actually records it or a few of this ML elements come together like to create a video. Now these are various formats. So now that we have discussed formats, we'll get into the strategy. Correct. So strategy is basically figuring out how do I use video to meet a marketing goal, or sorry, a business goal.
Another app we have.
So I'm just going to get into the strategy side of things. So it's very clear, right? Here you will notice a similar pattern for whenever you are discussing strategy. If you remember when we discussed social media strategy, it started with goals, correct? We said, hey, what are your goals? What is your target audience? What are you trying to say? What are the specifics that you need to communicate? What are the timelines? What's the budget? All of those is similar in video as well. And no need to say that you have to get all of this right to have a good video marketing strategy. So whenever you're planning to use video, just sit down, even if it's for your small business, right? Sit down and try to write this down. This will give so much clarity as to what you're doing. Or even if you are, let's say, a fitness instructor, right? And you're making a video for, your clients. It may not have a budget, right? But it would still have all the other aspects, right? I could say that, oh, this film has to specifically appeal to IT professionals who have a sedentary lifestyle, right? It's not just saying that, hey, fitness enthusiast. I could have a clearer definition of target audience saying that IT professionals who have a who do not have a busy lifestyle. Or I could say that building a better creative strategy, or building a creative audience strategy or media strategy. Now, this is our first bit of goals. So are you guys aware of a concept called purchase funnel? I know that some of you are not MBAs. Can one of you guys explain what is purchase funnel as per your understanding? All of you guys are aware that there is a category called robotic vacuum cleaners. Yeah? Can you ping in the chat? I assume that some of you guys are aware. Correct? You might be considering or not considering about buying it, but some of you are aware. But if I talk about iLife, which is the highest selling brand in India, how many of you are aware? Maybe 5 or 10, 6 of you out of 50. Correct? And if I talk about a brand called Roomba, which is the biggest in US, there might be a different set of people who are aware. Right? And if I ask you a question like, are any of you considering buying a robotic vacuum cleaner? Is any of you considering buying a robotic vacuum cleaner? So notice that awareness, consideration, decision, and some of you may have already bought it, right? 1 or 2 may already have it, right? At a brand level versus a category level, we could be at very different stages. Got it? So for a brand has to keep in mind, whenever, and as an advertiser, you have to keep in mind, acha, in terms of the overall category and the positioning specific to my brand, where are people in the funnel? And one more thing is that people are not, sometimes we give a structure to help understand this easily, but sometimes people revert from one stage to another, right? Or they are also unsure. Like, for example, you may have noticed, if you ask some of your friends before they are buying cars, you ask them, "Arey yaar, kya soch rahe ho? What car are you trying to buy?" He may say that, "Yeah, i20, maybe I'm looking at i20. I'm thinking of Santro also, right? I am thinking of Swift also." Some people may say, "I'm even thinking a second-hand car." So it's a little dispersed, correct? You ask the same person, end of the day, 6 hours later, he may say a different set of brands. So humans ka jo mental structure hai for this is typically called the mental model to all of this is actually thoda complicated. But as marketers, we have to somehow make it a little more black and white so that we can, make more accurate decisions. So you will always face this conundrum, but do not argue or worry too much over it. Whatever is right, map it to that stage so that you can give more definition to your goals and strategy. So there are these various stages that consumers go through, right? And based on which goal are you trying to satisfy, your video has to do a very different job. Like, again, robotic vacuum cleaner example. If people do not know about these products at all, you may want to start at a very high level, right? As in why they are necessary, like they save time, they're hassle-free, they are low cost, because a lot of people may not even know these basic factors, right? But when it comes to a decision point, you may have to give very specific details about the product. What is the wattage? How many minutes does it take to clean a house, right? Extreme details, how quickly, how often do you have to share the mesh, change the mesh, remove the dirt from the car, how long is the cord of the vacuum cleaner. So for each of the stage that the consumer is in, based to the category or the brand, you may have to have very different communication, very different video format, and even very different platforms. Correct? So if you are, for one particular activity, Facebook video might be useful. Another particular activity, YouTube video might be better, right? So you have to choose the right kind of video, right kind of placement, right opportunity, right time to talk to the customer. And that's called multi-moment marketing, right? Right ad to the right user at the right placement at the right time. To track that, you need to have a good strategy. And for that, you have to first understand your audience, right? This is your research. What do they do? What do they think? How do they behave? Various market research tools. Understand what your product is different versus competition. Or let's say if it's a niche category, how is it that different versus others, right? All of the aspects you have to understand. And then you have to figure what is the story that you want to tell. Story is basically, I'm not talking about, let's say, the storyboard of your ad, but you will have an overall story to tell So I'm taking an example. Think of life insurance. A lot of people are sometimes careless and they do not take life insurance. And therefore, you would typically see a story in the case of a life insurance ad, right? Almost the cliche is this, there is this 35 to 40-year-old guy, he has his family, you show a happy or a semi-happy family, and then there is something that happens in his life where, let's say, he avoids a small accident, or his son asks him a question about future, and which triggers this feeling in his mind where he says, oh my God, I mean, I don't have an insurance, and what will I do? So maybe in that scenario, you might have, let's say, an influencer, maybe a friend of his just comes to him and understands his conflict and gives him a resolution, correct? And then you might show them, go through various options on a website or discuss with a third friend, and then choose in terms of what kind of solution that they want to take. What are they taking, LIC, or within LIC, are they recommending a specific plan for their objective? All of that, right? So very often, if you take any ad, there are these macro elements that come together to kind of like give a solution. That's why sometimes, unfortunately, ads are boring also, correct? Because mujhe pata hai, the ad will start, which problem hoga, there is dandruff, so there is one girl who has a dandruff issue. Then comes Anushka Sharma, she pitches the product, talks about the product. Then there is a product window. You know what product window is? It's that after the film, there is this closure where the voiceover comes, some text about the product feature, pricing, etc. comes, that animated kind of portion where they close the conversation about the ad. So all these elements are there, right? Now, obviously, it's a hard task about making a video interesting. And none of these are hard rules, okay? Now, these are best practices for us to just think through and say, acha, have we thought of all the aspects? Sometimes some of these rules may have to be broken, or your objective may need to deprioritize one over the other. Maybe, you do not discuss too much about the conflict, but you discuss resolution quickly, right? So all of these aspects are there. I'm not going to open this for a qualitative discussion, because when we cover more points, you guys can also, and when we open for discussion after that, they might be more easy to tell, because otherwise I might be jumping the gun, right? Before we discuss all the aspects, getting to it too quickly. Sure. So one good execution of a testimonial video is, even within a testimonial video, where a lot of people make a mistake is, they directly attribute that to one stage like conversion. They just say that, acha, convert karne ke liye, dove, or it is to differentiate. Very often, it could cater to any number of objectives, right? For example, Dove campaign, where Dove applies, that you have like real women coming and talking about Dove, right? And interestingly, Dove is from HUL, and HUL has so many other soap brands where they are pure play advertising, correct? But in Dove, yes, they wanted to give that brand a particular persona. So it was about building a brand imagery of, being more real, and, for people who aspire to be like Philip Starks, this is a separate brand. For people who aspire to be like, who love their body and their physique, and think of just, these products just improving what they naturally stand for them, they may have Dove. So they have kind of like built these various marketing positioning as well. So one is kind of like positioning. So it need not be always be conversion led. So various objectives can be met. So I give a very different example, right? So when in current, about the authenticity problem, like sometimes you need to build very real life stories. So if you look at the Shell campaign, so you guys can go to the Shell YouTube channel, India, and look at their most recent recent testimonial video campaign. So they have actually taken very specific cases. For example, there is one lawyer who's, and she wasn't making a lot of money as a lawyer. Her husband passed away or had an accident or something, wasn't able to contribute to the family. Now, to ensure that the income flows, she became a truck driver, and they actually show a real person, and with so much authenticity that you're clear that this is not a regular made up stuff. So there also, in terms of Shell, are they trying to sell a product? They're trying to build a different positioning versus umpteen number of engine oil. So you don't clearly say that, oh wow, Shell enabled the women to do this or do that. It has no link to that product itself, right? but you are trying to build certain imagery which is positive about Shell. So you don't even realize that, but tomorrow when you see a Shell ad versus a servo ad, have you seen a servo ad? Servo ad are always very operational, technical, showing bikers right past, right? Yes. Whereas Shell, you have like that natural love for it, and you would feel that. Like think of driving past a Shell showroom versus, sorry, a Shell petrol pump versus Indian Oil. It gives you very different mindset space, right? And that's what advertising can create. And that's what, you have to like think about when you build your story also. So I did not diverge from the topic. I kept what is in the slide, but I try to invite Kanish's question and give him an answer, which kind of like flows in with where we were currently dealing with. Right now, this is
thank you. Suffices my purpose. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Sure. This is a very important aspect, and this is where a lot of your work gets tested. How do you plan to make sure that the production timelines are hit? This looks very simple, but trust me, guys, this is complicated. Your production cost can cost you anywhere between 1 lakh to 3 or 4 crores. Sure, it can even 10 crore or 20 crore based on how much money you shell out on production, celebrity, casting, who's your director, production house. So one thing that I want to leave you guys with, there is this, I'll just leave a chat window, and we couldn't really take permissions yet from the, we couldn't merge it to the overall content, but there is this video of Abhijit Sudaga. Okay. Now, for people who are interested in mainstream advertising, by mainstream advertising, I mean big brands coming on TV and, doing those advertisements. You remember those advertisements on Vodafone and Swiggy and everything, right? They're often done by large production houses and large directors in India. Now, these are subjective, correct? I can't call this as a slide and say that, hey, top production houses in India. It's not relevant to the topic conversation, because how do I define top, correct? But this is just to help you get an overview of how your large scale advertising that you see on TV or digital by big brands gets done. You will understand this overall ecosystem. Okay, how are various equations managed? So one of you, if you guys want to become a brand manager or become a social media manager who handles some amount of production, this video is heavily useful. And this classifies kind of like the top tier. Like for example, I have worked with a lot of top directors in India. Suresh Triveni, who directed Tumari Sulu with Vidya Balan. He directed our last one of our last advertising campaigns in IPL. Before that, I worked with Abhinay Dio, the director who directed Delhi Belly and Blackmail, films like that. He worked on films with us. So very often these are, management of large scale talents like this, very, very heavy guys, or celebrities. I may have worked with a Kapil Dev or Rahul Dravid or various celebrities in the past, right? And all of them have different zones of working. And sometimes some of these productions may not involve these large companies, but may involve smaller production houses or smaller creative studios as well. So you could, and you will notice the difference, right? A 10 lakh ad versus a 3 crore ad becomes, it looks definitely different. So all the production related things are kind of classified here, and you can go through that video to get some larger level understanding as well. Now, for films like animated videos or explainer videos, how-to videos, you may not have to think a lot on this ones, right? They're typically a little more simpler, and you can navigate it with the studio that you work with or the software that you use. Now, the next thing about budgets. Now, I already discussed a bit about budgets. One, I'll give you a very simple way to understand this budget problem. Think of you doing a national campaign. Let's say you're working for a brand and you are doing a 20 crore, 30 crore national campaign. You would probably work with a large production house. And one of the ones that we discussed, probably you would invest 2, 3, 4, 5 crore into your 25 crore overall budgets, because you want to maximize the quality of the creative to work at such large scales. At the same time, think of a small campaign. Let's say Swiggy decides to do a breakfast campaign in Bangalore. We want to prompt people to order from restaurants at between the 7 to 8 a.m. slot, and we want to give users a specific discount also for ordering at that period. Now, Swiggy is a big brand, no question. A lot of famous advertising. Will we go work with a large production house?
No.
No.
No, in fact, our in-house resources are more than enough for that.
Perfect. It could be an in-house studio. I could just ask my animator to make a short film. And consumers also know it. It's not like you see an animated video and you think that, arey yaar, a cheap brand hai. We will not judge like that, right? Think of And Apple also will have celebrity ad, 2 short animated ads, but you have to marry it to the objective. And if the execution is neat, people will not mind. So the mental model that you can use is usually the production budget is about 5 to 15% of the overall marketing budget. Got it? So if it is 1%, it's very clear that it's wrong. But if you put 50% of money on your production, you will not have enough money for media, correct? So these are some general rules. I did not put it in the slide because these are subjective, correct? These are not absolute truths, but some mental models you can use, right? Now we get into platforms. Now we are exactly at 10:30, and that's why I was timing to reach there so that we have a judicious amount of time for each. Now video platforms, like I said, slightly easy versus, and that's one reason we have less time than the social media deck, is because one video platform that should absolutely master is YouTube. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides PG program in digital marketing offered by Belhaven University. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now, one more thing that I want to break down for you guys at this point of time is that when you advertise on YouTube, do you do the campaign setup on YouTube? A little bit, but most functionalities can't be unlocked. It actually doesn't. So here's the thing. There is a difference between channels or platforms as we understand versus advertising platforms. For example, Facebook has a Facebook advertising platform. It serves in Facebook environment, Instagram environment, audience network, etc. Okay. Same way, Google also has advertising platforms. So Google's advertising platform is called Google Ads. Understood? So in the past, this used to be called Google AdSense and Google, if you want to advertise on YouTube, you would typically want to master Google Ads platform, and from there you would go on advertise on YouTube. Now, one more thing, Google Ads is not just for video. It could be for display. Yeah, it could be for banners, gamified banners. There is Google's own network called Google Display Network, which is Google's publisher network, where Google has a direct tie-up with the publisher. Now, similarly, there can be the Google network also spans video. So video ads can not just be served on Google own properties like YouTube, but can be served on Google partnered properties also. One more thing, next level. Have you heard of programmatic? Google has a separate advertising platform for programmatic. So programmatic is slightly more nuanced. We'll get to that later, which is called Display Video 360. So for example, large scale advertisers like me, I don't think of just advertising on YouTube. My video campaigns realistically will have YouTube, various other streaming platforms, any inventory that I can get from gaming apps, or we discuss so many other video formats like interstitials, outstream, in-stream. I could have to reach out my ad through 100 million different web pages and apps to meet my video goals or my marketing goals. Correct? So there is generally big brands, when they do advertising on video platforms, they either go via a programmatic advertising platforms, which we are not discussing right now, which will come later. That's not, you don't have to worry about it right now. But if you're going to use YouTube, one easy way to start is directly start from Google Ads, because programmatic is also slightly more nuanced, meant for larger advertisers. For the setup, you may need an agency account. You may not be able to do it directly. A lot of limitations are there, but let's not get there. But we will just now start with this, right? So YouTube, first we'll discuss more content-centric ideas, and then we will go to more advertising kind of scope, right? So YouTube, very clear, large video hosting platform. Do you think Google started YouTube? If you notice, Instagram, what it had originally a business model, Zuckerberg bought it. He advanced that product, tried to place it together in the Facebook and Instagram ecosystem where they do something similar, something's different, and also merge the Instagram platform into the Facebook advertising platform, so that when somebody sets up an ad via Facebook advertising platform, he can activate the advertising both on Facebook and Instagram simultaneously for same or different goals, right? For same or different approaches. Same way in Google also, what did they do? They initially built out YouTube, right? and parallelly start creating a pipeline of an advertising platform, which is Google Ads, which could talk to YouTube and serve advertising on YouTube. Hotstar, right? Hotstar also initially was very strong on streaming. There weren't too many people putting ads there. They built an advertising platform and started serving ads over there, right? And over a period, the number of ads, the kind of ads you would get also started getting better over a period. So if you remember, Hotstar initially used to just have in-stream ads. Then in-stream and bumper came. Now you get carousel ads when you watch cricket, correct? So display ads started coming. Hotstar homepage, different ads keep coming. So all these platforms have this life cycle where they start evolving from more of a streaming platform to a streaming plus advertising platform. So here's YouTube, some of the facts about YouTube, crazy big. And YouTube is so big that it's not just a streaming platform, it's also a social media platform, right? Because people can comment, like, share. It is also a search platform. And in fact, after Google, the maximum number of searches happen in the world in YouTube. Yeah. A lot of voice searches as well as text searches. Now, some
Even
of the
we can
things
say
that...
it's an educational platform as well.
Sorry, it's a... Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's a subset of video streaming again. Yeah.
It's a educational platform as well.
Yep, absolutely. It's edtech. It's a lot of things, right? Now, when you are putting, now this is not for advertising. This is for your content. Suppose you are a YouTube creator. You're putting a dance video, your choreography, your fitness video, you are like, say, explaining 12th standard maths to kids, and you just want to put your video out there so that people see that and come to take tuition classes from you. Anything, right? Optimizing your title, description, all of these are things known to you, right? All of these are aspects that are kind of like can help you get better at your video. Having a title that is meaningful, right? Only a lot of people see your title in the search results and click through to come to your video. So most of the good websites, you will see very well written titles, and see, titles are not always written by you. Like, for example, do you think it's a digital marketing manager who will write a title if he's advertising for a brand? Optimizing video trial, right? And based on the context, you can always add people, add specific terms like how to, free, fast, easy, tips, ways, etc. These are some ways you can get people to think that, acha, this video is something that's very relevant for me, right? Also, just like you do in a keyword search or a keyword research, you can also see what do people typically search for. That can even come just by looking at the search bar of video of YouTube, and figure out what do people typically search for and try to bring this into your title. Add proper descriptions. You have certain amount of space for you to write your description, and that helps your optimization. Make sure that you put there. One mistake that people do is sometimes they just stuff a lot of unnecessary things in it. Like, for example, you have shot a video and it is about a particular topic. You want to add things which are relevant to that topic and what you are discussing. Sometimes they just put the name of the entire crew who worked on that video just to give credits. Some of this information is not useful, right? It might be, you will feel like it's a good courtesy to put that up, but people don't need that. Any word that you write can be even a detractor, right? So make sure that you do this. And another term is video tags. So previously there were these tags that help identify certain content. Now YouTube has become so smart that it kind of like self tags a lot. Also, people used to use tags to misguide. So I could, add some incorrect tags as well. So these days, the algorithm is a little bit more intelligent, but still it's a good to have. It will not do all the hard lifting for you, but it's nothing that it doesn't cost you any money, correct? So you make sure that you add the best tags, add the right keyword, whatever is that important keywords that people talk about, and have that, and make sure that those keywords are coming in your video stream as well. So you may have noticed these days, when you listen to a video, if you turn on the captions, the subtitles or the captions also appear on the screen, which means Google is able to listen to your audio and convert into text by itself, correct? So even if you do not, you have an option to upload a subtitle, or if you don't give a subtitle also, Google is able to pick that up. So Google these days uses that also to understand the quality and the content that is being discussed in the video. Therefore, make sure that one, uploading subtitles is always better because it helps Google understand it correctly. It can also save you in some cases. For example, the word check, whether it is CHECK or CHEQUE can mean very different things. Now imagine your video is about banking, right? Or some process to cash in a check. And that's your explainer video. It may not pick up from the audio that it's this particular check that you're talking about. Google may just think of it as using a regular word. So you may want to upload a subtitle to be exactly sure as to what you're talking about, right? And these are all things that help you get more click-through rate when it comes in the search tab, or people when they find a certain amount of listing. So now what are the things that you can do? This the display image, you can exactly choose what you want to show. Now it lets you pick up specific images or parts of the video, and it even lets you search during the period of the video, change during the period of the video. Like for example, when you upload a video, you may need it to have a specific thumbnail, right? But after it has hit 10,000 views or 1 lakh views, you may want to change it. So Google lets you gives you a lot of freedom like that. In the past, it wasn't this much. If you've used YouTube maybe 8-10 years back, it was quite difficult. You have to pick one specific screenshot out of your video, which was like very difficult. Now Google has figured that whatever copy, when I say copy, means it's a text that is on a video or outside, right? So it lets you figure out what you want to put there. Now coming to the advertising side of things, which is basically the paid side of Google. Now some of the aspects are very clear, right? Because YouTube is owned by Google, for specific targeting options on YouTube, Google not only has information that it gathered from YouTube, but it also gathered a lot of information from what kind of mails do you send, to what kind of things do you search. It's marked to your specific Google advertising ID, correct? So if I take Simran or Manasa, for example, Google identifies Manasa or Simran through her email ID as well as her Google advertising ID, and keeps a ledger of all the things that you do and try to attribute certain behavior, intent, psychographics, interest to you, and all of that is available for targeting. And since a lot of people spend a lot of time on YouTube, YouTube can sell this at a very cheap price to advertisers, which means it's not like, hey, YouTube is the most important platform. Therefore, YouTube said, acha, if you have to advertise on me, you have to give me 5 rupees per view or 10 rupees per view. No, Google has tried to keep it also as simple as cheap as possible, because Google gets benefit from scale, right? So they always play this pricing game, and very often Google, just more of an insider information, YouTube almost always finds some way to price it cheaper than other platforms. So for example, when these OTT streaming platforms came up in India, you think of a Sony Live, etc., right? And Google felt that some advertisers are going to that platforms because the pricing is similar. Google slowly started either stopping the price increase or avoided the inflation, etc., to over a period adjust to make sure that YouTube is always cheaper, even for whatever targeting you take. Measurability. So YouTube also gives you a lot of tracking and measurements. And when you run campaigns at large scale, it even runs certain studies called brand lift studies, which are surveys to understand how people perceive their ad. So you may also get those little surveys on YouTube while you browse, right? Now those are being deployed by advertisers trying to figure out the reach, the enjoyability, the recall, or the change in consideration or purchasing when driven by your ads. Now Google also has various advertising format, skippables, non-skippables, bumper, and we will get into each details of each of this. Okay, do not worry. I know this requires at least a minute for each of these kind of inventory. TrueView ads. So TrueView is just this fancy name that Google kind of give to most of their in-stream ads. Sure. Now, one more thing, if you notice, is that there is both a truth and a myth that, you pay only when a view happens. That's true. So you typically have you're billed at a CPV, but that doesn't mean you can make a very bad video and just because nobody watched till the end, you did not pay any price. It has some indirect tie-in to what is the number of impressions that were required to watch a video as well. So if you make a nice film, naturally your view through rates will get better. As in, more people will view through till completion. That means less number of impressions are required to push that ad into that completion of view. Therefore, your overall cost per view also comes down. So it's not like a case where I make a bad video, which let's say is, you cannot trick the platform. So it's not like there is a 1 minute video. Let's say the first 40 minutes are 1 minute video, first 40 seconds are full of information. Last 20 seconds is a blank side. Therefore, people just skip after 40 seconds and you don't pay any money. It's not like that. Got it? So they do a smart way of billing it based on the completed view also, based on the goal you choose or the kind of optimization you pick, or the goal you or the kind of advertiser account you have. But do not fall too much prey to it. Okay. Just want to be clear. One more thing is that, for example, if I take reserved ads, or it was called reserved ads, currently called non-skippable ads, it is 15 seconds for most advertisers. Why? Because if you allow your average advertiser to run a long video ad, and most advertisers are actually being bad films. You guys know that, right? Most of the ads you don't even want to watch. If you give that privilege to every random brand, they would just irritate the customer. Imagine getting a random ad and it is not letting you skip. So Google has come. Google opens this privilege of reserved advertising only to certain brands. One. Two, even with some brands whom they know are heavy spenders or make quality advertising or has the best practices, they may extend this 50 seconds to even 20 seconds. That's why you may see when unskippable, if it's an unskippable ad of Swiggy that comes, Swiggy can run up to 20 seconds. The Swiggy or Amazon or some of these renowned advertisers can do it. But when you are a small brand, you may not do. So do not get tied up too much to 10 second hai ya 15 hai ya 20 hai. All of this will vary a little bit here and there. Okay. That based on who is your advertiser or what is your privilege, you will have to research a bit and find out. So I have seen people fighting saying that reserved ads 15 second hai. Nahin, kuch log bolega nahin 20 second hai. Okay. That depends on the advertiser also, right? So in TrueView, there are various kinds of ads. One is in-stream that you get within the main video stream. And then there are these display, which is you get when, these are not coming in your advertising, but on the homepage also as various suggestions. And you will see markers also calling them out as paid ads. Now, the pros and cons, these are clear. Is there anything else that you guys can think of? I already spoke about that. Don't pay a penny part. It's not technically right. Do not worry about it. But these are some things, right? If you see what is the con, is obviously the cost factor. Because if you have to get people to view your content, it has to be engaging. Otherwise, people will just skip, right? Your aim is to ultimately get the video to be seen. If you make bad ads, low production quality, people will keep skipping. So you need a lot of effort put in terms of budgeting or in terms of the creative talent that you work with to make great ads. And trust me, that's a very high task. For example, I have to work so hard in terms of like bringing great stories, great producers to take, let's say, a view through rate of a film from a 30 second to a 60 second. Sorry. Yeah, and that takes 30% to 60%, for example, and that takes great amount of skill. Now coming to bumper ads, we discussed this with Hotstar as an example in the past. So these are ads that come just before a main ad loads. Short ads, very often 6 seconds. Some brands get to run 10 seconds. Now these are short, which means that you have to give them very specific communication. You cannot tell a long brand story here, right? And non-skippable ads, I have already discussed. These are ads which are technically like 20 seconds or 15 seconds, but a user doesn't get an option to skip it, but it's open only for quality advertisers. Now, sponsored card ads are those ads that you see, on the side of your video where an advertiser has opened, and this happens only if you open up this particular placement for advertising. Overlay ads are those little, when you watch a video, you may see some little overlay text over it with another video as a suggestion. So these are called overlay ads. And a couple of other platforms that you need to be aware of are Vimeo and Dailymotion. Some facts about these two platforms and why people use it are listed here. Typically, these are not the go-to platforms for users. Very often, there are specific purposes for which people use Vimeo. So one example is if it's, let's say you are a video producer or you are a production agency and you want to just showcase your videos only for select clients. You may upload it on Vimeo rather than on YouTube because a Vimeo or a Dailymotion actually has a slightly more smoother flow, less number of ads, etc. So when you're sharing your portfolio with another person, you may want to show on a Vimeo or a Dailymotion to avoid less number of distractions, right? Now, creating ads, we already discussed this slightly before I start so that you have an overview. There are two ways. One is going through Google Ads. Actually, there are three ways. One is going through Google Ads. One is directly approaching YouTube. And the third is through programmatic. Now, I have not discussed programmatic here. But here, you see, the important thing to notice here is do not get confused about how many ways you can have run advertising on YouTube, because very often when you join a company, they will have an agency and a lot of work gets done by the agency and not the brand owners, because a brand owner cannot sit down and work on this live little elements or look at daily campaign performance and optimize, etc. But I'm not getting into the details of that. After we discuss a few more other modules for other chapters, where the role between a client versus an agency is clear, we can get to it. And I have also given the user interfaces of how to create a Google Ads so that you have no confusion. Go to the Google Ads page, and just similar to how you had seen Twitter or Facebook, there are specific objectives. So you start with the objective. After the objective, you decide what is the kind of inventory that you want to run, right? What kind of objective are you picking? Give it a campaign name. What is a budget? What is the cap? So bidding strategy also, there are multiple bidding strategies. You can build on. You can say, Acha, I don't want to give more than 50 paise for a week. Or you can have a bidding strategy where you say, hey, Google, I don't mind paying any amount of money, but you find me the best. You just get me the views, right? So there are various bidding strategies. Targeting options are available in terms of what kind of geography, what kind of inventory you want to run, all of that. Now, these are various course models on video ads.
SEO stands for search engine optimization, and it's very like it's being mentioned, it's a process of taking measures to gain organic traffic. What exactly organic traffic is, let me help you with a specific example by going onto a browser. Let's say this is Google search engine, guys, and who all use Google search engines? I would say everybody uses search engine these days. Provided if you are looking into this video, if you are into the internet space, and you would be using search engines, I believe. Let's say I am one of the search engine users and I want to buy in something. I want to buy an iPhone, right? I want to buy an iPhone 6. I have decided that I need a new iPhone or a new phone. I know that what phone I need, what phone do I want to buy. This query of mine in my head, I translate that into the search box, right? I type that across, that query of mine into the search box. I press enter, right? So this query you can see, which I've mentioned in the Google search box and pressed enter. When that's being done, the search engine has given me a lot of search results. You can see these search results are there, right? You have search results on the top, on the bottom, second, third, and then fourth and fifth. And then you have on the right hand side certain image search results. And then there are again certain text search results. Now I would like to tell you this, first of all, the query which I put in internet marketing language, that is called a keyword. I know most of you might be knowing it, but it's very important for me to let you know right from the basics. This specific query is called keyword. I repeat again, a keyword is the same thing which is written across, submitted across by the search engine user in the search box. When the keyword is being pressed across, entered by the search user, and enter button has been pressed across, the search results come in. These all are search results. Now, What exactly SEO is? SEO is all about getting a website on the organic results which you saw. This is an organic result. Now, what is an organic result? The very first search result, which is not an advertisement. You can see the very first search result which you can see is this one, but this is actually a paid search result. You can see a yellow icon with an ad being there. This is something which we'll cover in the Google AdWords module, guys, right? So paid ads, we cover that in detail also. So just to let you know, this is not SEO, guys. This is a paid ad, which is any advertiser. So advertiser Amazon is trying to advertise their website over here, and they have got their website on the top. The reason why they've run this ad, they've got this advertisement on the top, so that the customer or the search engine user who's placing in a keyword, who is looking to buy a specific phone, can get in touch with Amazon very easily. The chances of the very first search result getting maximum traffic is the most. Whosoever will type in this particular keyword will definitely try to open the very first search result. This is a human tendency, that we generally try to open the very first search result, followed by second preference to the second search result, then the third, then the fourth. If I talk about these search results, the ones with yellow icon, these are the paid search results, guys. The first one, the second one, they come up with the help of Google AdWords. So we are not going to cover these in the search engine optimization module. That'll be covered in the Google AdWords. The one which comes on the bottom of the ad, this is what an organic result is, guys. There are three names which are given to a specific, there are 3 to 4 names which are given to the specific search result, guys. I would repeat, you can probably note them down. One is an organic result. It is an organic result, or a natural result, or a SEO, search engine optimization SEO result, right? Or an unpaid result. So you are not paying to Google to get your website on the top. You are just optimizing. You would be doing on page and off page. That's what we will study. How can I get my website on the top in the organic listings? No matter how many people come, type in a keyword and click on my website 1,000 times or 2,000 times, I am not going to get charged. Apple is not getting charged for whatever number of people come and click on this. But with Amazon being on the top, if 10 people type in a keyword, and these 10 people get to see the Amazon ad, and all these 10 people click on the Amazon ad, 10 clicks, on the basis of clicks, they would have to pay. Amazon would have to pay to Google for every click which happens on their advertisement. But over here, with Apple or with Snapdeal being there in the SEO result, they're not paying in anything. That's the difference between the organic listings and the paid listings. I repeat, these are the paid listings or the Google AdWords listing. And I repeat again, these are the organic, natural, or the unpaid, or the SEO listings. So 4 names I've already given you, right? The search results which are there on the right hand side, that is basically a shopping ad, guys. A shopping ad, a Google shopping ad. This is also a paid advertisement. The difference between this top paid ad and this paid ad is that the shopping ad comes always with an image. The text ad, the text paid ad is just a simple text altogether, content, right? On an average, guys, maximum what you can see, maximum you would see top 3 results are paid, not more than that. Google has a strict policy that maximum 3 results on the top can be the paid ones. And on the right hand side, maximum 8 results can be the shopping ads, not more than that. So maximum 3 on the top, maximum 8 shopping ads. And even on the right hand side, if you would see, the paid ads are still there, the content, the text paid ads. There is a restriction for that also, maximum 8 paid ads on the right hand side. That is with one SERP. Now I would tell you what SERP is. So if you would see, when the keyword was being typed across, this is one SERP, which is search engine result page, guys. This is one SERP, and then you have the second SERP. I'm clicking on that, right? You can see there are advertisement on the second SERP also, which is the second page, search engine result page. You have the Amazon, Apple, Flipkart, and then you have certain shopping ads again. If I go further, scroll further down, you would get to see that there is one, two, and then another third SERP, fourth, fifth, sixth, and so on and so forth. That's what an SERP is. And with every SERP, which is every search engine result page, SERP stands for search engine result page, maximum 3 top paid ads. I repeat, maximum 3 top paid ads are given across. So since the maximum is 3, so it can be minimum 0 also. At present, in this particular example, there are only just 2 on the top. And on the right hand side, you have maximum 8 these product listing ads or the shopping ads. Shopping ads are also called PLA ads, which are product listing ads. On the right hand side, we have maximum 8 paid results, 8 paid ads. So 8 paid ads, text ads on the right, and 3 on the top. Maximum 11 in a SERP. In every search engine result page, you can have maximum.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the process of optimizing your website to rank higher in the search engine result pages? A. SEO, B. B2C, C. PPC, D. B2B. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
8 plus 3, 11 search paid results, search paid results, and maximum 10 unpaid or natural or organic. So you can see 1, 2, 3, I mean, you go so forth and so on. These are maximum 10 in the organic. We would study how can we get our website on the top for the unpaid listings, right? That's what overall search engine is. So search engine optimization, guys, I repeat again, it's an overall science, a process of getting your website on the top of the search results, right? So these are the search results for a specific keyword. You want your website to be on the top of these search results organically in the organic listings, not in the paid one. So that Apple has done it perfectly. Snapdeal has done it perfectly. Best Buy has done it perfectly. The higher you are, the better chances are that you're going to get maximum traffic, maximum relevant traffic, and ultimately traffic would result into sales, which is the end objective of every business. I hope you would agree that every business needs sales, revenue, and profits, nothing more than that. I mean, definitely other things does get attached to it. I mean, customer experience, satisfaction, all these things are needed, but every business is there to earn money, and I hope everybody is over here to learn SEO to make money out of it, right? So that's the objective. I'll move back to my slide again. All right, so like I said, SEO is the process of taking measures, which is taking all these corrective actions and measures to gain organic traffic from search engines. Your ranking and placement on a search engine website depends on user queries. So the user query which I had used in that particular example was buy iPhone 6. If my end customer is typing in buy iPhone 6 and I sell across iPhone 6, it's a perfect thing. I should get my website optimized for those specific queries which my end audience would type in while looking for a kind of product which I also sell, right? So which in turn rely on what your web page have done for SEO. So we would do a lot of things on the web pages which we have for websites. It's very important to have a website to run the search engine optimization. So there are multiple ways to optimize a website, which include things like putting in a lot of content, and also ranging from using the front end user oriented content. So content is one thing, getting backlinks, and working out on the website layout altogether, right? So that's in brief, guys. I mean, not in brief, I would say in very much depth what SEO stands for, what SERP stands for, right? Search engine result page, and how is the overall categorization there. All right, another basics. So we are understanding the basics within search engine landscape, what exactly a search is, why people search. Give me an let me give you an example. Let's say 20 years back or 25 years back, when there was no internet, hardly any internet, and the way we used to read books was like, I mean, we used to enter into a library, and let's say, just imagine a situation, you are in your school library or your college library, you enter inside the library and you're looking for a particular book. Now, when you're looking for a particular book, what are you trying to do? You're going to search for it, right? There's a huge database of books. There are huge towers of these books which are lying in your library, and out of those lakhs of books, or maybe thousands of books, you're just looking for one single book. How would you get to know that the book which you're looking at, where is that placed? Earlier, we used to ask our librarian that where can I get a such and such book with such and such author? He or she, the librarian, used to tell us that, or even now this happens in the other libraries, some of the old fashioned libraries, the librarian tells us that please go to the tower number A or tower B or the overall this particular rack, and within that rack, then in tower A you have a certain section which is A uh, 1.1. So the librarian was helping you do the search part very easily. So we always do a search to find a lot of information. We always keep on hunting for various information. Now today I decide that I want to go to a restaurant for a dinner or for breakfast, whatever the time of whatever time you are looking at this video. So let's say I decide to go for dinner in a very good fine dining Chinese restaurant. What would I do? These days, we always keep a check on search engines. We always ask search engines. I need to buy a phone. I need to buy a car. I need to go for with any sort of online shopping. I need to complete. I'm a college student. I need to complete my project. I'm a small kid. I want to watch cartoons, or I am again a school-going kid who is looking to look for certain movies or what all things. We always, every sort of individual is searching in something or the other. So on the internet, searching is just all about finding and stuff. We all know that, right? So but it's very much important for me to let you know, even if you know that. So somewhere in a location, in a collection of huge database documents or web pages, also in the internet space, there are huge web pages which are stored across by search engines. Search engine stores a hell lot of web pages, a lot of web pages which gets constructed on day-to-day basis. They are being taken into consideration. They're being read and saved by search engines in their database. So all these search engines have their huge data centers, guys. Now consider, imagine one more thing. I'll ask you to imagine one more thing. Imagine you are in a particular corporate office which is way too tall, as in when the it's a taller building, and it's a cold storage unit, and it has a huge, I mean, very tall towers also, and these tall towers are data centers of these search engines. You would find, I mean, there are plenty of data centers which Google owns in various countries. So they have a good number of data centers in the United States, some of them in India as well. So within their data centers, these cold storage units, which you have imagined just now, they've got heaps of web pages being stored. Now the search engines keep on searching for lot many new web pages in the internet, and the search engines keep on scanning, reading, and then saving all these data in their data center, so that whenever the end customer of the search engine puts in a query or the keyword, whatever you call it, the query or the keyword, the search engine algorithm works again and showcases only those search results which they find to be best and relevant, right? So all in all, it's a collection of documents or collection of web pages and other things. There is a lot of information which you would want to find. You look like we were looking for the iPhone 6 and we were being given search results of Apple, Amazon, and Snapdeal, and other websites. So you don't have a web idea where exactly they are. So you perform a search activity, right? All right. So what exactly a search engine is? Now consider, I mean, there are various names, guys, for search engines, which I would like to tell you. One, you can write that down. It's people call search engine as a robot or a bot. Robot, bot, which is BOT, or a robot, 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 bot, or a crawler. Robot, bot, crawler, or a search engine. These are same names given to a specific program, guys. A search engine is nothing but just a program which is being devised and created by these companies, by these organizations like Google, Bing, Yahoo. They have created these overall program which they have sort of automated in a fashion that they run on their own. And when they run, what they do, they keep running, they keep jumping from one web page to another web page. Let's say today I create a new website, guys. If I create a new website today and I permit search engine to come onto my website, so there is a permission which has to be given. I'll talk about that in detail in a later stage, which is called robots.txt. So I permit search engines to come onto my website. Search engines are always hungry for new web pages. They'll come onto my web page, they'll start looking into my web page and start scanning the content. So let's say there is something written on my website, the written content that would be scanned from left to right and top to bottom. And after scanning, the scanning process, first of all, the scanning of the content or the reading of the content is called crawling, guys. In internet marketing language, scanning or reading of the content by search engine on a specific web page is called crawling. I repeat, crawling is a process of scanning or reading text or content on a specific web page by the search engine. So crawling is that process. Once the Google or any search engine has done the crawling part, they would, after scanning, they would go ahead and take all that content and deposit all that, save all that in their repository or in their data center, and that saving across of that content is termed as indexing, right? Indexing is the term which is being used for saving across the content, right? So I repeat, search engine is actually a program which helps in doing the crawling and indexing part very easily. And this program searches for new web pages and reads, scans or that entire new set of database which is present, and also then categorize these search engines, these programs list down certain keywords for a specific web page. If my web page is talking about buy iPhone 6, while submitting my web page into the data center, they will also mention that these are certain keywords which are associated to a specific web page. So characterization would be done, categorization and characterization would be done for each one of my websites, web pages. And they are used, these search engines are actually used for finding particular sites on the World Wide Web. So today I'm trying to find a specific thing on the World Wide Web. So I would use a search engine to actually find that, right? I've already spoken about SERP, but I'll still go ahead and let you know. So the search results are generally presented in a line of results. I have shown you the line of results which have the paid and the unpaid. They're often termed as search engine results pages. So one page is one of the SERP, the second page is the second SERPs, third page is the third SERPs, so on and so forth. So search results are presented with the help of SERPs, and the information would be a mix of web page, image, and other type of files also, guys. So you would see these days it's not just the websites which rank. There are plenty of images, local maps files or local maps also. Then you have social media sites also which rank. So not just the web pages, but also images and other types of files you would get to see within search engines. What SEO is, what is search, what is search engine. So it's very important to know all that. I've already made you understand what SERP, what crawling and indexing also. I'll talk about that in detail when I'll move forward, right? So I have certain slides for that also. So why search engines use people use search engines, or why search engines are used by people? I mean, we have already spoken about that. No matter whatever kind of audience it is, whether it's an individual working in a corporate, a businessman, or a small kid, a school going kid, or a college going kid, or an adolescent, or a housewife, or an elderly men or women, whosoever may be, they are using internet for their own purpose, either for finding information, whatever piece of information, for completing a project, for finding information about their day-to-day activities, for doing any sort of research. So everybody has different objectives to be met. For entertainment purpose, whether it's for playing games or for watching movies or for listening songs or whatnot. And the most important thing which have come up recently, which is like in past 6-7 years, the e-commerce boom has really begun, and the shopping part. So I'm talking about India in particular. So in the past 6 7 years only, we have seen these so many e-commerce players coming up and taking out the internet industry to a next level. So shopping is another thing, right? So I'll move forward. Okay, why now SEO is used by business? So we have understood the search part, what search is, what search engines are. So what search engines actually do, they do the crawling, indexing part, provide SERPs, all the search results in an SERP. We've also understood why they are being used, why search engines are being used, right? And what SEO stands for. So after getting to know all that, let's change our hats, guys. Now, instead of being search engine users, let's try to think ourselves as business owners or advertisers. Now think yourself as business owners and understand why would you use SEO. The SEO is the entire process of making a business website come on the top for the related and relevant keywords. Do you think it's going to make sense for your business to use SEO and get much more value out of this particular? I mean, you can promote your business with the help of SEO. Just try to answer that question within yourself. What does it make sense for you as a business owner to use SEO? So we would try to analyze and understand some of these points, why businesses should use search engine optimization as one of the activity. Like I did mention earlier on also, SEO should be used by businesses.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides PG program in digital marketing offered by Belhaven University. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Before by first of all understanding the end audience. If my end audience is looking for the kind of product I also sell, if they're looking for that product over the internet which I also sell, then my job is done. If they look this end audience is looking for that kind of product over the search engine, then definitely it's a yes. Because if my prospective audience is searching for the related product which I also sell on the search engine, then I have to make sure that I also stay there and meet the prospective customer on the search space, on the search engine result space. So it's all about getting connected with the buyers. I am a seller, I am a business owner, I'm selling iPhone 6, then I should get in touch with those people who are looking to buy iPhone 6. I'm selling, so I have to connect with the buyers. So that's why search engine optimization is needed. So the very first reason why it's being said that SEO is important for every sort of business or most of the business, that the very first reason is SEO makes your business more visible in the search engines. So if your end audience is present in search engines and you do search engine optimization, you're at least making sure on the very popular search engines like Google, Yahoo, Bing, you are being present, right? So Google, Yahoo, Bing, your product is being present on these search engines, and the end customer will, whenever they would type in related search queries on any of these search results, your business is going to be visible, present, and somehow or the other you would start getting inquiries, leads, and that will ultimately turn into a sale if things go really well, the product is strong, your sales team is convincing, or whatnot. So for many people to find your site, it's SEO is very much important. It must be optimized and must be in tune with the algorithm. So I hope I have already spoken about algorithm. Algorithms are the way Google or any other search engine identifies which web page would be on the top and which web page would be on the second or the third or the fifth position. So without SEO, your site will be lost in a big jungle. You can try to visualize that. So let's say a world wide web is a big jungle, and you don't know the way out, right? So if you want to know the way out, SEO is the thing. Because when you know the way out, it's very similar to meeting the end customer, right? So that's reason one why SEO is needed for your business. SEO, the reason two, SEO offers passive traffic. So what we say as a passive traffic? So PPC, in other hand, which is Google AdWords, offers it's a costly affair sometimes, but everything has its own pros and cons. But SEO is a bit cheaper affair. But PPC marketing, actually you have to pay to Google, and when someone clicks on your ad, they would the advertiser would be incurring certain amount of money. With SEO, it's all about making your website rank on the targeted keyword, right? And once your site is optimized, you don't have to pay the search engines at all. Even a single penny is not supposed to be paid. It is free, it is targeted, and you keep on reaping on benefits when it comes to SEO, right? As compared to PPC. So both have their own pros and cons. This is one of the positives which I can let you know SEO has over PPC. It's free. You don't have to pay to Google, right? Number 3 point, why SEO is needed for your business. I tell you again, don't forget that you are business owners and you're thinking like a business owner. So if you are business owners, I'm letting you know why SEO is important. So SEO helps you improve your site also. So if you have a website, which I mean, definitely you need a website for the SEO. If you have a website which needs change on ongoing basis and you want to stay abreast with the other competitors also and make sure that you are performing much better than your competitors, customers are liking your product more than your competitors. So SEO will also help, will keep pushing you to make changes on your website and keep on improving it to make it much more relevant, pleasing to the eyes, pleasing not to the end audience but also to the search engines. So that's number 3 benefit, or I would say a reason for any specific business to run an SEO campaign. All right. Number four point why a business needs an SEO is that SEO is useful for any type of business, whatever kind of, whether it's a small business, small scale business, or a big or a large scale business. It's being needed by any sort of business. Whether you are a big billionaire, business tycoon, then also you need SEO. Or even if you are a local businessman, a businessman with a local business, with a small set of audience to cater to, still it's being needed. So that's a beauty of SEO. So every sort of business needs that, right? Number 6 is SEO will give you money's worth. So much better ROI is always needed, guys. When we look at performing any campaign, till the time we don't get a positive ROI, we uh, make a decision in terms of don't make a decision in terms of investing into it. So you can do SEO for free by doing all the hard work by yourself, or you can hire a freelancer or someone else to make it work for you. In many cases, you will definitely get back what you have invested and receive more for your business, right? So SEO should not be considered as a cost. It should be rather considered as an investment, guys, which I always tell all my trainees in which whatever sessions I take, it's more of an investment, guys, right? That's the number 6 point. So SEO will always give you much better ROI. That's what I've been seen so far. It's cost effective as compared to the other platforms. All right, number 7 being SEO can leverage social media. So when we study the off-page optimization, I'll talk a lot about social media also. So with SEO, you're just not working on the site improvement. You're just not working on making your website ranking on the top. But the number third is that you're also going to work on your social media presence, because a huge amount of importance is being laid out by Google search engine algorithm, that until and unless you don't have good engagement, good presence on social media sites, your SEO campaign is not going to work perfectly. So all in all, SEO helps you in leveraging and getting ROI from your social media channels too. Social media channels, just to name few, like Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, YouTube, Pinterest, and whatnot. Right. So all in all, it's all about connecting social media with SEO. Right. And the last one, I believe. All right, so SEO can't beat paid traffic. Now, this is one thing, guys, which many people feel that if they are running PPC campaigns, they don't need SEO. But that's not really the fact. In very specific markets or specific niche, SEO drives more or less 50% of the traffic from the search engines. You won't believe but that's a fact. For some of the organizations, some of the industries, I've seen more than 50% of the traffic is coming through SEO despite of running the PPC campaigns, because people generally tend to click after the PPC ads also, the top paid ads also. There is a very much tendency that they go ahead and click on the fourth, fifth, sixth, and the seventh search results also, and these are the organic ones. So PPC has its own perspective, has its own advantages, and SEO has its own advantage. A bigger chunk of traffic always comes from the SEO perspective. So you cannot really rely on PPC and forget SEO. That's another reason why one should look at SEO for the business, right? Another reason why a business should look at SEO, guys, is that a lot of trust and credibility can be built. So once we'll study that, once we'll study the online reputation management, you would see good amount of testimonials or good amount of reviews, much positive reviews, always leads to positive search engine optimization campaigns also. So it works in two way. Much better reviews will help in building trust and credibility and also help in the SEO campaign. So like I said, with social media campaigns also, they work individually as a social media campaign, but also helps in the overall SEO process also. Similarly, online reputation management, once it's been taken, they help in building trust and credibility. On the other hand, parallelly, it helps in the SEO process also, right? And everybody goes and wants to buy in those brands which are trustworthy. Till the time you yourself as a customer don't trust a particular brand, you will never ever buy stuff from them, right? So that's very much important. So studies have shown that consumers are more likely to go with brands and companies that they think are trustworthy. Otherwise, they don't make a decision of going with them, right? So another point why a business actually should look for SEO is because that offers unlimited opportunities. So it's not just a one-time activity, guys. So it's a continuous process, and it's something that must be changed, tweaked. Strategies should be improved as per the overall Google algorithm. It should be improved once in a while to make sure that it keeps up with the ever-changing, algorithms of search engines. So SEO allows you to be more flexible and become responsive to change. So it's all about, meeting all these opportunities. SEO offers a lot of opportunities with the algorithm changes, right? The next come SERP, guys, which I've already spoken about. What are the paid and the natural or the organic ones? So once you enter a specific keyword, then the overall search results which come in, they are divided into the paid and the natural organic results. And the web page where all these search results are listed is in search engine result, SERP. So it's a web page that the search engine returns within the results of its search. And the paid part being on the right hand side, paid search ads being on the top uh, portion, and the ones which are underneath the top paid ones are the natural or the organic or the unpaid or the search engine optimization. So there are four names which I've already given to you for that, right? So this is another categorization where I've already told you about the PLA, product listing, or the shopping ads also, right? So these are the PLA ads, guys. I've already shown you live. So that's with the help of my presentation. I'm letting you know PLA ads are like this with the images. Right. Now comes crawling, indexing, and ranking, guys. I've already explained it to you, but I would go ahead and showcase that to you with the help of this picture, which you can see right up here. So I did tell you, whenever search engine comes to know that there is a new web page which is being launched in the internet space, or any existing web page which has made changes to its entire content or any specific change, Google keeps crawling them, Google keeps scanning them, right? So the search engine, Google search engine, is actually also called a Google bot. It says crawling is the process by which Googlebot, which is a Google search engine, discovers new and updated. The old pages which have been updated, when they are being discovered by Google, that process is actually called crawling. So that crawling happens, and with the crawling, the indexation part also happens. When these pages are being crawled, they're being added, or they're being saved, or they're being indexed, means the same. Saving or indexing means the same stuff, guys. It says indexing is a process where each of the web pages which are being crawled, they are being saved in order to compile a massive index, a massive database, or an index, whatever you want to call it, with of the words which it sees. So if you look at this specific picture, guys, search engine Google, Yahoo, etc., they're at one place, right? And once the crawl happens, the search engine crawls these multiple web pages included in search engine sitemaps. So we'll talk about sitemaps also. So the crawling happens on various search engines, and pages which are not permitted by the website owners to be read across, they are not read and they're not indexed. So let's say out of 30 pages, 10 pages were being asked not to be indexed. So 10 pages were not being indexed and 20 were being indexed. Who give this instruction? The website owner or the SEO professional gives the instruction that out of 30 pages, only 20 should be indexed. I can also do that for my website. We'll talk about that in detail, guys. So these 10 pages are not getting indexed. They are de-indexed and 20 are being indexed and they're being kept in the overall repository of search engines. Once that's being done, the ranking process happens after that. So let's say a keyword, like we also did, we typed in the keyword buy iPhone 6. When we did that, me as the user, once I inserted the keyword in the search box, the search engines will actually check for various web pages which they have already stored in their index, in their data center. And they would first start looking at all those web pages of which is a sort of a closest match. Which page is a closest match, that will be taken and a score will be assigned. The algorithm will work. An algorithm of the search engine is again a sort of a process or a logic or a formula which Google will run after looking into these index page. It would run and give a score to all these pages which are closest match and will judge and identify out of all these web pages which are a closest match, which one goes on the top, which one will go on the second position, and which one will go on the third. The web page which would have done good, better SEO.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the most popular social networking site in the world? A. WhatsApp, B. LinkedIn, C. Facebook, D. Twitter. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Would be on the first page, and the one which is after that, a bit lower on the performance as compared to the first one, will be on the second, so forth and so on, right? So a score will be assigned by the algorithms and judgment would be done by them, and they would rank these pages based on the algorithm consisting of hundreds of thousands of ranking signals. So there are certain parameters which Google algorithm takes into consideration. These parameters are these ranking signals only, and that's what we'll talk about in the on-page and off-page. When we do proper on-page, their on-page activities are the ranking signals only, which algorithms take into consideration. The overall off-page activity which we'll do, they are the ranking signals. If we are doing good on-page, good off-page, then better ranking signals would be given and better ranking would be achieved for our website. So all in all, if you're doing good on-page, off-page in a nutshell for your website, you would tend to achieve much better crawling, indexing, and ranking for the keywords. And your end audience, major number of your prospective audience would be able to reach you. And more traffic would result into more leads would result into more revenue and profit afterwards, right? So that's about crawling and indexing. The other part being how search works, guys. So how the overall search engine process works, you would see the search query, the end customer who's making a search query is residing up over here, right? The lady with the flower over here, the flower with over here. She makes a search query. Let's say she makes a search query of whatever, looking for salons in Mumbai, or maybe in Linking Road, Mumbai, whatever, any sort of search query. She types in across that query into Google. Google actually sees its entire database, which I've already told you. It would check its entire database of those web pages which matches to that specific keyword, that search query which she has done. All those pages, let's say out of 1 lakh pages in that database, only 50 pages matches to the search query, right? The search engine would actually take it from its entire indexing, take out those 50 pages, and out of those 50 pages, then the algorithm will work and will provide the results in the ranking, in a much better ranking fashion, that which web page will rank on the first position, then which one would be on the second. Algorithm is going to make a decision on which web page would be on the first, second, and third. That's a straight function, a straight process of how the search query will work. From the search person who's making the search query goes to the search engine. Search engines on the back end looks at the entire database, and within the database, search engine pulls out the related web pages, and those related web pages are being diagnosed, accessed, analyzed by the algorithm will look into those 50 web pages and give the rankings of the search results accordingly to the end customer. That's a simple straight process. Along with that, Google parallelly, or the search engine will parallelly have its crawler working on crawling and indexing part. The crawler or the search engine will parallelly also keep on identifying new web pages and existing web pages which are being updated. So all those web pages which are being updated and created new, they would be put across into the database, right? So that's all about indexing and crawling, and the overall search process works. So search engines work by sending out these are automated crawlers or spiders or bots, whatever you call that index websites through links. This is how new and updated pages are found, guys. And in the search engine database, there are plenty of websites, images and whatnot, right? Like I said, SEO is the process of taking measures, which is taking all these corrective actions and measures to gain organic traffic from search engines. Your ranking and placement on a search engine website depends on user queries. So the user query which I had used in that particular example was buy iPhone 6. If my end customer is typing in buy iPhone 6 and I sell across iPhone 6, it's a perfect thing. I should get my website optimized for those specific queries which my end audience would type in while looking for a kind of product which I also sell, right? So which in turn rely on what your web page have done for SEO. So we would do a lot of things on the web pages which we have for websites. It's very important to have a website to run the search engine optimization. So there are multiple ways to optimize a website, which include things like putting in a lot of content, and also ranging from using the front end user oriented content. So content is one thing, getting backlinks, and working out on the website layout altogether, right? So that's in brief, guys. I mean, not in brief, I would say in very much depth what SEO stands for, what SERP stands for, right? Search engine result page, and how is the overall categorization there. All right, another basics. So we are understanding the basics within search engine landscape, what exactly a search is, why people search. Give me an let me give you an example. Let's say 20 years back or 25 years back, when there was no internet, hardly any internet, and the way we used to read books was like, I mean, we used to enter into a library, and let's say, just imagine a situation: you are in your school library or your college library, you enter inside the library and you're looking for a particular book. Now, when you're looking for a particular book, what are you trying to do? You're going to search for it, right? There's a huge database of books. There are huge towers of these books which are lying in your library. And out of those lakhs of books, or maybe thousands of books, you're just looking for one single book. How would you get to know that the book which you're looking at, where is that placed? Earlier, we used to ask our librarian that where can I get a such and such book with such and such author. He or she, the librarian, used to tell us that, or even now this happens in the other libraries, some of the old fashioned libraries, the librarian tells us that please go to the tower number A or tower B, or the overall this particular rack, and within that rack, then in tower A you have a certain section which is A uh, 1.1. So the librarian was helping you do the search part very easily. So we always do a search to find a lot of information. We always keep on hunting for various information. Now today I decide that I want to go to a restaurant for a dinner or for breakfast, whatever the time of whatever time you are looking at this video. So let's say I decide to go for dinner in a very good fine dining Chinese restaurant. What would I do? These days, we always keep a check on search engines. We always ask search engines. I need to buy a phone. I need to buy a car. I need to go for with any sort of online shopping. I need to complete. I'm a college student. I need to complete my project. I'm a small kid. I want to watch cartoons, or I am again a school going kid who is looking to look for certain movies or what all things. We always, every sort of individual is searching in something or the other. So on the internet, searching is just all about finding and stuff. We all know that, right? So, but it's very much important for me to let you know, even if you know that. So somewhere in a location, in a collection of huge database documents or web pages, also in the internet space, there are huge web pages which are stored across by search engines. Search engine stores a hell lot of web pages, a lot of web pages which gets constructed on day-to-day basis. They are being taken into consideration, they're being read and saved by search engines in their database. So all these search engines have their huge data centers, guys. Now consider, imagine one more thing. I'll ask you to imagine one more thing. Imagine you are in a particular corporate office which is way too tall, as in when the it's a taller building, and it's a cold storage unit, and it has a huge, I mean, very tall towers also, and these tall towers are data centers of these search engines. You would find, I mean, there are plenty of data centers which Google owns in various countries. So they have a good number of data centers in the United States, some of them in India as well. So within their data centers, these cold storage units, which you have imagined just now, they've got heaps of web pages being stored. Now the search engines keep on searching for lot many new web pages in the internet, and the search engines keep on scanning, reading, and then saving all these data in their data center, so that whenever the end customer of the search engine puts in a query or the keyword, whatever you call it, the query or the keyword, the search engine algorithm works again and showcases only those search results which they find to be best and relevant, right? So all in all, it's a collection of documents or collection of web pages and other things. There is a lot of information which you would want to find. You look like we were looking for the iPhone 6 and we were being given search results of Apple, Amazon, and Snapdeal, and other websites. So you don't have a web idea where exactly they are. So you perform a search activity, right? All right. So what exactly a search engine is? Now consider, I mean, there are various names, guys, for search engines, which I would like to tell you. One, you can write that down. It's people call search engine as a robot or a bot. Robot, bot, which is BOT, or a robot, 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 bot, or a crawler. Robot, bot, crawler, or a search engine. These are same names given to a specific program, guys. A search engine is nothing but just a program which is being devised and created by these companies, by these organizations like Google, Bing, Yahoo. They have created these overall program which they have sort of automated in a fashion that they run on their own. And when they run, what they do, they keep running, they keep jumping from one web page to another web page. Let's say today I create a new website, guys. If I create a new website today and I permit search engine to come onto my website, so there is a permission which has to be given. I'll talk about that in detail in a later stage, which is called robots.txt. So I permit search engines to come onto my website. Search engines are always hungry for new web pages. They'll come onto my web page, they'll start looking into my web page and start scanning the content. So let's say there is something written on my website, the written content that would be scanned from left to right and top to bottom. And after scanning, the scanning process, first of all, the scanning of the content or the reading of the content is called crawling, guys. In internet marketing language, scanning or reading of the content by search engine on a specific web page is called crawling. I repeat, crawling is a process of scanning or reading text or content on a specific web page by the search engine. So crawling is that process. Once the Google or any search engine has done the crawling part, they would, after scanning, they would go ahead and take all that content and deposit all that, save all that in their repository or in their data center, and that saving across of that content is termed as indexing, right? Indexing is the term which is being used for saving across the content, right? So I repeat, search engine is actually a program which helps in doing the crawling and indexing part very easily. and this program searches for new web pages and reads, scans or that entire new set of database which is present, and also then categorize these search engines, these programs list down certain keywords for a specific web page. If my web page is talking about buy iPhone 6, while submitting my web page into the data center, they will also mention that these are certain keywords which are associated to a specific web page. So characterization would be done, categorization and characterization would be done for each one of my websites, web pages. And they are used, these search engines are actually used for finding particular sites on the World Wide Web. So today I'm trying to find a specific thing on the World Wide Web. So I would use a search engine to actually find that, right? I've already spoken about SERP, but I'll still go ahead and let you know. So the search results are generally presented in a line of results. I have shown you the line of results which have the paid and the unpaid. They're often termed as search engine results pages. So one page is one of the SERP, the second page is the second SERPs, third page is the third SERPs, so on and so forth. So search results are presented with the help of SERPs, and the information would be a mix of web page, image, and other type of files also, guys. So you would see these days it's not just the websites which rank. There are plenty of images, local maps files or local maps also. Then you have social media sites also which rank. So not just the web pages, but also images and other types of files you would get to see within search engines. What SEO is, what is search, what is search engine. So it's very important to know all that. I've already made you understand what SERP, what crawling and indexing also. I'll talk about that in detail when I'll move forward, right? So I have certain slides for that also. So why search engines use people use search engines, or why search engines are used by people? I mean, we have already spoken about that. No matter whatever kind of audience it is, whether it's an individual working in a corporate, a businessman, or a small kid, a school-going kid, or a college-going kid, or an adolescent, or a housewife, or an elderly men or women, whosoever may be, they are using internet for their own purpose, either for finding information, whatever piece of information, for completing a project, for finding information about their day-to-day activities, for doing any sort of research. So everybody has different objectives to be met. For entertainment purpose, whether it's for playing games or for watching movies or for listening songs or whatnot. And the most important thing which have come up recently, which is like in past 6-7 years, the e-commerce boom has really begun, and the shopping part. So I'm talking about India in particular. So in the past 6-7 years only, we have seen these so many e-commerce players coming up and taking out the internet industry to a next level. So shopping is another thing, right? So I'll move forward. Okay, why now SEO is used by business? So we have understood the search part, what search is, what search engines are. So what search engines actually do, they do the crawling, indexing part, provide SERPs, all the search results in an SERP. We have also understood why they are being used, why search engines are being used, right? And what SEO stands for. So after getting to know all that, let's change our hats, guys. Now, instead of being search engine users, let's try to think ourselves as business owners or advertisers. Now think yourself as business owners and understand, why would you use SEO? The SEO is the entire process of making a business website come on the top for the related and relevant keywords. Do you think it's going to make sense for your business to use SEO and get much more value out of this particular? I mean, you can promote your business with the help of SEO. Just try to answer that question within yourself. What does it make sense for you as a business owner to use SEO? So we would try to analyze and understand some of these points, why businesses should use search engine optimization as one of the activity. Like I did mention earlier on also, SEO should be used by businesses before by first of all understanding the end audience. If my end audience is looking for the kind of product I also sell, If they're looking for that product over the internet, which I also sell, then my job is done. If they look, this end audience is looking for that kind of product over the search engine, then definitely it's a yes. Because if my prospective audience is searching for the related product which I also sell on the search engine, then I have to make sure that I also stay there and meet the prospective customer on the search space, on the search engine results space. So it's all about getting connected with the buyers. I am a seller, I am a business owner, I'm selling iPhone 6, then I should get in touch with those people who are looking to buy iPhone 6. I'm selling, so I have to connect with the buyers. So that's why search engine optimization is needed. So the very first reason why it's being said that SEO is important for every sort of business or most of the business, that the very first reason is SEO makes your business more visible in the search engines. So if your end audience is present in search engines and you do search engine optimization, you're at least making sure on the very popular search engines like Google, Yahoo, Bing, you are being present, right? So Google, Yahoo, Bing, your product is being present on these search engines, and the end customer will, whenever they would type in related search queries on any of these search results, your business is going to be visible, present, and somehow or the other you would start getting inquiries, leads, and that will ultimately turn into a sale if things go really well, the product is strong, your sales team is convincing, or whatnot. So for many people to find your site, it's SEO is very much important. It must be optimized and must be in tune with the algorithm. So I hope I have already spoken about algorithm. Algorithms are the way Google or any other search engine identifies which web page would be on the top and which web page would be on the second or the third or the fifth position. So without SEO, your site will be lost in a big jungle. You can try to visualize that. So let's say a world wide web is a big jungle, and you don't know the way out, right? So if you want to know the way out, SEO is the thing. Because when you know the way out, it's very similar to meeting the end customer, right? So that's reason one why SEO is needed for your business. The reason two, SEO offers passive traffic. So what we say as a passive traffic? So PPC, in other hand, which is Google AdWords, offers it's a costly affair sometimes, but everything has its own pros and cons. But SEO is a bit cheaper affair. But PPC marketing, actually you have to pay to Google, and when someone clicks on your ad, they would the advertiser would be incurring certain amount of money. With SEO, it's all about making your website rank on the targeted keyword, right? And once your site is optimized, you don't have to pay the search engines at all. Even a single penny is not supposed to be paid. It is free, it is targeted, and you keep on reaping on benefits when it comes to SEO, right? As compared to PPC. So both have their own pros and cons. This is one of the positives which I can let you know SEO has over PPC. It's free. You don't have to pay to Google, right? Number 3 point, why SEO is needed for your business. I tell you again, don't forget that you are business owners and you're thinking like a business owner. So if you are business owners, I'm letting you know why SEO is important. So SEO helps you improve your site also. So if you have a website, which definitely you need a website for the SEO. If you have a website which needs change on ongoing basis and you want to stay abreast with the other competitors also and make sure that you are performing much better than your competitors, customers are liking your product more than your competitors. So SEO will also help, will keep pushing you to make changes on your website and keep on improving it to make it much more relevant, pleasing to the eyes, pleasing not to the end audience but also to the search engines. So that's number 3 benefit, or I would say a reason for any specific business to run an SEO campaign. All right. Number four point why a business needs an SEO is that SEO is useful for any type of business, whatever kind of, whether it's a small business, small scale business, or a big or a large scale business. It's being needed by any sort of business. Whether you are a big billionaire, business tycoon, then also you need SEO. Or even if you are a local businessman, a businessman with a local business, with a small set of audience to cater to. Still, it's being needed. So that's a beauty of SEO. So every sort of business needs that, right? Number 6 is SEO will give you money's worth. So much better ROI is always needed, guys. When we look at performing any campaign, till the time we don't get a positive ROI, we uh, make a decision in terms of don't make a decision in terms of investing into it. So you can do SEO for free by doing all the hard work by yourself, or you can hire a freelancer or someone else to make it work for you. In many cases, you will definitely get back what you have invested and receive more for your business, right? So SEO should not be considered as a cost. It should be rather considered as an investment, guys, which I always tell all my trainees in which whatever sessions I take, it's more of an investment, guys, right? That's the number 6th point. So SEO will always give you much better ROI. That's what I've been seen so far. It's cost effective as compared to the other platforms. All right, number 7 being SEO can leverage social media. So when we study the off-page optimization, I'll talk a lot about social media also. So with SEO, you're just not working on the site improvement. You're just not working on making your website ranking on the top. But the number 3rd is that you're also going to work on your social media presence, because a huge amount of importance is being laid out by Google search engine algorithm, that until and unless you don't have good engagement, good presence on social media sites, your SEO campaign is not going to work perfectly. So all in all, SEO helps you in leveraging and getting ROI from your social media channels too. Social media channels, just to name few, like Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, YouTube, Pinterest, and whatnot. Right. So all in all, it's all about connecting social media with SEO. Right. And the last one, I believe. All right, so SEO can't beat paid traffic. Now, this is one thing, guys, which many people feel that if they are running PPC campaigns, they don't need SEO. But that's not really the fact. In very specific markets or specific niche, SEO drives more or less 50% of the traffic from the search engines. You won't believe but that's a fact. For some of the organizations, some of the industries, I've seen more than 50% of the traffic is coming through SEO despite of running the PPC campaigns, because people generally tend to click after the PPC ads also, the top paid ads also. There is a very much tendency that they go ahead and click on the 4th, 5th, 6th, and the 7th search results also, and these are the organic ones. So PPC has its own perspective, has its own advantages, and SEO has its own advantage. A bigger chunk of traffic always comes from the SEO perspective. So you cannot really rely on PPC and forget SEO. That's another reason why one should look at SEO for the business, right? Another reason why a business should look at SEO, guys, is that a lot of trust and credibility can be built. So once we'll study that, once we'll study the online reputation management, you would see good amount of testimonials or good amount of reviews, much positive reviews, always leads to positive search engine optimization campaigns also. So it works in two way. Much better reviews will help in building trust and credibility, and also help in the SEO campaign. So like I said, with social media campaigns also, they work individually as a social media campaign, but also helps in the overall SEO process also. Similarly, online reputation management, once it's been taken, they help in building trust and credibility. On the other hand, parallelly, it helps in the SEO process also, right? And everybody goes and wants to buy in those brands which are trustworthy. Till the time you yourself as a customer don't trust a particular brand, you will never ever buy stuff from them, right? So that's very much important. So studies have shown that consumers are more likely to go with brands and companies that they think are trustworthy. Otherwise, they don't make a decision of going with them, right? So another point why a business actually should look for SEO is because that offers unlimited opportunities. So it's not just a one-time activity, guys. So it's a continuous process, and it's something that must be changed, tweaked. Strategies should be improved as per the overall Google algorithm. It should be improved once in a while to make sure that it keeps up with the ever changing algorithms of search engines. So SEO allows you to be more flexible and become responsive to change. So it's all about meeting all these opportunities. SEO offers a lot of opportunities with the algorithm changes, right?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online training in partnership with SPJIMR, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
The next come SERP, guys, which I've already spoken about. What are the paid and the natural or the organic ones? So once you enter a specific keyword, then the overall search results which come in, they are divided into the paid and the natural organic results. And the web page where all these search results are listed is in search engine result, SERP. So it's a web page that the search engine returns within the results of its search. And the paid part being on the right hand side, paid search ads being on the top uh, portion, and the ones which are underneath the top paid ones are the natural or the organic or the unpaid or the search engine optimization. So there are four names which I've already given to you for that, right? So this is another categorization where I've already told you about the PLA, product listing, or the shopping ads also, right? So these are the PLA ads, guys. I've already shown you live. So that's with the help of my presentation. I'm letting you know PLA ads are like this with the images.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides PG program in digital marketing offered by Belhaven University. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Right. Now comes crawling, indexing, and ranking, guys. I've already explained it to you, but I would go ahead and showcase that to you with the help of this picture, which you can see right up here. So I did tell you, whenever search engine comes to know that there is a new web page which is being launched in the internet space, or any existing web page which has made changes to its entire content, or any specific change, Google keep crawling them, Google keeps scanning them, right? So the search engine, Google search engine, is actually also called a Google bot. It says crawling is the process by which Google bot, which is a Google search engine, discovers new and updated, the old pages which have been updated. When they are being discovered by Google, that process is actually called crawling. So that crawling happens, and with the crawling, the indexation part also happens. When these pages are being crawled, they're being added, or they're being saved, or they're being indexed. Means the same. Saving or indexing means the same stuff, guys. It says indexing is a process where each of the web pages which are being crawled, they are being saved in order to compile a massive index, a massive database, or an index, whatever you want to call it, with of the words which it sees. So if you look at this specific picture, guys, search engine, Google, Yahoo, etc., they're at one place, right? And once the crawl happens, the search engine crawls these multiple web pages included in search engine sitemaps. So we'll talk about sitemaps also. So the crawling happens on various search engines, and pages which are not permitted by the website owners to be read across, they are not read and they're not indexed. So let's say out of 30 pages, 10 pages were being asked not to be indexed. So 10 pages were not being indexed and 20 were being indexed. Who give this instruction? The website owner or the SEO professional gives the instruction that out of 30 pages, only 20 should be indexed. I can also do that for my website. We'll talk about that in detail, guys. So these 10 pages are not getting indexed. They are de-indexed, and 20 are being indexed, and they're being kept in the overall repository of search engines. Once that's being done, the ranking process happens after that. So let's say a keyword, like we also did, we typed in the keyword buy iPhone 6. When we did that, me as the user, once I inserted the keyword in the search box, the search engines will actually check for various web pages which they have already stored in their index, in their data center. And they would first start looking at all those web pages are which is a sort of a closest match. Which page is a closest match, that will be taken, and a score will be assigned. The algorithm will work. An algorithm of the search engine is again a sort of a process or a logic or a formula which Google will run after looking into these index page. It would run and give a score to all these pages which are closest match, and will judge and identify out of all these web pages which are a closest match, which one goes on the top, which one will go on the second position, and which one will go on the third. The web page which would have done good, better SEO.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the most popular social networking site in the world? A. WhatsApp, B. LinkedIn, C. Facebook, D. Twitter. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Would be on the first page, and the one which is after that, a bit lower on the performance as compared to the first one, will be on the second, so forth and so on, right? So a score will be assigned by the algorithms, and judgment would be done by them, and they would rank these pages based on the algorithm, consisting of hundreds of thousands of ranking signals. So there are certain parameters which Google algorithm takes into consideration. These parameters are these ranking signals only, and that's what we'll talk about in the on-page and off-page. When we do proper on-page, these are their on-page activities are the ranking signals only, which algorithms take into consideration. The overall off-page activity which we'll do, they are the ranking signals. If we are doing good on-page, good off-page, then better ranking signals would be given, and better ranking would be achieved for our website. So all in all, if you're doing good on-page, off-page in a nutshell for your website, you would tend to achieve much better crawling, indexing, and ranking for the keywords. And your end audience, number of your prospective audience would be able to reach you. And more traffic would result into more leads would result into more revenue and profit afterwards, right? So that's about crawling and indexing. The other part being how search works, guys. So how the overall search engine process works, you would see the search query, the end customer who's making a search query is residing up over here, right? The lady with the flower over here, the flower with over here. She makes a search query. Let's say she makes a search query of whatever, looking for salons in Mumbai, or maybe in Linking Road, Mumbai, whatever, any sort of search query. She types in across that query into Google. Google actually sees its entire database, which I've already told you. It would check its entire database of those web pages which matches to that specific keyword, that search query which she has done. All those pages, let's say out of 1 lakh pages in that database, only 50 pages matches to the search query, right? The search engine would actually take it from its entire indexing, take out those 50 pages, and out of those 50 pages, then the algorithm will work and will provide the results in the ranking, in a much better ranking fashion, that which web page will rank on the first position, then which one would be on the second. Algorithm is going to make a decision on which web page would be on the first, second, and third. That's a straight function, a straight process of how the search query will work. From the search person who's making the search query goes to the search engine. Search engines on the back end looks at the entire database, and within the database, search engine pulls out the related web pages, and those related web pages are being diagnosed, accessed, analyzed by the algorithm. Algorithm will look into those 50 web pages and give the rankings of the search results accordingly to the end customer. That's a simple straight process. Along with that, Google parallelly, or the search engine will parallelly have its crawler working on crawling and indexing part. The crawler or the search engine will parallelly also keep on identifying new web pages and existing web pages which are being updated. So all those web pages which are being updated and created new, they would be put across into the database, right? So that's all about indexing and crawling, and the overall search process works. So search engines work by sending out these are automated crawlers or spiders or bots, whatever you call that index websites through links. This is how new and updated pages are found, guys. And in the search engine database, there are plenty of websites, images and whatnot, right? The very first being search engine landscape. If you have already seen the video, you would have understood a lot of basics about search engine, what search engine is, how the search works. So, how the crawling and indexing. So these are certain terms which are very important to be known before we move ahead with the other modules, whether it's SEO audit, which we're going to talk about right now. So before doing SEO audit, it's very important to understand these basics, the crawling part, the indexing, the ranking, and also some of the other aspects like how search engines take data, read that stuff, and also get that implemented in their data center, right? So that's all was being covered in search engine landscape. The topic for today for this video is SEO audit, search engine audit. So what do we understand by audit? We'll have a assignment followed with by this module, guys. So this is something which I would recommend each one of you to please do it and do submit it across to us so that we can evaluate and let you also know how you have really performed. Your overall performance will also be measured by that. Audit, the term audit in itself means how am I performing? How am I doing? What is the present situation? If I have to really optimize my website, the audit part has to come in first. I have to first of all know where do I stand? Where does my website stand in front of in front of other competition I have, right? So if my competition, if my competitors are doing really well and I am not, then it makes a lot of sense to analyze my website from the SEO perspective. Where is my website standing as compared to my competitors? So we'll take that in detail. I hope everybody's, or you can actually relate what SEO audit is going to be all about. So the audit in itself means where am I standing? When I have the goals in front of me, I know that my website needs traffic, and with traffic, I need uh, much better leads, much relevant leads, and sales in the end. If that's the objective, then with end objective being known, at least I have to know where do I stand so that I can judge how much distance I have to cover. And with that being known, it's the journey, the overall activity, the overall procedure is going to be very easy for me, right? We would be able to make my overall our SEO strategy in a very perfect fashion. All right, so these are the overall topics which we're going to talk about in this entire video, guys. The second module, what is an audit? We would understand that stuff. Reasons and benefit of doing an SEO audit. So once we know all that, then only we'll be able to move ahead, which would be again the third point, followed by the reasons and benefit. Knowing the reasons and benefit, it would be followed by search engine commands. Now these are some commands, guys, which we as search engine optimizers would be using to go ahead and seed certain data about our website. So I would be talking about that in detail, and these commands are always used when we type them across in the Google search bar. Why I say Google search bar, I did mention in the last video also, because it's just Google where everybody wants to rank their website. Provided you're not very keen on getting your website ranked for other smaller search engines. I mean, so Google is the biggest one. That's why I keep saying Google search engine, right? So once these commands are being known, we'll also talk about how do you gather information about your domain and what exactly a domain is. A domain is the very foremost thing which is needed for making a website. Something like www.google.com. Now that's the domain, right? www.google.com, that's a domain. Then followed by that, I'll make you understand one of the thing. It would sound very new to you if you haven't heard of it before. Then probably the pronunciation part can also be a problem. It says domain canonicalization. If you read that, it says domain canonicalization. What exactly that means and why is this something which we have to really look at while doing SEO audit? We'll explain and we'll understand all that. All right. After that, it's going to be about sitemap.xml. This is one of the file, guys, which Google or any other search engine recommends for having on our website. There are certain files which helps in success of our SEO campaign. For making a campaign successful, for making a campaign in shape, it's very much important to have these things in place. But while doing SEO audit, we are not going to create it. We are not going to implement it. We'll be just checking whether it's in place or not for our website or not. So while doing the SEO audit, we won't be creating the sitemap.xml file or we won't be uploading it to our website. We'll just be checking whether it's present on a website or not. What are the advantages and what exactly it is? That's something also which I'm going to explain as we'll move further, right? So that's the overall index, guys. After sitemap file, there is a file called robots.txt. Now, robots.txt is another file, guys, which is very much important and which is actually needed by search engines to get the search engine optimization campaign successful. In short, I can tell you about robots.txt that it's a file which is created on a notepad. You can see it says .txt, and we take a notepad file and we write certain commands in it. And that command, you don't need to be a techie to actually create this file and write certain commands. Those commands are pretty easy. I'll explain it to you how this is being done. And the reason behind taking a notepad file and writing these commands is to actually instruct the search engine as in what all pages should be indexed on my website and what all pages should be not at all indexed, right? Why would I like to not index some of my web pages? Can you think of a reason? If I am trying to learn, if we all are trying to learn search engine optimization, we are trying to make our website rank higher in the search results, then we want each and every web page of our website to rank higher. Then why on the earth would robots.txt come in and give a command to the search engine that please index these many pages and don't index a certain set of pages? Giving you an example, let's say I have a website which is 20 pages strong. There are 20 web pages in my website. Out of 20 pages, with the help of robots.txt, I can instruct the search engines, whether it's Google, Bing, Yahoo, Amazon, whatnot. I can instruct them that please index only 15 pages. Please consider only 15 pages of my website and rest of the 5 pages of my total 20 pages, don't ever index them. What could be the reason? There are several reasons to it. Let's say if I have a website which is in construction, I've got 15 pages properly shaped out, but the other 5 pages are not. I'm still writing content for it. I'm writing good stuff. Or maybe the images are not set up. This is number one reason. I don't want to portray a bad image to the search engines uh, or to the end customer also if it starts ranking. It's always better to first of all get your website in shape first and then only make it indexable. Then only allow search engines. Till the time your website is live and doesn't have proper content, that is one situation where you can ask search engines to not to index. This is situation one. Situation two can be if you are having a website which is having a payment gateway. All the payment gateway pages, most of the times, you would never see that they are ranked. Payment related pages, these are secured pages. No websites make them ranked up on the search results, right? This is situation number two. Situation three, where you would also want some of your web pages not to be ranked, is the backend of your backend of your website. So all the admin panel these days of the websites are online and they also can be indexed by Google search engine. But you have to instruct Google or in all the search engines, whichever you want to, or maybe just choose pick up some of them. So majorly it's done for all the search engines. You can tell all the search engines not to index the backend of your website. Why would you want somebody to look at your website's backend and by just indexing them? If those backend pages gets indexed, they might somehow rank for any keyword, and that can be harmful for your website. So that was number three. Number four, let's say if I am some security agency and I don't want to be vocal about a lot of stuff of my business. Let's say if I'm into FBI or CID or whatnot, CBI, I have a website, and these guys do have a website. They do pass on information, but they don't want to be vocal about it, to be saying quite a lot of stuff about themselves. They don't want to promote themselves over the internet, over the search engine. That's how robots.txt comes into place. That's the overall objective, why we would be needing it. And while doing an SEO audit, we would be checking whether this particular file is present or not. So I did tell you a lot about what exactly it is, what it does. There are certain commands, and why would we actually try to get certain web pages de-indexed. Similarly, I would like to tell you about sitemap.xml. I'm moving a step back. Sitemap.xml is a file where you can automatically know the extension is XML. I would give you certain tools when we'll do on-page optimization. I'll tell you certain tools through which you can create the XML file. But why are we creating this and what exactly it is? A sitemap is like a sort of a hierarchy or a list of all the URLs, a small map of our website. Giving you the same example where I had 20 pages on my website, all the 20 pages will have their own respective URLs. When I say URLs, those are the same www google.com/AdSense, google.com/AdWords. These are two different URLs. For one website, there can be 20 different URLs, the example which I was taking. And out of those 20 pages, I want every web page to be indexed. So sitemap helps in that. When we are creating the sitemap, all the web pages of my website will get included into it. We as search engine optimizers will upload that onto our website. And the reason why we would be doing that so that Google can easily find the sitemap, and within one source, within within one sitemap, they would get the access to all the web pages of my website. So it acts as a good, great mechanism for indexing all the web pages which I want of my website. And it can simply be done by creating the sitemap with the help of certain tools, which I'll be taking. But while doing SEO audit, like I told you, sitemap.xml and robots.txt's presence has to be checked, right? And the third last point while we're doing SEO audit is to actually check for the 404 page. Now, what exactly 404 page is, how it should be set up, and why it should be set up in a certain fashion, what are the benefits, and how is it going to help with the overall SEO? I'm going to talk all about that in detail as we'll move further, right? So, but in short, 404 pages, guys, is something where a end customer lands onto your website, which is never being on a web page of a website, which is not being created by you. The domain is set up right, but the overall URL, the URL is not correct. So it's a sort of a page not found. I'll show you with the help of example. I'll move this screens and then I'll go to the search engine and I'll show you. Second last point we have to check while doing an SEO audit is to check for the search engine friendliness of the URLs. So the URLs which are there on the website, are they very much friendly to the search engines? Now, what is the definition of a search engine friendly URL? How do they look like? What kind of a search engine URL, what kind of a URL would not be a search engine friendly URL? So I'll tell you all that, and how can you form up a search engine friendly URL in the right effective fashion. That is also we are going to take in this session and also in this video and also in the upcoming video of on-page optimization. So stay tuned for that. The last point while checking the SEO audit is to look for broken links. Now, what broken links are? There are certain links which we create on our website. We give it to third-party websites. When we give external links to other websites, they sometimes can get broken up. Why would that happen? Let's say if I have given a link backlink to a third-party website, after a couple of weeks, that website sort of vanishes, or that website decides that they're going to discontinue that URL, and the same URL I have given a backlink, then it would actually make uh, a negative effect in my website because I have given a backlink to a page which is not existing now. Search engine will find this, that I have got a lot of broken links on my website, so it's going to affect negatively on my SEO, right? So this is something which we have to check. How do we check that? I'll talk all that in detail. All right. What is an audit? I did speak about that. So what exactly audit is? Audit is all about evaluating and assessing where do I stand. In SEO terminology, I would say it's a process of evaluating the healthiness of a website. Is it suffering from something, or is it very healthy? It's doing very well. I mean, all the areas which pertains from the parameters, which pertains from the SEO industry point of view, they are being looked at, right? So that's an audit part, an SEO audit in short. Reasons. Why do we want to do SEO audit? Can you think logically why exactly are we looking at doing SEO audit? I mean, we have decided that yes, my audience is there on search engine. I want to connect with my audience over the search engine because they use search engines while making a decision, while making a buying decision. So if my audience is using the search engine for looking for products and services, which I also serve, I'm an advertiser, right? So then I, as an advertiser, should try to get my website also onto the same places where they are trying to search for. If I'm selling an iPhone 6 and my end audience, which is looking to buy iPhone 6, they do make a decision by going onto these search engines, by typing in certain keywords. I need to make sure that I have to connect with that audience who is looking to buy iPhone 6 and I'm selling iPhone 6. I have to connect with them with the help of my website, and my website should come on the top for those keywords which they're typing in, because only those websites which rank on the top, they get the maximum traffic, and as a result of maximum traffic, the leads, the signups, and the end sale come in, right? That's the way to actually build up your overall business. Now, once we have decided that yes, SEO is the perfect thing to do, and we have understood the search engine landscape, how the search engines work in the back end, the crawling indexing, it makes a lot of sense to first of all analyze how is my website doing, even if I have not done anything on for my website from the SEO perspective. I've got it made it myself, I've made it myself, whatever the case may be. It's important to actually look at the website from, do an analysis or audit of my website from the overall SEO perspective. So benefit is that I can also learn about my competition and I can really may take actions accordingly to stay ahead of them. So it's not important to only just do an audit of your website, guys. It's also important to take an overview of how your competition's website is performing. Because if your competitors are doing really great stuff, then it would act as a sort of a benchmark for you, right? It would act as a benchmark for you. You can really take lessons from there, make things work according to that. So if some website is really ranking high, definitely they would have done something better than our website, because of which, or other websites also, they would have done something better because of which they're on the top. What makes them be on the top is something which we have to analyze. So we can do that by also doing an audit for our competitors. So I say that again, an SEO audit just not needs to be done for our own website, but also for the competitors or for those websites which are ranking really high, right? So the other point, the other reason for doing an SEO audit is to know the current health status of your website. And while checking the overall current health status of your website, you can also look at those issues which really hinders the business online visibility, right? So there are certain stuff which can really lead to a dent in your SEO campaign. You can look into that and take corrective actions. Number 3 point increases the overall authority of the domain by applying the right SEO strategy. So if you're applying in right SEO strategy, the SEO, while doing the SEO audit, it will help you to improve the overall authority, not just in the business perspective, but in also the domain perspective. The web domain which you have, it does carry certain credibility in the eyes of the search engines, right? And that credibility or the authority gets built up when you perform an SEO audit, right? And do an overall SEO. The fourth point being the reason on benefit of doing an SEO audit is that it gives you an opportunity to optimize your websites for search engines and fix the overall on-page issues, right? So the opportunity is there to get your website much more optimized and get it fixed. So audit gives you that overall gap which has to be fixed up, which has to be filled up, right? Number fifth being it helps you devise a plan to improve sales, conversions, and lead. If you have much better SEO strategy with the help of SEO audit, you can further improvise that, you can further nourish that, you can further plan it accordingly and twist it and turn it around as per the present situation. If you can mold it uh, as per the SEO audit, it will help you always to stay ahead of the competition. And as a result, you can improve sales, conversions, leads, and that's what the end objective is. So if you're meeting the end objective by doing all these stuff, which is part of the SEO audit, then it's worthwhile. It's worthwhile to always perform an SEO audit, not just in the beginning of the campaign, but also at frequent intervals. SEO audit, guys, we are taking this as a second module, but or maybe I'm letting you know that this has to be done in the very first go while starting the campaign, not just for your website but also for your competition. But I would say do it for your competition and for your website even at regular intervals. If, let's say, I mean, you have to decide on every month a sort of a SEO audit needs to be done just to keep an eye of how things are moving. Are we are really on the right track? In the when we started, this was our the SEO audit gave us these results. After a month, the SEO audit gives us some more. I mean, these results. Are there any differences? We have to really map that by doing SEO audit on regular basis. All right. The third last point says the SEO audit helps us to maximize the prospect of generating volumes of targeted online traffic. Absolutely. So in case you're performing the SEO audit right, which is helping you to build up your SEO strategy perfectly, it can end result is that it would help you to maximize the prospects of generating volumes of targeted online traffic. You're looking at getting certain traffic onto your website, and that can happen. You can get much more traffic with the help of great SEO strategies. Second last point, which is another benefit and the reason of doing an SEO audit, is that it helps you to get a better understanding of factors that could affect your website search engine ranking. So there are plenty of factors, guys. There can be factor A, factor B, factor C, which are really leading to overall search engine visibility, the overall optimization of your website. With SEO audit, you are getting to know each and every aspect which is affecting the website search engine ranking, right? And the last but not the least, it helps you to understand the overall weakness of your SEO campaign, right? Why wouldn't I be knowing that? It's always better to know your weaknesses so that you can very soon take a corrective action and strengthen the app. If you are really ignoring your weaknesses, no matter whatever sort of SEO campaign you do or paid campaign you do, it's not really going to help you, right? So these are some of the reasons and benefits. I hope all of you would agree to what I have just said. It is definitely a theoretical stuff, but it's always good to make your fundas clear on why are we doing an SEO audit and why is it worthwhile. All right, let's get the practical stuff up and start working on each and every activity. All right. So from the practical point of view, SEO audit, the very first thing is search engine commands. So I would be taking a website in as an example, and we'll start performing these activities. So the very first command is cache:/domain.com, guys. So I'm going what I would google.com and would run this particular command, cache colon and then the URL. So there is no space in between, guys. What are we trying to do? We are just trying to collect certain data for performing the SEO audit. So cache colon intellipaat.in, and then I press enter. I have got this command entered into the Google search box, right? I enter this, and what it gives me, it tells me when was the last time when Google search engine came on to my website. So it was 15th of August at 1838 Greenwich Meridian Time, right? Makes sense. So that's what, guys, is it's all about. It just gives me the idea in terms of when was the last time search engine came on my website and crawled my website. If the crawler is coming on my website on regular intervals at very frequently, it is making my SEO campaign much more stronger. Now the next question is, how can we really can we instruct the crawler in terms of how soon they should get it, how soon they should come onto my website? The answer is you can make the crawler come onto your website at regular intervals by doing.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the process of optimizing your website to rank higher in the search engine result pages? A. SEO, B. B2C, C. PPC, D. B2B. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Overall SEO campaign in a perfect fashion. But there is one funda through which you can get that very easily on regular frequent interval is by having a lot of content on your website. if you would have a lot of blog posts or articles or some of the other stuff being posted across on your website on regular intervals, that will help the crawling of your website being done at a faster pace. So it might happen to early morning, the search engine has come and crawled your website, and then after a couple of hours, and then after a couple of hours, I mean, even after a frequency of certain hours, not just days, but also hours, the search engine can come and crawl your website. The more crawling happens, the better it is from the SEO perspective. You will have much better rankings this way, right? So that's about cache colon command, guys. So you can check it for yourself, for your website. Keep on doing it and on regular intervals just to check how frequently uh, Google comes onto your website. Similarly, you can do it for your competitors. If your competitor's website is getting crawled at a much frequent rate, at a much faster pace, then this is something to worry about. This is something then you have to really go ahead and check with your overall content on your website. So you have to get this SEO campaign running properly. More content would help you with search engine optimization perfectly. All right. So the second command, guys, is site:/domain.com. I hope everybody is clear on the cache colon command. The second command says site:/domain.com. The site:/domain.com, let me show you how it works. So site:/intellipaat.in, I press enter. And what you get to see is that there are 412 results. This is something which you have to be checking at all the times. What is happening that Google, with the help of this particular command, tells us that how many web pages of our website have been indexed. So there are 412 pages which are being indexed. If you look at the very first command, very first search result, it says intellipaat.in. The second one is also intellipaat.in / the internal blog page. Then the business intelligence page. Then the fourth one is also, all of them are of the same domain, but these are all internal pages. These all pages are the ones which Google have got within their indexed data center. They have indexed it and they've got there in the data center. You can simply run this command also for your competitor and get to know whether your website has got more web pages or your competitor has got. So if your competitor is ranking on the top, is ranking for some of the keywords on the top, then it's something to worry about. And when you have to really worry about that, you have to get your website on the top. You have to also check not just for the cache colon command through cache colon command, that how frequently the Google search engine has come into your website, but you also have to check the index pages. How many pages of your website have been indexed? If it's a very low number as compared to your competitor, you really need to gear up, because more the number of web pages on your website, better it is from the SEO perspective, because Google or any other search engine is always hungry for uh, great content. And if you have great content being posted across on uh, higher frequency, and you keep doing that, your website goes bigger and stronger, much more web pages are there, then it will really boost up the ranking, right? So that's the second command, guys. And the third command is related:/domain.com. Now what it does, this particular command, let me show you that. So let me say, if I do it, I take an example of snapdeal.com. So you can say related:/snapdeal.com. Now I'm looking for those websites which are very much related to Snapdeal. All right. So you can see Flipkart, Home Shop 18, Jabong, eBay, Yevi. I mean, these all are related e-commerce sites very much like snapdeal.com, right? So you have Myntra, Jungly, Maidala, Shopclues, and whatnot, right? So these all websites, guys, are sort of related to the website which I have mentioned over here. You can always do it for your website. This is just a great command to check for people within your industry, and uh, a great way to get some learning out of the other websites too. All right. So that's with the third command, guys. The fourth command says info:/domain.com. Let me show you what exactly it does. So what it does, it helps us to first just understand. So if I do it for intellipaat.in, it helps me understand the overall information I want to take from a particular for a website. So you can see only one search result being provided. Only the main web page of my website where the major information of the website is present. The information, as the command says, info, that's something we get to know. You can also check for how other your competitors have really provided information, and you can see is your information, the way you are presenting information on your web page, is better as compared to your competitor or not. So that's in regards to getting information about your website, how people are actually looking into it. The last one is define. Now define colon command, define colon domain.com. This is something to know about a specific uh, thing. If I need to know a definition, let's say define SEO, I'm not taking the domain.com. You can see the definition comes in. Right. I can do the .com also, but I can also post across a specific word which I want to get defined, right? So search engine optimization is the process of affecting the visibility of a website or a web page in a search engine's unpaid result. We have already spoken about that. So often referred to as natural, organic, or earned results, right? So that's the overall way you can get to know. So this is more to do with playing across and getting to know about the meaning of a specific word, right? So information was all about getting to know info about your website. The related was all about getting to know those websites which are similar to our websites. Site colon gives us the overall index pages. And then we have the cache colon command. The cache colon command gives us the date and the time when Google search engine came onto our website last. Then there is another particular command, guys, which somehow works. I have the reason why I have not taken that on the PowerPoint is intentional, and because this command gives us half information, but it still helps us. It's called link colon domain.com. So when I press it, it's right now at present it's not giving me certain results, but let's say if I do it for link colon snapdeal.com, it gives me 48 results, and it's not that in total. These are certain backlinks which Snapdeal is actually receiving, right? So Snapdeal is getting backlinks from all these places. You can check it for yourself, and you can also check it for your competitors. How many backlinks are you receiving and how many backlinks your website is receiving. We'll have a detailed session, a detailed video in terms of off-page optimization. All right. And this is what I can tell you about link colon. It doesn't give us all the result. When we'll be studying about the overall tools, the paid tools which are there, they gives us the maximum results. They gives us some overall list of results which gives us backlinks, right? So that's in short about the search engine commands.
So, coming to the first point on this top digital marketing interview questions and answers set, it states briefly explain digital marketing. Well, one thing before even we get into the answer of this, make sure you do not get carried away because the question specifically says briefly, right? So make sure you keep it as concise as possible while answering this. So digital marketing is one of the world's most important domains right now in the case of online space, because this is exactly where we're trying to, put all the methodologies, terms, techniques where we're scaling brands, products, and we're bringing a closer interaction between the customers and the people who are providing these for us, right? There are many things that when it comes to digital marketing, there's SEO, email marketing, social media marketing, and many other domains, many strategies, and of course this is an ocean in itself. So this is something that you can use on understanding how you should answer this question. Coming to question number 2, it states, what are the types of digital marketing in the industry? Well, again, this is another question. Make sure you do not get carried away with the question. Understand that there are many types of digital marketing, and it is okay if you cannot state all the types, but at least 5 should help you out. We have email marketing, we have social media marketing, we have SEO, that is search engine marketing, then we have affiliate marketing, content marketing, search engine marketing, which is SEM, and of course PPC, which is pay per click advertising as well. So these are the mainframe, I'd like to call the foundational aspects of digital marketing types, and there are many others. And with every single day that we're trying to cater to a wider variety of audience, there are more methods that are being created as well. Coming to question number 3, it states, please define SEO in brief. Well, SEO actually stands for search engine optimization, as you might already know. So what this is, it is a structured approach. It's a technical approach that we take in helping us drive a higher quality and of course a higher quantity of traffic onto the website as well. So our website may be of a brand, it might be of a product, or it might be of a service that we are offering. So considering all of this, you want more people to land on your website, right? You want the traffic rate to be increased. So this a number that we put in, what we call as the incoming traffic rate, to increase all of that and to make sure that the people coming in are actually genuine, they're not spam bots, and they're they're of high quality in a way that when they come on the website, there's a good chance they're going to make a purchase and leave. So to cater to all of these things and to make sure that we do it all organically, we use SEO. So organically means we do not have to pay any sort of money to the search engines to get the website up in the rank, but we do it organically as well. So that is how you can approach this question. Coming to question number 4, it states, what are the top 5 ways to increase traffic to any website? Well, as we mentioned, right, since digital marketing is not a one-time solution for all the problems out there, so each individual problem has its own solution. So whenever someone asks you saying what are the top 5 ways to increase traffic, it is very, very, very subjective, because it really isn't possible to tell you the top 5 and say, hey, this will work for you, because that is wrong. So how do you answer this question, right? So make sure you pick up the top 5 methodologies which are well oiled. It means that there's a good chance that no matter what domain you're in, these 5 methodologies have proven to work before, and it should work for you as well. So we have SEO interlinking, we have content marketing, we have paid advertising, volume based catering, and of course email marketing as well. So these are some of the top 5 ways you can actually go on to increase traffic to any website regardless of what they're doing as well. And of course you can mention any other top ways to increase the traffic as well, but at least in my opinion, mention 3 or 4, and if possible do talk about them as well. See, there's a lot of things when it comes to paid advertising that you can talk about. There's a lot of things when it comes to interlinking, content marketing, and more as well.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides PG program in digital marketing offered by Belhaven University. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Coming to question number 5, it states, what are keywords? Why are they considered important in this domain? Well, keywords, as the name suggests, literally are the thing that people search for. So these are the words that people type in to search for something on a search engine or anything, right? So if you are implementing SEO in your strategy and your website has to appear whenever someone searches for this, it means that this is the keyword that you're catering to. If someone searches in Google saying Nike women shoes, and if you are a person who's selling Nike women shoes, then you have to do everything you can to make sure you rank up.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the most popular social networking site in the world? A. WhatsApp, B. LinkedIn, C. Facebook, D. Twitter. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Higher on the Google search engine's first page, right? So if you do that, there's a good chance someone's going to come to your website, land on your website, make a purchase, and leave. So that's how this works. The most important thing about us is this: with keywords, you can actually analyze it into a good amount of depth. You can go into the details of it. Keywords are used. Keywords can be exploited if they're done correctly. And at the end of the day, if you do everything right, you will turn in more revenue if that is the base requirement of your digital marketing campaign. And of course, it makes sure that you're putting your brand out there as well. So coming to question number 6, it states, where all can keywords be used to drive more traffic to a website? See, keywords can be used in a lot of places, right? So you can answer probably this question in multiple different ways. And if you just pause the video right now to think of an answer, I'm sure you guys will come up with a lot of ways, right? But the most important ways where keywords have a lot of impact is, when you have content which cater to the keyword in terms of the web page title, the web page URL, the meta description, the content you actually put on the website, and of course all of the headings as well. So if you use the keywords in these five places, right, there's a higher probability of driving in more traffic, because all the algorithms that work in the search engines, they'll crawl through these, they'll understand that you're catering for the keyword, and they'll want your website to rank as well. So coming to question number 7, it states, what are the two main ways of categorizing digital marketing? The two most important ways that we talk about marketing and digital marketing is inbound marketing and outbound marketing. See, inbound marketing is completely based on the customer, right? So you have a customer, or you have a set of customers that you're catering to. So you'll write blogs for that, you'll create social media channels, you'll talk about your product there, and you will just keep the entire scope, the entire focus on your customer and work on what's required to get your product out there. Now, when we're talking about outbound marketing is a little different, because here what we're trying to do is that we're trying to find a need for product requirement and how we can actually go on to provide it. Now, inbound marketing might cater to a smaller set of audience, but outbound marketing is definitely a huge audience as well, right? So think about putting billboards up. In the case of conventional marketing, you have televised advertisements, you have magazines, and all of these conventional methods which can be considered as outbound marketing, right? Even though inbound marketing, there's 90% of chances that it can cater in a more bigger audience compared to outbound in today's online world. But at the end of the day, there are subtle differences that exist, and it's just in the subtleties that we have these main ways of how we can categorize the working and what sort of clients, what sort of prospects the methods bring in as well. Coming to question number 8, it states, what are some of the most used digital marketing tools today? Again, there are many tools out there in the world of digital marketing, but then there are these top tools which, of course, you as a person watching this video should know, right? So there's Google Analytics, we have Ahrefs, we have MailChimp, we have the GKP or the Google Keyword Planner, we have Kissmetrics, Keyword Dictionary, SEMrush, Mossbar, and we have many other tools that we make use of digital marketing as well. So at least pick up on, let's say, 3 or 4 tools, or maybe 5 tools, and maybe give an introduction about one tool, and talk about it to show that you actually know that as well. So if you're on this video, I'm sure you guys might have used one of these tools. So whatever tool that you know out here, make sure to mention about that. Coming to question number 9 next, it states, what is pay-per-click advertising? Well, one thing you really have to understand is that pay-per-click is something which is extremely popular in the world of digital marketing. It is one of these methodologies where we actually have to spend money and we have to pay the advertiser, to actually put up the website. And whenever there's an advertisement that gets put up, and there's a small amount of money that gets transacted every time there's a person who clicks on this advertisement that's shown on the website. So, for example, if you probably are reading a blog somewhere, or if you're just browsing around on the internet, you will see an advertisement panel, right? So someone has paid that website owner to put up that advertisement, and as soon as you click that, there's a small transaction that happens in between the website owner and, of course, the person who asked for the advertisement to be put up as well. So it literally, as the name suggests, it's pay per click. So every time there's a click, there's a payment that happens, and money moves around in a very small amount, of course. So considering this is actually very popular, because this brings in a lot of different prospects at the end of the day, and it works. This is one of the most important methodologies that's widely used in digital marketing. Coming to question number 10, it states, what is black hat SEO? See, one thing you have to understand about black hat SEO or any other techniques that are used in SEO is that all of these techniques are aiming to get a higher ranking out of these search engines. So again, black hat SEO is one of these methods as well. It's this approach which says, no matter what, let's get the rank. So there's a lot of unethical things that get done here, because every search engine out there has its own guidelines that you have to follow. So if you're not complying with these guidelines, it means that it is unethical. You will be using a lot of methodologies which is not approved by the search engine people. And of course, when you keep doing this, right, think about link spamming, think about adding hidden links or fishy links and all of this. So when you're doing all of this, it will give you a huge surge in the ranking immediately. But of course, the surge that you get is short lasting. It is definitely not long lasting, because all of these search engines have extremely intelligent algorithms working in the back, and they can pick it up, and of course they can start deranking or delisting the website as well. So you might be wondering, why would they even require that short surge in ranking, right? So that is actually done to make sure that they might be catering to a quick sell and a quick get out. So in that policy, they'll come in, they'll get the website to rank, probably have the product to rank, get the word out there, and be done with it. So in that case, they're establishing their brand in a very rapid way. But to grow it, I would definitely suggest either using white hat or any other ethical method in digital marketing as well. And then there might be a follow-up question for after the black hat SEO question, which is okay. So what is white hat SEO, right? See, white hat SEO on paper is one of the most used SEO techniques across the globe out there, because here you will be making use of a lot of techniques which is ethical, which is present in the guidelines of the search engine itself to make sure that you're not doing anything wrong in the perspective of the search engine. So there's a lot of things that is involved in white hat SEO. It's website optimization, it's creating good quality content, adding backlinks. A lot of things where you will be doing everything legally, you'll be doing everything ethically to make sure that you get a very good rank as well. Of course, you will not see a huge surge in rank, and of course, the landing traffic as black hat SEO, but this is a slow and steady growth, and this anything slow and steady, it usually tends to outlast something which is very highly rapid paced, right? So in that particular case, that is white hat SEO. And then there's one more type, which is called as gray hat SEO. Gray hat SEO, as the name suggests, gray is a mixture in between white and black, literally, right? So in this case of SEO, that's the same as well. So it's basically a mixture of both white hat techniques and black hat techniques too. So the person, a gray hat SEO developer, what this person will do is he or she will make use of techniques from both the sides of the table. So one day you're working on something which is ethical, which is in the guidelines. The next day you might be working on spamming a little bit of internal links, or doing something fishy there, using the best of both cases to get your website to rank. Now you might be wondering, why shouldn't everyone try this, right? See, there's a huge hit or miss that happens in gray hat SEO. Half of the time the algorithms cannot pick up gray hat, and most of the times they do, of course. But if it hits, then you'll get a huge surge in rank, and the search engine thinks it's ethical. If you do not, it means that you'll start getting delisted and deranked. So it is a literally flip of a coin. But then if it works really great, or it doesn't work at all. Of course, considering all of this, it's really best to stick to white hat SEO. Coming to question number 13, it states, can you state some methodologies that can be used to improve conversion rates? See, whenever we're talking about conversion rates, right, it's the ability of you catering to your audience with beautiful content, an aesthetically pleasing website, and providing good functionality as well. Now, if I have to go through 10 pages to buy a product, I definitely will not do it. This is the common consensus from thousands of people. That's why the e-commerce sites that are very popular today are keeping it as simple as possible. With probably 2 or 3 clicks of a button, you can purchase something. So to keep that kind of a good user experience is definitely something that will help in improving conversion rate. When we talk about conversion rate, it's basically when a person lands on the website, they're a prospect, right? They're just looking around. When they start adding things to their cart, and once they actually make the purchase, they're a customer. So this entire goal of taking someone from a visitor and making them a customer is what we talk about when we think about conversion rates. And of course, it's always vital that there are new methodologies put in, but a good user experience definitely helps to drive the conversion rates. And then the 14th question states, what is Google AdWords? AdWords is actually, as the name suggests, it's advertising words. It's a short form. It's an advertising service that gets provided by Google, and it is one of the most widely used advertising service as well. Because here, what we're trying to do is it works very similar to PPC, and it's one of the world's most widely used PPC systems as well. Since it's Google, of course, everything is structured, everything is brilliantly made. It doesn't cost a lot, and you can have your budget set up. You can work on how you'll be working on payments, what sort of content that you have to display, how it has to be displayed, when, what, why. So you'll get a lot of flexibility for a small amount of money. It definitely isn't small if you're if it could be tough if you're a small time company, but at the end of the day, the returns that you get from AdWords is huge. So in that particular case, Google AdWords add a lot of value to the digital marketing campaign. Coming to question number 15, it states, what is the difference between SEM and SEO in brief? One thing you have to know about SEM is that the basic difference lies in how it works. SEM stands for search engine marketing, while SEO stands for search engine optimization. With search engine marketing, what we're trying to do is we are purchasing advertisements on various search engines, and we are forcing our website to rank. So we are paying the search engine and asking them to get us to rank. With SEO, that's not the case, right? With SEO, everything is organic. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to get use of all. So what we're trying to do is we make use of all of the top of the methods that we have, all the tools, all the techniques, and we're organically trying to bring in traffic. That means that we literally are not paying anyone anything. Of course, I mean the search engine, and we're bringing in a lot of traffic that way as well. So considering that, SEM and SEO work very differently, but at the end of the day, they have a common goal of bringing in more visitors to the website, having more landing rates, and a higher rank on the search engines too. Coming to the 16th question, it states, what social media channels are popular today in terms of digital marketing? See, whenever we think about social media, there's many forms of social media, right? There's social media for everything, and there's one new social media probably coming out every month. So considering all of these, there are a lot of big guys, right? See, you have LinkedIn, you have Facebook, you have Instagram, you have Snapchat. In today's world of especially influencer marketing, Instagram is showing a lot of potential, and influencer marketing is an ocean of its own. And I'm sure if you're here, you might have already watched an influencer marketer pitch an item for you, or in fact, you yourself could be influencers as well. So considering all of that, there are many types of social media. For example, LinkedIn is used for jobs. Facebook is a very good pipeline where you can actually learn a lot of things. You can market your products very subtly, bring in a lot of people, have a lot of discussion groups and all of that. And Instagram is where you can showcase your product and be trendy and all of that. So answer this question based on your knowledge about how much you use social media and how best do you think what each social media can cater to. Coming to question number 17, it states, why has digital marketing grown to be this huge compared to offline marketing? See, whenever we think about digital marketing, right, it has shown nothing but exponential growth over the past few years, and there's many reasons, right? So again, do not get carried away with this question because you can probably talk about this for half an hour straight. So keep 4 or 5 points in mind and make sure to talk about that. One thing about digital marketing is that you can directly cater to the customer's need if the customer is 1 kilometer away or 1,000 kilometers away, no matter what, right? It gives you that extra outreach. And of course, when you have a good exposure to the product, what happens is that you will understand your audience better, you will get better feedback, you will know how to work with it with conventional marketing, right? So you'll probably put an advertisement on a newspaper, and of course, it will reach a lot of houses. But at the end of the day, you will not get a feedback from these people saying they just read a newspaper, they see your advertisement, and they're done. So they have no way to give you good amount of feedback immediately, and you cannot analyze as well, right? So if 10,000 newspapers got printed in one particular locality, doesn't mean that 10,000 people read your advertisement. So there's no way to track it. That advantage you have in digital marketing. And of course, you can be a person who's selling a product or having a brand in one part of India, and you have most of your clients in the USA as well. That's how it works with digital marketing. And most of the cases, you are basically open to the entire globe. And consider the newspaper example. Same, once you have it printed, once it goes out, if there are any changes that needs to be done, change in pricing, change in discount, or change in anything minor as well, it cannot be immediately done, right? But if you have a website with digital marketing, this change can be done immediately to make sure that you're not putting across maybe a wrong message or an incorrect message to your audience as well. So considering a lot of these points, digital marketing, there's a reason why it's popular, and I'm sure if you guys are on this video, I think you will know why as well. So coming to question number 18, it says, explain AMP in brief. See, AMP is actually a short form, it's an abbreviation for what we call as accelerated mobile pages. So how AMP came about is that it was actually a brainchild of the people at Google and another very important social media platform, that's Twitter. AMP is actually an open source library. What it does is that it helps users to come up with a very simple web page without having to put much efforts into it. So what this does is this gives you quicker loading, and once you make use of AMP, what you're trying to do is you're making sure that your website doesn't take a long time to load, and that it really does not have to go through multiple platforms to be optimized for, and you really don't have to optimize it for every single website. So at the end of the day, the goal is to keep it simple. The goal is to load it quicker and to make sure that no matter where you view it from, no matter what browser you view the website from, it has to work fine. So to do all of that, we make use of accelerated mobile pages. And then coming to the 19th question, it states, how can you assess the impact of social media marketing? See, one thing it's very important that you have to know about digital marketing is the amount of money that you spend. You can track everything with metrics in today's world. There is nowhere that you'll have a blind investment and you will not know what you're getting, right? So in the case of social media marketing, you can check the number of followers. It can be Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, the number of likes you get, and how many leads, how many people are interested in the comment section to buy your product. You can have direct engagement, again same in the comment section, or they can DM you as well. In that particular case, you can talk about what they're happy about the product, why they're not happy, if they have issues that you would like to resolve. Content sharing with each others, of course, brand outreaching where you're trying to put yourself out there, subscription offers, and there's a lot of things in social media marketing. You can probably fill up the entire page and maybe you don't even have to think about it, but you can give 20 different metrics on how you can track social media marketing, right? So this is a pretty straightforward question, but it's very important that you actually talk about them as well.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online training in partnership with SPJIMR, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Coming to the 20th question, it states, why is email marketing considered as the most effective way of digital marketing out there? See, with email marketing, there's millions of mails that get sent every single day, right? So it has the outreach, it has the potential, and it has a good way of bridging the gap that exists between customers and providers. So keeping this in mind, there's a lot of things that goes in on the back end that proves that email marketing is one of the most efficient way, one of the most effective way in which you can actually reach your customers and drive results out of it as well. So considering all of that, it actually is a very nice way to convert your customers pretty quick. Question number 21 states, what is click-through rate? Click-through rate, this question can be also reframed as what is CTR. CTR stands for click-through rate. So it's basically the number of times someone actually landed on your website by either clicking on a promotion, clicking on an event, or clicking on any sort of advertisement as well. So this click-through rate will tell you about if your advertisements are working, if your promotions are working, if people are actually clicking on it to get on your website or not, and if they do, how many people are doing it as well. There's a lot of other metrics that you can track about how long they're on your website, what's the scroll depth, and a lot of things as well. But the basic thing about click-through rate is that if you have an advertisement as a barrier, or if you have the advertisement as a gateway, how many people are crossing through those gates. Coming to question number 22, it says, how is return on investment calculated, or how is ROI calculated, right? Again, a very simple question, but return on investment you really have to know is that it is a literal difference between sales amount and the investment in marketing. So whenever we talk about ROI in the case of digital marketing, what is the amount of money that you put out? What is the amount of money that you took out of the company to hire digital marketing experts, to buy digital marketing tools, to pay for search engine marketing or any other kind of marketing channels, pipelines and tools, and what is the actual sales that you made, or what is the actual outreach that you're getting. So once you calculate this difference, you will understand that that this is the amount you spent, X amount you spent, and Y amount is the return that you're actually getting back as well. It's a pretty simple thing, but there's a lot of companies who are very keen on holding a good return on investment, and with digital marketing it doesn't take a lot of skill to actually get good return on investment, considering the person whoever is working on the pipeline is an expert, of course. Coming to question number 23, it states, what is the difference between page sessions and page views? So the simple differences between a page session and a page view is that whenever we talk about a page session, it's when a person actually lands on a website every single time. That's a session. If a person is on the website, a session is created and they're either viewing one or more pages that are present on the website. That's a view, because they're actually interacting with the website and they're not bouncing off, right? So to track all of those metrics, we make use of page sessions and page views. Coming to question number 24, it says, what is the difference between Google AdSense and AdWords? So AdSense basically help the companies create all the spaces that's required for AdWords on their website, where they should put it up, what they should do, and how they should do it right. And AdWords, of course, they're advertisements, right? So in the entire Google's ecosystem, AdWords is the most famous PPC out there, the way you can put out advertisements. But if you have to think about talking about AdSense and AdWords, make sure you talk about how they work together as well, because working with AdSense means you'll be using AdWords, and working with AdWords only adds advantage if you are making use of AdSense as well. So having this kind of relationship between AdSense and AdWords is definitely something that you should talk about. But the basic differences is that AdSense helps in creation of spaces while AdWords helps in posting advertisements. Moving to the 25th question, it's what is your interest towards the field of digital marketing? See, with this question, the interviewer here is trying to assess what is your level of understanding in digital marketing, what is your level of commitment, and of course, the way you should answer this is I cannot tell you one answer that's going to be right for you all, right? So you have to talk about your interests, your commitment to the field of digital marketing, and of course, your passion towards digital marketing as well. It can be something that has inspired you to pick up digital marketing, or that there's a problem that you are very good at solving. You have a knack for digital marketing, and people really like whenever you try to market a product, or you're very subtle with it, or whatever the reason is, right? So this question completely depends on you, but then you can use the foundational approach that I gave to go on to answer this question. Coming to question number 26, it says, what is the difference between do follow and no follow links in SEO? Do follow links, as the name suggests, will actually tell the search engine and its crawlers to follow through and come on the website and crawl around and find all the details that's required to provide indexability. Whenever we talk about no follow links is when you tell the search engine to not follow and to make sure that you will not use any of that to whatever links that you have put in your no follow part of the code, right? It means that you're telling the search engine to not actually consider all of that for ranking the website. That's the basic difference that exists in between do follow links and no follow links. There's another difference is that do follow links, yes, considering how they work, affects the ranking of the websites. But if you have put in a no follow link, no matter what you put there, you're telling the crawler not to get into that, so it really will not hurt your rank or influence it in any way. Coming to question number 27, it says, how can a platform such as YouTube be effectively used for digital marketing? With YouTube, I don't think I really have to stress a lot, right? Because it is one of these amazing digital marketing pipelines where there's millions and millions of people every single month. So whenever you think about it, this is one of those places where you can cater through videos to the people out there. You're watching this yourself on YouTube as well, right? So you will understand that we have a direct relationship with you guys. You will have a goal to the campaign. So we, of course, will have a goal to our own campaigns, and we'll be meeting that as well. So to drive healthy traffic to your websites, to get your rank up, and at the end of the day you will need a lot of good content as well. So it doesn't mean that no matter how aesthetically pleasing your video is, if your content is not good, it doesn't mean you will rank, because at the end of the day, in YouTube especially, content is extremely important. Your website should be good, it should be elegant, your videos must be informative, and only then, when all of these three things come together, you will have a successful YouTube campaign too. So whenever you're asked about this, of course you can add on more points and then talk about how you think YouTube is very effective in today's world of digital marketing as well. So coming to the 28th question, it states, which platform is looked at when candidates want to post or refer to job related advertisements? Whenever we think about anything related to jobs, the first social media that comes into mind is LinkedIn, right? Because this is one of the most famous social media out there for active job seekers, professionals, and whatnot. So if you're wondering if LinkedIn is the only place, well, no, there's a lot of other websites. There's InstaHire, there's Naukri, there's Shine.com, there's many other places, including Indeed.com as well. So all of these guys have the same goal of bringing together recruiters and, of course, bringing together candidates and giving them a common platform to express what they want and what they're getting out of the jobs as well. So of course, whenever you ask this question, I think it's a pretty straightforward question, and the answer would be LinkedIn, Naukri, Indeed, Shine, and all of these other famous social media platforms as well. Coming to question number 29, it says, how can you measure the success of a social media marketing campaign? See, whenever we talk about success of a social media campaign, it means that we have something solid to prove it by, right? For example, analytics. So you'll be using multiple metrics in the case of digital marketing to actually showcase that, something worked or something doesn't work. So you have to be a numbers person, and you can prove a lot with numbers too. You can check the number of clients, the number of leads, what's the traffic that's coming in, number of sales, how many conversions from prospects to customers. And of course, once you have details in depth about your website, about your entire campaign, about what your image is, on the social media marketing platforms, basically you will get this direct correlation of what's happening, what's required, what are you doing, is it working or is it not working. So with all of these, you will have one close idea of understanding whether you're either close to your goals or you're moving away from your goals, and what is keeping you there as well. That's the most important part of how you should measure success with social media campaigns. And of course, with today's innovations, there's multiple tools out there that will help you do so. Coming to the 30th question, it states, why is an anchor tag used as an SEO practice? See, an anchor tag basically is the text that we use whenever we have to hyperlink anything, right? So basically, a hyperlink is a link that's embedded in the text, and as soon as you click on it, it takes you to the link that you have hyperlinked. So an anchor text is very important here, because this is how the content actually gets ranked on multiple search engines, right? So whenever you put out a website, it doesn't mean that it will always rank on Google or it'll always work on other search engines as well. There's DuckDuckGo, there's Yahoo, and there's many search engines apart from Google too. So in that particular case, hyperlinking is this connection, is this anchoring that states what you can actually have a way to assess of how your content ranks on multiple search engines, and it gives you the functionality of clicking on text and opening a new link as well.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the process of optimizing your website to rank higher in the search engine result pages? A. SEO, B. B2C, C. PPC, D. B2B. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Coming to question number 31, it states, what are some of the disadvantages of digital marketing? See, one important thing whenever you're answering this question is that start by saying that there's multiple advantages, right? Because at the end of the day, with digital marketing, the advantages, no matter how small they are, they will outweigh all of the disadvantages out there, right? So, but then it doesn't mean that it doesn't have any disadvantages at all. There are many disadvantages too. So, whenever you're talking about disadvantages, it is just that it will create a very high transparency in case of pricing and competition, because as soon as you put out a price out there, your competition already knows what you're selling it at, and they can drop their price and you can lose a client as well. And then when we're talking about globalization means you will be competing with the entire world out there. So that will bring in a lot more competition too. And of course, with digital marketing, there is always a threat of cybersecurity. There's always a threat of privacy issues that will have to be worked on too. And it's not only just this, it's just that, whenever you're working on digital marketing, it can get really expensive to hire experts. And of course, it can get definitely expensive to buy all the tools, buy all the, understand all the methodologies. And at the end of the day, setting up a marketing pipeline, especially at the starting stages of your company, or if you've never had a digital marketing platform before, is going to be expensive. So, you can talk about these 4 points. These 4 points are extremely important in understanding the disadvantages of digital marketing. Now, coming to question number 32, it states, what are the limitations with respect to the number of characters in Google AdWords advertisement? This is a very important question, and this gets asked a lot. See, the most important thing is that they have asked you for 2 things. One is the number of characters in Google AdWords basically, and what are the limitations that you can put in, right? So whenever we talk about headings and subheadings, understand that you can have a maximum of 30 characters. But whenever we're talking about descriptions and subline texting, there you can have about 90 characters in length. So 30 for the headings and the subheadings, and for the descriptions, it has to not exceed 90 in length. So 90 characters specifically. So whenever you ask this question, it's a straightforward question with an extremely straightforward answer, so put it out that way. Coming to question number 33, it says, can you name any 5 email marketing tools that are widely used? Of course, I'm pretty sure you guys can name at least 3 or 4, right? So this question should not be of a high difficulty to you guys. So there's multiple tools out there, multiple email marketing tools specifically. You have ConvertKit, Autopilot, HubSpot, MailChimp, ActiveCampaign, and many other tools that are used out there. And of course, if you have used any of these tools, make sure to talk about your experience with the tools, what you think about the tool, to what level of proficiency you have used it. All of that will always add a lot of advantage to your candidature in the company as well. Coming to question number 34, it says, can you define the life cycle of a shopper on a website?
See, this is a very simple question. It can be considered as a sales funnel as well. So, right. So, whenever someone comes on your website, as soon as they land on your website, they become prospects. Prospects is when they are actually looking around on your website. As soon as it's not as soon as they click on your website, it's basically as soon as they start clicking inside your website. As soon as they click on the website, they can actually bounce without doing anything. So, don't be confused. Now, once they start interacting with your websites, they're looking to see if they can buy something or there is something that's interesting to them. And once they're interested, they'll actually give you a little bit of details, maybe that you're giving a subscription out, you're giving a discount out or something, or they're adding it to the cart and they want to purchase it. So once they start giving you their details and once they start putting items into their cart, they go from prospect to become converted as a lead. Now, the entire conversion, right? Whenever we talk about conversions, as we have talked about multiple times in this video, it's basically talking about them going from prospects to lead. And of course, once they make a purchase, after the sale is done, they become customers. So taking this interest in converting prospects into customers is exactly what we're talking about when we talk about the life cycle of a shopper on the website. And then coming to question number 35, it states, what are some of the bidding options that are available out there right now whenever you have to consider about paying for marketing, right? But there's two main important things, two main important bidding options out there. One is the CPA, as we call as cost per action, and then of course, as we discussed before, we have CPC as well. So cost per action, again, as the name suggests, whenever an action is performed on that particular advertisement, it means that there's a transaction happening. And CPC is a pretty simple way of advertising, as you already discussed, because as soon as the person has clicked through, then there's a transaction that happens. Now, the next question states, what are the top 5 C's of digital marketing? Well, the top 5 C's, as we call it, is actually depending on very important factors that play a huge role in digital marketing, right? They are content, their creativity, that's consistency, good communication, and of course, customization as well. So whenever you talk about this, there's no order in answering to these, but do talk one or two lines about what each of them mean, right? For example, good quality content is essential. You have to be very creative in your digital marketing, because if you're doing everything that someone else is doing, you are not being creative. And then consistency, right? Of course, customers will love a consistent brand, and it will basically help you with your outreach. It will help you with your brand growth as well. And then when we talk about communication, yes, you need to have a good communication pipeline with your customers too, and direct communication is definitely preferred. And customization, right? Customization is very, very important. Now, so coming to question number 37, it states, can digital marketing completely replace traditional marketing in the future? Well, with this question, what the interviewer is trying to understand is that he or she wants to know how deep you know about the subject, or how well you have used digital marketing, right? So the best way to go on to answer this is to state real world examples and to say, hey, this is where people tried conventional marketing and people tried digital marketing, and this is where digital marketing worked. So real world examples are the way you're supposed to answer this question. And then, whenever we're talking about digital marketing too, so the most important thing that you have to understand here is that digital marketing is very, very strong today. It has a lot of perspectives, and it's forever growing to be a good entity, right? So no matter how much traditional marketing is trying to make a comeback, there's no way, in my opinion, that it can overpower digital marketing too. But instead of fighting it against each other, digital marketing versus traditional marketing, so instead it'll add a lot of value if we can make use of both digital marketing and traditional marketing as well. Now, coming to question number 38, it says, can you rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10 depending on your proficiency in digital marketing? Again, if you are a good expert in digital marketing, make sure to rate yourself as honest as possible. That is very, very important, right? So if you are a beginner and if you say, I rate myself 9.5, you might be asked extremely technical questions, or you might be asked questions in depth that you might not be able to answer. So, but that doesn't mean that you have to rate yourself very low. That will hurt your confidence as well. So the interviewer itself, right, in this particular question, he or she is trying to see how spontaneous you are, what's your confidence level, and how well do you know the subject. So completely based on what you're trying to achieve in your digital marketing career, at wherever you are, you might be a fresher, you might be a person, intermediate user, or an expert, answer it as honestly as possible. That is important with question number 38. Now, moving to the next question, it states, why are you applying for the digital marketing role in our company? See, one important thing that you really have to know is that whenever you are answering this question, which says why digital marketing, you have to talk about how you will fit into their company, right? They're specifically asking you why are you applying for our company. So talk about their company, talk about what experiences you have or what education you have, and how best you can use those skills to drive that particular company to success. So doing all of this, you will require some basic stuff. You need to know what the company is, what they do, what is the audience they cater to, what's the job description, what's the compensation they're providing, of course, and every detail of the company is going to help you in a way where you can shape your answer perfectly for this this question as well. So I cannot give you one answer and say that this is how you are supposed to answer. This is a question where you can have a good amount of freedom while answering the question as well. Now, coming to question number 40, it says, has your prior education helped you with digital marketing in any way? Again, this is another important question that depends on you. If your prior education actually helped with digital marketing, talk about the latest courses or talk about the latest program that you finished in college. If you worked on something which is very different from digital marketing, do talk about how that helped you shape your digital marketing career in a way that you are right now. Of course, if you had a direct digital marketing career or learning in college or school or something, you can tell that directly. But if it doesn't, don't just say no, education hasn't helped me with digital marketing. That's not the right way to answer. The right way is to say, even though you never started out with digital marketing at the start, but there are a lot of other things that definitely put the thought in your mind about how you can work your way towards becoming a digital marketing expert as well. So talk about all of that, and it's very important too. Coming to the 41st question, it states, how can we create new leads for the marketing pipeline? Well, how do you create new leads, right? It's the most important question the interviewer can ask to you. There's a lot of ways you can answer this question, but the most important thing is that you have to understand and analyze the sales funnels and all the techniques that goes into building that tunnel and seeing it through. Apart from all of that, again, there's so many things that you can do. You can start with customizing the content, driving a better user experience, making sure your website is very responsive, or maybe you're driving a very good campaign on social media that you want to bring over for conversion of people. And of course, there's many different ways that you can create new leads, right? Most of the time, it is usually social media marketing or email marketing that brings in the most number of leads for marketing, but it depends on what the company is doing too, right? So there's a lot of ways you can answer this question, but you can use my approach as a foundational one and then work on that. Coming to question number 42, it states, what are the latest trends in digital marketing today? Well, what are the latest trends? Again, it's a very subjective question, right? Because what's today's trend is something that there's a good chance it's going to be outdated tomorrow. But as of now, what's trending is people putting out long form videos. People are actually concerned about the content that they put out for their product. People give you personalized content, and this is something which is extremely important, and I really like it. There's voice searching, there's Google Discover, there's virtual reality, there's augmented reality. So there's a lot of ways that companies are trying to get in touch and impress prospects into converting them into customers. And it's just not these 5 or 6 that I've mentioned on your screen, right? You can probably name 10 or 15 things that's trending right now, but you do not have to stress on anything. Just make sure that this is how people are doing it. If you can give a real world example, for example, IKEA is a store that gives you this virtual reality app where you can click videos in your room by placing furniture right there, even though you have not made a purchase, right? So that's something which is going to attract a lot of sales too, because someone who's on their phone can literally see what the sofa or the what the cushions look like in their house, even though it's not there. That kind of flexibility brings in a lot more customers. So talk about some real world examples of that, something that's trending right now, and that should help with your answer as well. So coming to question number 43, it states, what is viral marketing? Viral marketing, as the name suggests, is taking up an effective form of marketing in a way where it grows really quick. Whenever we say that the video went viral or that concept went viral, right, it means that it grew really quickly and that people really liked it. There was a lot of rapid expansion happening. There's a lot of rapid interaction happening between the customer, the product, the brand, or the people who are using it on the internet, right? Things go extremely viral on the internet every now and then. So every day there can be something that's viral. viral. So in that particular case, there's a lot of competition here. It doesn't mean if you find one thing which goes viral that your entire marketing campaign will stay that way, but it is a very very good way to put your brand out there really quickly to friends, to families, or anyone else too. Now that we're living in a pandemic, there's a situation where not many people were wearing masks before the pandemic, right? Because mostly we were wearing it for, let's say, pollution or something. Now masks went viral because it went viral for a very important reason, is that it's extremely effective. Everyone out there needs to wear a mask right now. Now, considering all of that, if you see the marketing that went into it, right, even though much marketing didn't go into it, the demand itself made it viral. So that is another way you can approach viral marketing too. And of course, telling that out should add value to your candidature too. Coming to question number 44, it states, what do on-page and off-page SEO optimization methods mean? Whenever we talk about off-page SEO, right, it literally states doing all the things and using all the methodologies and the processes which will bring in, it will basically add to your rank. Even on-page SEO adds to your rank, but on-page, as the name suggests, is everything that is on the page. So it literally talks about the structure of the website, the content that you have put in, the way your user experience is driven, how well your website loads, how quickly it loads, does it work really good on a mobile platform. So doing everything on your page and of course away from it is the basic difference it lies in, as you can basically see from the name of off-page SEO and on-page SEO as well. So coming to question number 45, it states, can you explain some scenarios where bad links are used? See, this is a lot of unethical things sometimes whenever we're making use of bad links. There are many scenarios that lead to it, right? For example, you'll be using paid links, you'll be using links which are unrelated or very, very far away from the topic. That's not good. You'll be making use of links that are either spammy or they're flagged by the search engine saying this is not right, you're not supposed to use it. And of course, you can start spamming variety of link exchange sites. You can go on to media and you can have this kind of a shout out for a shout out kind of a concept and spam each other out. And of course, it's not just that, right? You can have one single anchor from multiple sites causing spam again. So using these kind of links in these kind of scenarios, it is definitely bad as per the ethics of search engines, at least. Now, coming to the 46th question, it says, what are the necessary steps that are taken to avoid a rank penalty? See, a rank penalty is when a search engine has actually started deranking you or they're putting your rank down for a reason. So how can you avoid this? And doing this will give you a better rank, of course. So how can you do it? You should stop linking yourself to another website which might have a bad ranking. Doing that will definitely help you rank better. Avoid using poison words, avoid using these kind of catchy clickbaity words whenever you're using hypertexting. Make sure that there is zero plagiarism on all levels of content creation and content optimization as well. And one important thing is that make sure you do not redirect through your refresh meta tags. And this is a very, very important point. Point number 3 and point number 4 are probably the most important things that you should do to avoid penalty. But yes, this is a very important question that will definitely be asked in my opinion. So have these 4 points as the foundation to approach this and answer it too. And now coming to the 47th question, it says, what is your plan after joining this digital marketing role? See, one important thing that you have to talk about is how you have the capability and the understanding to know about the company and how you can start working with them at the earliest, right? See, it's not that you just go there day one and by the end of day one, you have done a lot of things. You'll have to start with understanding how things are already there, how well you fit into the company, where you fit into the company, what kind of a structured plan that you have to either lead the team or to be a part of the team itself. And then you can work on implementing the plan that you have, verifying it, sitting with your board members or whatever it is. I have multiple iterations. That's the important thing. Iterating this and doing it in a loop where you'll find a new plan, you'll implement that plan, try to see if it worked or not, find a new plan, implement it again. So this looping thing that goes on is very important too. So again, use this as a foundation, but answer it to the best of your ability too. Coming to question number 48, it states, do you have any previous experience in the digital marketing industry? Well, this question can be asked both for freshers and experienced professionals as well. For freshers, if you have any experience learning and making use of digital marketing in the industry, you can talk about that. You can talk about certification programs. But then, if you are a person who has a work experience before, make sure you elaborate on that. Talk about it. But if you're a fresher, guys, one important thing is don't say no. I do not have any experience. Keep the important aspect of saying no as less as possible. It doesn't mean you have to say yes even though you have not done it. What I'm trying to say is do not say no, but talk about, come to the point, but take an out of the box solution, right? So if you're a fresher who might have been a product of digital marketing, or you've marketed something probably away from your career as well as a hobby or something, talk about that, because no matter what you say, anything apart from no, I haven't done it, will add some sort of value to your candidature. It's very important that you know that. And then coming to the 49th question, it says, do you possess any other skill that can add value to this digital marketing role? See, there are many skills that you might already have whenever you're thinking about digital marketing. So if you have any other skill that you think is going to add a lot of value apart from what you have mentioned on your resume, or apart from the initial discussions that you might have had, talk about that. For example, you might be extremely good at tracking analytics. You might be very good at designing an entire end-to-end digital marketing campaign program, even though you might be applying for a very basic role. You might have the capability to lead a team. You might have extremely good communication skills, very good project management skills, and all of that, right? So whatever skills that you possess which you directly haven't mentioned on your resume or haven't conveyed to the interviewer, this is the chance to do that, because this will add a lot of value to you as an interviewee there, basically, because to convince recruiters is not easy in today's world, but you can make it very easy if you know how tactfully you should answer these questions as well. Now, coming to the final question, it states, have you earned any sort of certification to improve your learning and implementation process? Well, certifications, you will know the numerous advantages that you will have, right? You will be open to jobs. You will be certified by top companies out there. You will be working with professionals across the globe who would have taught you the courses, the certification programs, and whatnot. So you will know that you will have a plethora of advantages. But what should you do to convey this to the interviewer? Well, the interviewer will know that if you have had a certification program, that it means you're serious about this particular career, that you're putting your time, your dedication, your effort, your money into becoming an expert and having, making a change in the world out there. And let's say if you're a person who's coming from a background of electrical engineering and now you want to become an expert in digital marketing, you picked up a certification course and you completed it with all the good hands-on projects and the industry level exposure that it provides, it means that the interviewer will know that you have a strong aspiration, you have a passion towards this particular domain, and that you have the capability to learn really quick and learn in a structured way, of course. So this is what you should be conveying. Now, how do you do that? Well, to do that, if you have multiple certifications, of course, name the multiple certifications that you have done in the case of digital marketing. But instead of just talking about what all you've learned and what's the program all about, don't do that. Talk about how you have used it. Talk about the practical experience that you can drive out of these programs. Talk about how best that you have used the program. So talking about that, telling about how you have solved a practical problem is definitely going to add a lot of value to your candidature too.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides PG program in digital marketing offered by Belhaven University. The course link of which is given in the description below.